Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you are watching. Thank you so much for choosing Mdvd TV today and your favorite open forum political show. Uh, okay. Oh my God. Jesus, this is okay. Hold on. We have issues with this camera. Hold on. Okay, sorry, apologies, ladies and gentlemen. We are sorry, our camera got into a crisis, but I'm glad you're still there. Thank you so much for choosing Mdvd TV and your favorite open forum political discussion show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest political development within our country. Well, there is much that is happening around our politics, even as we get set for the general elections. And of course, William Ruto was in Buhungu Stadium today with the Kenya Kwanza Brigade. And what came out loud and clear is that one Moses Wetangula and his twin brother, Musalia Mdavadi, promised him that they will deliver 95% of the Western vote into the Kenya Kwanza basket. But it is the deputy president who had mercy on them and reduced it to 70%. Well, is that true? And are they capable of even delivering that 70%? That is what I want you to invite you into the discussion tonight, even as we look at the relationship in the Kenya Kwanza fraternity. Is it holding? Because the pull and push, the fight on the ground, it looks to be telling a different story altogether. And now, plus the mockery that is now being mixed into the whole thing, I think the ground will soon give way if nothing drastic is done to salvage the situation. Well, and on the other hand, Mother Karua had a triumphant entry into Eldoret. There is something phenomenal about this move of Mother Karua and deputizing Raila Odinga. Something drastic is about to take place in this country that will be historic, phenomenal, unbelievable, unprecedented. So get set for what you may think not, it could just happen. So we look forward to discussing that more. And as we look into Raila and Kalonzo storms Machakos, is this it, or what do we expect more? Well, thank you so much for choosing this particular show, and we invite you to be here and ensure that you invite 1, 2, 3, 4 people to join into the discourse. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will be in this very space for us to get talking face to face and be able to tackle some of the issues that are bedeviling this country. And as we look forward to changing the regime, changing leaders at all levels, that is, if you're going to vote in a different MP, a different MCA, a different governor, a different women rep, a different senator. Now, that is a demand that you have been given as an opportunity to correct what is wrong so that your life can move forward. And so get busy. Let us do business tonight, even as we discuss the politics of the day. I want to salute all of you that are coming in fast and furious. Thank you so much for your continued support and continued followership of Mdvd TV. Thank you for subscribing and following us on Facebook Please keep it up and ensure that you don't watch this show alone. This show is rich with information from our very Kenyans around the world. And so let everybody tune in and let us make history by ensuring that no Kenyan is misled, misguided, and misrepresented by misinformation coming from the proponent of propaganda to mess up the decisions of Kenyans in doing the right thing. Well, I want to, oh my God, my studio is almost already full, but we are good to go. I will still take a minute or two to salute 1, 2, 3, 4 people on the comment section before we get talking with those in the studio. I want to appreciate all of you wale mmeingia studio tayari. Tulieni hapo hapo tuendeleze utamaduni wetu, alafu narudi kwenu. Naomba tu wakati unasubiri, endelea kukaribisha wawili watatu ili kila mmoja amakinike. Hiki ni kipindi ambacho kinasimamia ukweli na tunataka kila Mkenya amakinike kwa kufahamu lipi la kufanya itakapofika tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8. Unaenda kuchagua yule mtu ambaye atatekeleza matakwa yako, ama utaenda kuchagua yule mtu ambaye unamshabikia. Don't just follow the wave. Make sure that you are part of a good decision that you will be proud of at the end of the 5-year term. Well, Paul Tony, thank you so much. Nasema nini Bernard, tuache madharau. Your topic is too short. Kindly add Iron Lady in Eldoret, Baba in Ukambani. You have added, I agree with you. Kelvin Otieno, karibu kwa show. Fatma Nasimiyu, karibu kwa show. Sera Serange, karibu kwa show. Esther Anindo, thank you so much. Nanu Robert Opilu, asante sana. Nyayo nani huyo Fangorama, asante sana. Kuna nani huyu Wycliffe baba yao, Jackton Ogutu, nani huyo Pontian Mwasi. Hey, this is the first time I'm finding that name. Is closer to Pontians of Pilato. Evelyn Mwasia, thank you so much. Godfrey, asante sana. Kuna Douglas, karibu sana. Nani huyu Mike Oliech, karibu kwa show. Edgar Handsome Wanyahururu, we salute you, thank you so much. Bakis Muhammad, karibu sana. Kelly, asante sana. Nani huyu Memzi Kowech, asante sana, karibu. Kuna Cosmas Bwire, you're welcome. Mike Musa Hisa, you're welcome. Eric Robert, asante sana. Nakwambia leo ni moto kweli. Kuna fujo, watu wanakuja hapa na fujo sana. Lakini nashukuru kwamba uko hapo na unataka kujua ukweli, ama unataka kuchangia huo ukweli ili Kenya isonge mbele. Kwa hivyo tuenda moja kwa moja tufunguliwe na mama yetu. Mama Selina, vipi leo?
Poa Penat. Wow, what a wonderful Sunday.
Yes.
Penat, kabla sijaenda Kenya kuisha 95%, wacha niende kwa story ya leo ya our Iron Lady, our beloved mother Karua. Watu ya Eldoret, nataka niwashukuru sana sana sana. Bernard, mkutano ya Eldoret, wonderful. Watu wametembea mguu mbali kusindikiza mama na mkutano yenyewe, na amepatiwa heshima. Iyo atuiti pimbo. Iyo nini alikuwa naye ya kuosha kibuyu ni heshima sana kwa Wakalenjin, wanapatia wamama viongozi. So nataka leo kusema Eldoret wamefunja record. Nashukuru mother kwa yale yote ameongea. hata sina la kusema, but ya mwisho, kwa sababu kila mtu amewatch, ni ile ameambia watu ya Eldoret, najua kwa ile election nyingine mlikuwa mumenidharau sana, lakini leo nimefurahia vile mumekaa na mumechaa kwa kiwanja. Nashukuru Sally Koskei, Governor Tolgos, Stephen Tarus na viongozi wote wale waliandaa, kina Menjo. Siwezi sahau wachumba wawili wametifect Rift Valley imechenja mukuamini. By the look of things, hawakufalishwa uniform, hawakupepeshwa buluu, hawakupepeshwa UDA. I hope I'm still there. Mama
yes, Mama. And although you are dragging, but you are on. You're on. Go ahead.
Bas, wacha naona kama hii shida leo tunaonewa. Wacha niende Machakos. Wonderful one. Oh my God. Haya wakishuka.
Mama Selina, kona problem. I think you will come back later.
Yes, lazima utuweke hiyo my yellow buses. Pukungu statue. Watu wanasema niliwapatia 7.
Pole Mama Selina, your net is not good. Let's get it back later. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are glad you are watching. Thank you so much. If you're able to get us, help somebody join the discussion by inviting them on Facebook, on WhatsApp, on Twitter, and every other platform you know. Don't watch alone. Call in your family. Let us all gang up and make a difference tonight, even as we dissect all our politics, the moves, the tricks, the plans, the aspirations, what is happening on our political front, and which position do we take as Kenyans so that we help this country move forward. So please don't watch alone. Thank you so much. Those on the comment section, please, let's keep it up. Keep it civil. Let us ensure that we respect one another. Hakuna haja kutusi mtu. Political difference is not enmity. It is just difference of opinion. But at the end of the day, we need one Kenya where every Kenyan is equally a Kenyan. Kenya for all Kenyans is what we stand for on this particular platform, and every aspirations that we have and prayers we have for this great country. Bwana Kenywa, vipi?
Yeah, mzuri sana, Mr. Bernard.
Yes.
I'm so grateful to see everyone is happy. Especially you have been following your service today. It was awesome. So,
thank you.
Yeah, today I was just indoors and I decided to follow you to hear the word of God from you. So,
Asante sana, keep it up.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me just say good evening to everyone who is on the panel, and more so, Mungu ametubariki vizuri leo na ametulinda. Mama Selina amepotea, so I think ametolewa nje na network. So let me just say something. Today was a good day. I really enjoyed to see what was happening in political arena the whole day. And I tried to follow up a lot of political meetings I managed to get in Mount Kenya. A lot was happening. Kanini Kega was somewhere talking to people. Sabina Chege was somewhere talking to people. So today it was a great day. And Baba in Ukambani, you remember Mother Karua was there the other day. Mother Karua is always go prepare the ground, then wait for the Baba to come and seal. So that's the slogan we have now. So you saw Baba what he did today in Ukambani, and let us not be lied here. The writing is on the wall. People can see and can know who is the next president. And this time, Ruto is the most. And this time, Baba has got a very weak opponent. Hii ndio wakati Baba anapiga siasa imsumbui, njuu yule mtu anashindana na yeye ana agenda yoyote, ana experience ya kupiga siasa ya uraisi, ya presidency. Siasa yake ni ile tu yake bado iko kategoria ya ma-MP, na huku chini matusi nini uongo bado yake iko kwa MP, haijafika ya presidency. So hiyo ni kitu moja tunafaa tunajua. Baba amefanya great thing in Ukambani today, just one day, and people can feel it. Mother Karua was in Eldoret, and in Eldoret it was a love for mama, for mother, nothing else. There was no uniform, people were not given kofia or something else. It was pure mother's love. You see, Mother Karua in Eldoret alikuwa anatembea miguu, si na gari, aliwalk miguu. She is a mother. So na alifanya kazi poa sana, aka prepare ground, and I'm sure tomorrow watu wa UDA watakuwa huko wakienda kufunika kidogo, tuone vile mambo itakuwa, waone vile kama hiyo joto itatulia, but I think it will not change. Mahali popote baba na mother wamepitia, hiyo place haibadiliki tena. And you know, I cannot compare Mother Karua politics and Ruto. Mother Karua ana-articulate mambo zake vizuri sana, mpaka layman ana understand, hata mtu mwenye hajasoma anything can understand. Anakupea kitu unasikiza, anakuonyesha maana ya kuchagua Azimio ni gani. But the other side, our opponent, wao ni kampeni ya kelele wanapiga. Wale watu tusiwachague. You remember yesterday Gachagua alikuwa anasema ati pesa ya kazi mtaani ndio Azimio inatumia kwa siasa. You know, those, they are cheap politicians. They are very cheap. Nani anaweza danganywa na propaganda kama hiyo ati pesa ya kazi mtaani ndio imepewa Raila apige nayo campaign? Ati Matiang'i ndio. Matiang'i ni nani achukue pesa kama hiyo? Matiang'i hata hahusiki na mambo ya pesa. So kudanganya watu, na Wakenya wanaelewa hii maneno. Wakenya wanaelewa hii maneno vizuri sana, wanajua hiyo ni uongo. Matiang'i hakuna mahali anahusika na mambo ya pesa, Kibicho hakuna mahali anahusika na mambo ya pesa, polisi hakuna mahali wanahusika na mambo ya pesa. So this thing is known very very much well. Kwa hivyo Mother Karua amewapita na siasa, na in few days to come Ruto haezi tengeneza mkutano kama ya Mother Karua. Mother Karua akona na sera na anajua kuapproach watu na kuongelesha hata mtu hajasoma. So she's the best, and I'm so grateful for Mother Karua, and she's doing the great. No one else can do. Not Gachagua cannot do that. No one can do that. Let me go to the talk about the Ruto Brigade or UDA, because no Kenya Kwanza now, it's UDA. UDA in Western. You know, to go try ile mkutano anaitisha, hiyo ni mkutano ya Atuoli. And baba anakanyanga anaanzia Kisii kesho. I think hii wiki yote ya Monday itakuwa pande ya Nyanza Western. I think they will understand the meaning of the word baba. who is Baba. They will understand. And I think hiyo itafanya wajue Baba, it's a wave. Baba, hiyo jina yake tu, Baba, hiyo ni wave ingine serious sana. And yes, the other day I said, anytime Martha Karua goes anywhere, people now see the image of Baba. So Martha Karua can go to Bukungu alone and do greater things than the way you did it today. Martha Karua alone without Baba. Because already she has the image of Baba behind. So what we are expecting, it's a cool campaign, though nashukuru watu wa Eldoret sana. They didn't misbehave, but I'm sure they did not do that because it was Martha Karua. And you know, messing with a woman in this nation, not even in Kenya, it's a suicidal thing. Someone does. You remember Osoro tried to talk ill about Martha Karua the other day, and tomorrow Baba is in that area, tomorrow. And Osoro will drink it hot, I'm very sure. Because hiyo ni kitu inajulikana, ni vile sisi pande Azimio Martha Karua alisemana time ya kurudishiana na mtu. Hakuna matusi, yeye ni siasa, hakuna threats. As we wait for Kenya Kwanza wabadilishie police uniform, you know they are scared of the blue wave because they see police with blue, wanafikiria ni Azimio. So hiyo kitu imewapea threat sana. So they are so confused about the police with uniform. So hiyo ni utapeli wako, ni utapeli tu. Hata Western na Mdvd hakuna kula. Hiyo 95 watapata watoe wapi? Watoe 95 wapi? Mdvd asimame governor saa hizi Kakamega aone hata pita, ataanguka tu. Mdvd asimame governor hawezi pata. And for Western people, Mdvd ni kuisha anaisha kisiasa. Ruto akianguka ataenda na Mdvd, atamaliza Mdvd na Weta, especially Mdvd. So Mr. Bernard, thank you for the first remarks on our opening. I think I will be back later. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Kenya, tunashukuru kwa mchango huo. Tunasonga mbele. Let us get Mama, she got interrupted by the net. Hey Mama, vipi? I hope this time you are reconnected. Mama Selina. Okay, I think she's on phone or something. Romians, endelea.
Bernard, habari zenu?
Salama, vipi?
Mzima, labda nyinyi huko?
Tunashukuru.
Pia mimi nashukuru. Acha ni salimu kila mmoja ambaye yuko kwa platform live. Mimi sina wasiwasi. I'm a very happy guy. And I want to congratulate Baba for once. You know, Baba made a very wise decision of choosing Martha Karua. I like what Kinyua just said. Martha Karua only causes earthquake. The one that Musalia Mdavadi was talking about, it has been brought in by Martha Karua. And you can imagine just a single person, the way she articulates issues, the way she speaks, that shows full of maturity in part of Azimio when it comes to politicking, unlike the other side. So today I was following up the all side that was in Ukambani. I was at Bukungu at the same time, and I was also following in Eldoret. And what attracted me most is in Eldoret. And for once, I want to congratulate people from Eldoret. I believe those are the real people now. We have to accept and listen to each and every person. And it reached a time when even people started shouting and they were anti-Ruto. But Mama, with her wisdom, she cooled them down. That's the kind of politician we want, not inciters. She also told the people of Eldoret that even if they don't want them, she will make sure that she beg them, and she'll come until she convinced them. She did not force them. And that's the kind of politics that we want in Kenya, not politics of deception and politics of forcing people. I want to say Baba made a very wise decision of choosing that lady. I just love her. I'm just falling in love with her. I love her so much because the way she's doing things, for sure hakuna mwanasiasa hapa Kenya anaenda kwa mkutano mara ya kwanza kama vile Martha anaenda hivyo na anatembea bila kushtuka. Even the way she walked almost 3 kilometers alone and being escorted with a lot of that crowd, you can see that that is a woman who loves her country, and she is free. For people of Eldoret, congratulations once again. Now let me go to Kambani. Just as Kinyua said, Baba is an institution, Baba is a wave, Baba is exclusive. Nobody can be compared to Baba. And when Baba speaks or when Baba is happy, everybody is happy. We saw what happened. And in Azimio, the crowd are always natural. The other time I talked about organic modified crowd, GMO crowd. In Azimio, there's no GMO. Once they hear just Baba is around, when they hear Mother Karua is around, they just come by themselves. In Azimio, I've never seen people wearing uniform. People kwa Azimio sijaiona watu kama kumbikumbi. Kule kwingine unapata ni kumbi. Watu wamevaa yellow, wamepima uniform. Unashangaa sasa, was this preparation? If you are a leader, why should you prepare people? If you are a leader, just attract people. Don't prepare people. So I like the way Azimio are doing things, and Baba is an institution. What we need to do is just to tell the other side of Kenya Kwanza, whereby I understand there is nothing like Kenya Kwanza. Let me tell you, dear, they have to respect Baba. Waende juu waende chini, Baba atabaki kuwa Baba. Baba hajawahi mobilize crowd. Baba hata akikuja saa hizi usiku na tusikie Baba yuko, hata wapi, hata wadudu watatoka kwa zile shimo zao wakuja waone Baba. Lakini Baba hawezi kuvalisha watu nguo kama kumbikumbi ati anawaanda. So we cannot have, we don't like a person with a genetically modified crowd. For Ukambani, already the wave has swept them and they are in Azimio fully. I have no doubt there. Let me just go now. Lastly, Bernard, let me go to Western Kakamega. Bernard, kuna madharau kubwa sana yenye deputy president anafanyia kina Musalia. With the age of Musalia, with the age of Wetangula, and us people from Western, unajua kuna madharau fulani. Huwezi ukakuja ukaambia watu, hata walikuwa wamesema watapeana 95%, lakini mimi nikaona nipunguze kwetu 70%. What is the take of deputy president from to the people of Western, surely, especially in Kakamega? How does he take people? You know, deputy president is just led by, he is full of pride, and pride comes before fall. He has to learn, he has to humble himself. It is high time that he learn the politics. Politics need a special class. You know, for me, deputy president is a dropout of political class. If he was in a political class of Baba and then he dropped out before completing the course. If he was a Moi student, then he's a dropout of is a dropout of the class that Moi was holding. So he did not complete. And that is what is facing even those people affiliated to the UDA, because you can hear the cases are going on about Sakaja having incomplete records about the academics. So you see, these are people who like forgery. So deputy president should humble himself, and he should understand that leadership calls you, but you do not call leadership. That is what he has to understand. So he should humble himself. So he should not take other people as if they are nothing and telling the speaking anaongea na ile sauti ya kuonesha kwamba yeye ndio kusema. And I want to tell you, Bernard, today, deputy president hata asipochunga, Mount Kenya atakosa kupata hata 1 MP, atakosa hata 1 MP, and will come to cry when it is too late. We had Lee Kinyanjui yesterday saying that he's expecting more of people coming from the other side. They are coming to Azimio. And that is the wave that we're expecting. So deputy president telling people from Western that at Musalia Mdvd wanted 95 and he only lowered it. It is a lot of madharau kabisa. Kwa hivyo hicho kitu inafaa mali yuko, advisors wake wamsaidie. Na hii vitu ya kuchukulia watu kana kwamba ni kuchukua leadership as if it's a matter of life and death. He has to know, if it was matter of life and death, then Baba could be the one with this leadership. But Baba humbled himself until where he is today. So the other time I said, tunataka hata Ruto afungwe kwa sababu ya kutupigania sisi vile Baba alifungwa, ndiye tumpatie aweze kugraduate. He has not yet gone through a lot like Baba went through, like Mother Karua went through. So even comparing Deputy President with Martha Karua, that it is demeaning Martha Karua, is not in it cannot be compared, because he is under the class of these people. So he has to humble himself for him to have a good name in future. Otherwise, he's not going to feature anywhere in politics. Once they fall this one, I'm telling you, people like Keter are going to rise, and they're going to be big names. And I'm telling you, he will live to regret. Thank you so much. Maybe I'll talk another time.
Asante sana Romians, we appreciate that. It's good and well elaborated. Let us all respect one another. The politics of demeaning every other person is a representation of what the old Kanu used to be. Jogo. Jogo. So jogo ndio inawika, wengine wote hawezi kuwika mahali jogo imewika. So this is in his DNA. Hamwezi kuitoa, but it won't make him much of what he offers himself to be. All the same, naomba tusonge mbele. Tumsikilize Stephen, tumalize tu mkururo mbio mbio ili tuokoe muda. Stephen, karibu.
Yes, jambo Bernard, habari ya leo.
Just a moment, Stephen. Mike, you suffered yesterday a lot. Today, I see you are still suffering. Have you been visited by the buggers that they sent to my place? Okay, just before you come in, let's listen out to this. Watch this.
Walibeba wengi wamama
ili waende wakajaze uwanja. Yaani hata watu wanagata hivi jamani.
Uda. Ndio chomwa najua, alafu upeo 200. Chaikae.
Aya, uende kuchoma na jua alafu upeo 200. So, Stephen, take your 2 minutes to msikilize Mike.
Yes, good evening, Bernard.
Good evening to you. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you, my fellow panelists in the studio?
Yeah,
okay,
great.
I want to say one thing. You know, mimi sioni ubaya mabasi zikibeba watu, Bernard. Si mbaya. Kwa sababu gani? Ni capital inaingia kwa hizo mashule. Ni capital inaingia kwa petrol station. So wacha wajenge Kenya. Juu unajua wametuibia sana. Wacha warudishe pia kidogo. So tusiwachukulie kwa ubaya. Wacha wabebe mabasi. Let them increase even 200 buses per meeting. It's good for the economy for those areas, those schools, those petrol stations. Na hata watu pia watapata kakitu. Si ni sawa, watu hakuna shida. At the end of the day, we know what's happening on the ground. People are well informed. Kila kitu iko wazi, watu wanajionea. So I was wondering what Ruto is saying. He demanded Mdvd was saying he wants 95%, to give 95%. And so unashangaa hao watu kwani Wajakoya anasema avuti hii kitu, ni kumaanisha hao watu wengine ndo wanapata hiyo moshi mahali inatoka. Na hii kitu inasikitisha sana, because now there's reality of things on the ground, and hii nyingine yao hallucination ya kutokana na hizo vitu wanatumia si mzuri. You know, kama kitu haiwezekani, huwezi kulazimisha kitu, because when Mdvd himself was vying in 2013, he never beat Baba even in his own region. I think the margin was very small. His governor is ODM man. So what is this shenanigans that they're trying to bring to us? Hii kitu waachane nayo, to let them pray for the little votes that get there, but mambo ya 70%, 95%, it's unrealistic. It will not happen in 2022. It will not happen as long as Raila is still alive, as long as Raila is still going to contest in another election. Western will always be locked for him. That's a fact. It will remain like that. Okay, taking to Eldoret, mama anafanya vizuri. Mama anafanya vizuri. At the end of the day, we see that people are coming to a realization that heckling is not the best politics in this country. You know, people must be matured. You listen to that person, kama haukuridhika naye unaachana naye anaenda. Unakuja unasikiza mwingine hivyo hivyo. It's a good sign, and the way she went there, she penetrated, she talked to them, they listened to her. She's free, you know, she's walking around. Hiyo ni sign nzuri Eldoret. Okay, I'm not saying that we are going to get so many votes there, but the sign is good. The ground, maybe going forward, she can tilt some minds, those people who still have minds to think for themselves, the people who don't vote on based on tribal lines. There's a good percentage that can tilt on our side. Okay, going forward to Kambani, I think we used to talk ill about Kalonzo, but you can see the effect of this person. Okay, so I think we should withdraw all those statements, watermelon, all those statements. We should withdraw them, because finally it's coming home. It's coming home without any doubt. Mwenye haoni, lakini it's coming home. I'm sure about that. There is no single day Alfred Mutua will do anything in Ukambani. He's insignificant. He has no boss there. Hata hiyo kupita yake sijui ilikuwa aje, but I'm very sure hakuna kitu atasaidia huo upande mwingine. So Kalonzo has importance on our side, and let's encourage him to continue going out. Aache ile uvivu yake ya kukaa na kuongea sana. Let him campaign the time that is remaining, so that we can get as more votes as possible. I think nitachia hapo kwa sasa, Bernard. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana. Thank you so much for that one. One more video and then Mike comes in. Ili tusaidie. Okay, let's get that one.
Vote unanimously for UDA candidates only. Willie Lusige reports.
It is this
People of Sugoi will vote unanimously for UDA candidates only. Willie Lusige reports.
It is this video clip recorded at a political rally held past sunset in Mdvd Sabatia backyard that has raised eyebrows within the Kenya Kwanza alliance, especially to UDA candidates vying for various positions in Western region.
Kenya Kwanza!
Mdvd was captured complaining about the Deputy President William Ruto and his United Democratic Alliance party. Mdvd asked his supporters from his Western Kenya base not to vote in favor of United Democratic Alliance candidates vying for various seats in the region. Mdvd calling on voters in his Sabatia constituency to vote for ANC candidate Emmanuel Ayodi Lusigi and guard his political home turf. Amid cheers from the crowd, Mdvd asked for the people of Western to vote for their leaders drawn from his ANC party.
Ingawa kuhambani mukiguru yaha hakurongera serikali nazo mujumbe wa Ruto wiyengo azakuba wa UDA MCA wewe wiyengo azakuba wa UDA kukigira kina munyi munzime mujumbe wange wa ANC hano
Already, a number of ANC leaders have demanded the withdrawal of UDA candidate Clement's lawyer, who had expressed interest in succeeding Alfred Agoi as Sabatia MP. Agoi, who belongs to ANC, had expressed interest in Vihiga gubernatorial seat. Sabatia is the home constituency of Mdvd, and Vihiga is county. Mdvd has been tasked to deliver 70% of the Western region votes in Ruto's basket.
Nene kura William Ruto, hapa kura Ruto!
Karibu bwana Mike. Mike, hali vipi? These people. Pole lakini. There is a Paul Krista aliuliza, how do I invite people to watch? I have shared in the private chat the link. You just copy that and paste in WhatsApp group, paste in your Facebook groups. People click on it and they join the show. So those of you in the panel, you are able to access that. The rest of the people on the public channel, they are already on that particular link, so they are able to share it freely. Only the people within the ones that may have difficulties. And after you make your submission, especially when you're on phone, it will be very difficult to share while you are on the screen. But when you get out, just share it. 10 groups, you will get us many viewers, and we'll be able to move forward by informing as many as possible. Wengine wote, asante sana. Watu wa comments, you are doing a good job. Please, let's keep it up. Let's watch each other's back. Don't insult anybody. Don't mess up anybody's day. It is Sunday, yeah? Kumbuka leo ni kama ukwenda church ilikuja kwako leo. Kwa hivyo hakikisha kwamba unadumu katika hiyo heshima ya Mungu na heshima ya kila mmoja. Mike amerudi. Mike, karibu. Hey, Mike, sauti yako havana iko. We can't get your voice. Your audio is not coming through. Hebu toa your headphone. Unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
But not clearly.
Let me put back the earphones. Maybe they'll be clear.
No. That's better. That's better. Just move near the phone and talk.
Okay. Thank you. I'm sure you can hear me now.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Bernard. Today I was having a casual talk with some friends in Azimio, and they seem not to be happy with the way Martha Karua is running things. I don't know why. They say it is the preserve of Baba to be the highest mobilizer of crowds, but Martha Karua is almost getting to Baba, and in a few months' time, Martha Karua will be running parallel crowds like Baba. Martha Karua has been able to mobilize the same capacity of crowds without inducement as Baba, and Baba diehards want Baba to retain that position. But I told them they are a team. There is no harm in Mother bringing 50% and Baba bring 50%. So that is on a light touch. What I'm trying to say is Martha Karua is a person of her own. She's a lady who is able to stand on her own. She doesn't need any pushing or any inducement or any backing. She's going to strange places. People thought she can only make crowds in Kirinyaga. But the crowds in Eldoret, as we saw today, is even much bigger than at home. So that is the type of respect Kenyans have for the lady. And it is out of what she stands for. We can talk politics, we can talk things, but when somebody stands out and believes in something, people are willing and ready to rally behind that person. We have seen great leaders in history who have had people rally behind them and even die for their cause, like Martin Luther King, Mandela, and very many people. They didn't have anything. They didn't have money. They didn't buy t-shirts for people, but people were able to believe in their cause and rally behind them. That is Martha for you. So I'm very happy that Martha has come in and she has brought the energy that Raila needed. Raila needed somebody who can complement his efforts, and she's doing very well. The promises, I was just doing a tabulation, Bernard. Ruto has promised 50% of government to women. Rigathi asked for 50%. The youth is 30%. ANC is 30%. Coast is 30%, Northeastern 30%, Rift Valley 30%. So the percentage comes to 300%. What type of distribution of government is Ruto promising Kenyans? And for Mdvd to have demanded to have promised 95% of voters was, most of us may not know, but when they were having a discussion, the percentage was also based on the mobilization funds. So what Mdvd was promising Ruto is that the more funds you give me, the more people I get. So it was a figure to entice Ruto to give him more money. But Ruto is a seasoned politician. He knows that the capacity of Mdvd and Wetangula is the 70% is too ambitious. So he couldn't, what he was telling people in Kakamega is that I know the capacity of your people, and I couldn't agree them to promise me what they cannot deliver. So even the 70% is still an ambitious. So we should not castigate Ruto for telling the Kakamega people the truth. He was just trying to tell them that your sons wanted to lie to me, but I'm smarter than them. So that one goes like that. I am one of the people who believed that we needed Kalonzo back, and his coming back cannot be of no value. It definitely has the value of even the face of RAILA government. RAILA government is full of people with high standing in terms of values, morals, and everything. Every time I see Ruto talk of Christianity and I look at the people around him, I wonder what he means, because you can tell. They say you know people by their fruits, and their fruits also involves the people you hang around with. So if you are hanging around with the people who are forging documents, people who tortured people in the 90s, people who have cases of theft, and you say mine is a government of God-fearing people, I think the hypocrisy is you're taking the hypocrisy standards too high. That we should call people for who they are. Let them not hide behind the title or the name of Bwana Asifiwe. That one can be said by anybody. Even in the Bible, the witches would prophesy that these are men of God passing, until the disciples of God went and removed the demons in those people. So not everybody that says God is a God person. So we are smarter than what people think we are. We shall not be hoodwinked by mere rhetoric statements to show that we represent light, when in essence we represent darkness. So I think for now I leave it at that. I want to maybe allow other people to continue. I want to be brief so that I share more as we continue. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Maybe I will say something about what you said about the crowds. Yeah, Baba is not in any competition with anybody. That's number one. Number two, Mother Karua has run for president before, and there is the crowd she pulled. And if she's having a bigger crowd right now, it simply means that being closer to Baba makes you big. It makes you great. So that reveals that Baba is a good leader. When you are in his whatever, under his care, you grow big. Look at Mdvd in 2007, and you know, all these people. Namwamba was something. Was a firebrand. When they went away, they died natural death. And Malala, not Malala, there was somebody called Balala. When they wakiwa kwa kivuli ya baba, mambo ni hivyo, lakini wakienda huko jua linawachapa. So but we thank God. So Paul, karibu tusonge ngoja Paul. Ladies first, okay? Ladies first. Yufin wetu amekuja. Sasa dada yangu vipi? Unmute.
Hi everyone.
Hi to you. Thank you.
Can you?
How are you?
Oh, I'm fine, thank you. First, we need to destroy the ignorance of udaku. You know, udaku even hata kwa boma, udaku inaharibu maboma. Kazi ya wadaku ni kugonga vichwa za watu. That's what watu wa udaku wanafanya. Wanagonga vichwa za Wakenya kwa msingi wa kikabila, the rich against the poor, and then the young against the old. So that is udaku for you. So you better choose for yourself where you want to belong. And I want to urge fellow Kenyans, you know, we are in this team together. So we need to come together to give Baba is the striker. So we need to give Baba a pass. You know, that perfect pass that if the defender touches it, it will still score. Whether it's the striker or the defender, the goal is still there. That's the kind of pass that we need to give on the 9th. And then I would like for you to play for us. There's a song that this woman, when Sabina was in Kiambu, there's this woman who sang, Kanani tutaenda na baba. Na Raila, I mean. I hope you have it. She sang Kanani tutaenda na
I don't know
Raila.
if you have the link, you share it, and we see if it's copyrighted. We can play.
Okay, I'll check. You know, I'm using my phone. So I love that as well. And then I like sorry guys, I just had to the rules of the battle. We have the war and the battle. So we first of all we have to fight the battle before we get to the war. So the rules of the battle is that you let your enemies trail behind you. In that way, it's easy for them to fall into your trap than you following them. So when these people are following us, we love that because they'll fall into our trap, and then when we finally get there, we'll strike, and then they will go down completely. And then the crowd in Mama in Eldoret, that's great. It is quite. But the reason why I like following Mama is because she has a message for everyone. She said maskini hawezi kuwa na heshima, mtu mwenye ako na njaa hawezi kuwa na heshima. That's why wanataka kueradicate ujinga, umaskini na ugonjwa, so that watu wakuwe na heshima, tuwe na nchi ya heshima, because tunataka nchi ya heshima. And then she also said something very interesting, that the fight that we see today between the DP and the president, we'll never see it in Azimio government. Meaning, if you are a DP, you should be a DP, know your place. There can only be one chairman at a time. She said hakuna rais mdogo. We only have one president. Hatuna rais mdogo. So if you are a DP, be a DP. But Baba Machakos, that was great. You know, we know this thing we have, so it's up to us to keep the momentum. I don't think there is any Azimio team that should complain about Mama drawing crowds, you know, because that is what Baba needed. That is what we lacked, and that is what the other side lacked. So we should capitalize on that, because that is what that's their weakness, that's our strength. Their weakness is our strength. So we should capitalize on the strength. I don't think we should be complaining of Martha drawing crowds. We love that. Actually, me, I love it, and I want her to continue like that. And then one thing I want to ask fellow Kenyans. We know in Azimio, Baba said the manifesto is a contract with Kenyans. It means that we already have a contract with Azimio. While with Kenya Kwanza, we don't know. I mean, Udaku, we don't know what they have for us. It's just promises, but it's not a contract. So which side do you want to trust? Can you trust the side that has given you a contract or the side that's making you promises? Because we are aware of these people saying one thing today, saying another one tomorrow. So if you want to believe in someone who tells you what you know they won't do, because they have just said it and tomorrow they might say, we didn't say that. And then we compare it with the person who has given you a contract, someone who has told you, this is what we are going to do for you. And those things that they've said, if you check, there are things that they can do because you know their track record, they've worked and they can do it. They just given you what they can do and what they'll deliver. So fellow Kenyans, let's stick with baba na mama. Hata Martha alisema ukiangalia hizi vitu zote utakuta baba na mama ndo watakuwa na kura yako. Alafu I would like to remind Kenyans, my fellow Kenyans that kumekucha, amkeni bana, tujiunge na Azimio, ha? Ujiepushe na udaku, ha? Tujenge taifa juu. Udaku ndio adui wa maendeleo, because udaku inagonganisha watu, haileti maendeleo popote. So, and always remember, blue is the color, politics is the game. Okay, Azimio is the team and the captain is Baba. So we've come together as Azimio because winning is our aim and we are ahead. So if you want to win, you are more than welcome to join the winning team. This team is open for every Kenyan to join. We've welcomed you to Azimio, to the winning team. Let's come together. Even in the Bible, it's like, come, let's reason together. So come, let's join hands together. We reason together as a team Azimio with one mother Kenya, so that we take our country forward and we win this thing. Thank you.
Asante sana Euphin, that's a good one. We are the winning team. Blue is the color. How does it go? Blue is the color. Politics is the game. Baba is the captain. Azimio is the team. Thank you very much. Asante sana. So naomba tusikie hii alafu Paul akuje moja kwa moja. We are doing very well. Let's ensure that we keep within that time limit. Watu wa comments mmeanza kuvuka mpaka, lakini tafadhali let us remain cool. Watu wa udaku wameanza kuleta udaku.
Okay, tunajua rekodi yake. Okay, we know whom we are voting for. Okay, we are voting for Raila Odinga. We are voting for Raila Odinga. We are very clear in our mind.
I think that something is definitely wrong with your modular oblonga.
We are not voting for Rigathi Gachagua na William Ruto, hapana. We are voting for Raila Odinga.
Kwani niko zingine? Niache na changanyikiwa mtu wangu kweli. Akili zangu niko hopeless.
Okay. Paul ako wapi? Paul Krista, unmute tuongee tafadhali. The broadcast is allergic to silence.
Amekula kichaka penalty.
Ajakula kichaka ni ile challenge ya hii.
Ucheveche bwana.
Yes.
Ai.
Hi everyone.
Hi to you.
Can
How are you?
everyone hear me? Fine, thank you.
We
How are
can
you
hear
doing?
you. We are great. Karibu.
Okay. I do take this opportunity to greet every panelist on board. A good evening. So, just to begin with the visit of Martha Karua to the greater part of Rift Valley, Eldoret, I thought it was a joke when I saw an old clip of Mambo Yanabadilika, because I can remember that was the national anthem for NASA in the year 2017. Not only to come and see later in the evening that actually Martha was in those areas, of which I wish the crowd who usually attend, because there was no any other specific kind of uniform. It was a mixture of hordes of people just wearing plain clothes as usual. So it is my wish that everyone to attend and everyone to vote. I do hope that those who are attending to vote, and also if those crowds can translate to votes, will really appreciate. Then on regards to in regards to Moses Wetangula and Musalia Mdavadi, that one I do have no comment. The other thing I would wish to talk of is that Martha Karua is doing pretty well, because it has hit the road since his appointment as a running mate. So she's a very straightforward lady who just needs support, and let us all of us support Martha Karua. It is great thing and fantastic thing to note that at least the team is divided, one going the other side, like Martha Karua went to Eldoret, pulling that kind of crowd. Raila went to Machakos, pulling another crowd, while I think the people of UDA should also do like that, not just going to make it a one-person show. Yeah. Then the other thing I would wish to talk of is about that this person who has come in, I don't Wajakoya, Professor Wajakoya, I saw someone commented that whose vote will he eat. For Baba, all along, those people of age of 30 years and above, they know Baba, where Baba has come from. All this freedom we have, you can shout anywhere without being arrested. So the diehard of Baba who've been following Baba since 1997, since he started presenting himself as a candidate, presidential candidate. So let people not say Baba is a project of the government. Baba is a project of the people. Who doesn't know Baba? Everyone know Baba, and everyone do know Raila. So maybe the excitement that has come to some specific, it is called a specific group. There's a new person in the town, Professor George Wajakoya, who is a in the society, you find that there are others who will be interested in his agenda, which he has put across, and everyone will take it. So you find that he might get even around 3% to 9%. That's almost like 500 to around 1.9 million. So let's keep watch. Then lastly, though I know it is not here, but let's remember each and every person in this platform, kindly pass a message to each and every person, whether you are in UDA, whether you are in Azimio, please, voting comes and it goes. It is a 5-year cycle. So
once this one is done, life has to continue. Whether your candidate loses or your candidate win, your immediate brother is the person you are living with currently. Because your brother right now, maybe your brother is in Kericho, your brother is in Kisumu, your brother is somewhere else. So please, usipige mwenzako, usichome mwenzako kitu, tuishi kwa amani irrespective of the result. Right now, tafadhali Kenya tuchangamke, alafu usitusi mtu ati mtu akoje. Tafadhali tuishi kwa amani, tuendelee kufanya biashara kwa amani na tuendelee kusaidiana. Otherwise, thank you very much. That's what I have for now.
Okay, thank you very much, Bwana Paul. We appreciate your givings. I want us to watch timer so that Mukururo is quick. Isikae sana. And nimeona protest from Mr. Wangira. Anasema ladies first, but men should also be considered for gender parity. Sasa najua tu ni siasa yake, lakini atangoja hata kama kuna siasa. Boniface Were, karibu.
Mr. Bernard, habari zenyu?
Tuko salama. Karibu.
Asante. Bernard, juzi nilisema Martha Karua aende Uasin Gishu. Uliona ameenda Uasin Gishu?
Naona wewe ndio nabii wake.
Acha nikupe nabii ingine. So, napenda kushukuru the entire panelists wote wameattend. Na langu tu ni kusema tunaomba tu nchi iwe tulivu, tuwe wazima, manake tuko na nchi moja, hatuna nchi nyingine. Vile ndugu yangu Paul amesema, tukumbuke kwamba tuko na nchi ya kulinda. Siasa zitakuja zitaisha, lakini si bado tutabaki kwa Wakenya. Lakini kitu ambaye watu wengi hawajaelewa ni kwamba siasa inapigwa na kategori tofauti. Kuna ule mwanasiasa anapiga siasa ya leo na kuna ule mwanasiasa anapiga siasa ya mwaka 5 ijayo. Mdvd anapiga siasa ya leo, anasahau siasa ya mwaka 5 ijayo. William Ruto anapiga siasa ya mwaka 5 ijayo, hapigi siasa ya mwaka huu. Hizo ndo tofauti ambayo ipo. Kwa upande wa Martha Karua ni kwamba Martha Karua anafanya kazi nzuri sana kwa upande wa Azimio, because mama amepewa wito, ni kama tu neema ya Mungu. Amepewa wito ya kuongelesha vijana, kuongelesha wazee na wamama, na ana lugha ya watu wote. Ana lugha ya kina mama, ana lugha ya vijana, ana lugha ya wazee. Na kupitia kwake tunapata kuona kwamba anavutia watu wengi. So mama ameenda Uasin Gishu, na kwa heshima ya mama wetu Mama Selina, asante sana. Ninashukuru sana ukiwa kwenye hapa, tunajua tuko na mama hapa pia anatuwakilisha. So ni asante sana. So ninaona kwamba ni vyema mama Martha Karua akipiga siasa peke yake, na nilisisitiza juzi kwamba Martha Karua apige siasa peke yake. Ana uwezo, is a new blood, is like umeweka kwa timu yako, umeweka new blood. Sasa watu wamuelewi anacheza game namna gani. Hawajui mtu mchezaji huyu anatumia mguu wa kushoto ama kulia, hawamjui. Lakini baadaye akiingia kwenye kiwanja anacheza na miguu zote, inawachanganya zaidi. So ukiangalia kama mkutano wa Martha Karua, hakuna mtu alikuwa na kuhofia Azimio. It's as good as that. Hiyo meeting haikuwa funded, ni watu walijitokeza tu kwa hiari ya kujitoa na kwa mapenzi ya chama cha Azimio ama coalition. So the other side ya UDA ama Kenya Kwanza Kakamega, nilisema Mdvd anapiga siasa ya saizi, apige ya mwaka 5. Ndio maana Mr. Bernard nilisema last time that Mdvd ameangalia akaona atakosa wabunge, ameangalia atakosa maseneta, lakini Ruto atamkalisha chini kama principal wa hiyo chama, atamuuliza wewe uko na wabunge wangapi? Na hiyo ndio kitu yenye bado inasumbua Mdvd, and I said it here. it is very late for mzee Mdvd. Very late. Wetangula kurudi kusimama useneta, huyu ni mwanasiasa amekuwa kwa nilianza kumsikia Wetangula nikiwa mdogo shuleni. Ni mwanasiasa ambaye anajua, anaona mbele, na ameona akasema hapa sitaweza kukaa kando na ngojea hiyo kiti ya speaker. Wacha nirudi huko kwangu. Hii kitu ni kama hakuna pahali inaenda. So ninaona Mdvd yeye ndo bado apigi hesabu. Wetangula ashapiga hesabu yake. Yako safe. Wetangula is very safe because he knows very well maybe he'll take the seat ya Senate Bungoma County. Na Kenya Kwanza kama itashinda atakuwa ako safe. But Mdvd ndio bado mwenye hata jielewi atakuwa na wabunge wa gani, atakuwa na governors wa gani. Kwa maana saa hizi amerudi kuongelesha watu nyumbani, munipatie hata wabunge. Lakini kwa mheshimiwa His Excellency Deputy President, yeye anapiga 2027, anapigi siasa ya hii mwaka. Yeye anapiga siasa ya 2027. Ndio maana anataka awe na wabunge wengi kwenye bunge, kwa seneti akuwe na wabunge wengi ili akuwe na say katika serikali ambayo itaingia. So kuna siasa mara mbili vile nimesema, kuna mtu anapiga siasa ya saa hizi, kuna yule anapiga siasa ya miaka 5 ijayo. Lakini mimi ni hongera kwa mama Karua ambaye ni Deputy President wa Azimio. Ameonyesha ujasiri wake, na yeye inafaa sasa aingie hiyo sehemu ya Uasin Gishu, Marakwet, hizo maeneo iwe sehemu yake ya kupiga campaign na part of Mount Kenya. Alafu baba anakuja anamalizia. Itakuwa ni kadi ambayo itakuwa inachezwa vizuri zaidi. Nafikiria nitawapa wenzangu nafasi waendelee kutuelimisha zaidi tukifuata katika mkondo huo. Asanteni.
Okay, asante sana bwana Boniface. Hiyo ni poa. Tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Haya, naomba tusonge mbele. Hii Kasuti vipi?
Ndio bwana, mwana munyalorche, oche.
Najua umekuja umechelewa, lakini kwa vile corruption wewe ndio chairman.
Wewe sasa umeanza gani hizo?
Chema mbulide.
Hebu sikia.
Mlifanyaje Buhungu? Mbona mnaacha Buhungu inakuwa nusu? Na deputy president anakuja. Mnaacha Buhungu inakuwa nusu kwa nini?
Ngoja, Mama Selina. Jana niliwaambia mtu tunampika flati chini Eldoret. Hamukusikia. Watu wote walikuwa wameenda Buhungu. Mkatuachia uwanja. Tulichaza hatukuchaza. Niliwaambia Poseki asubuhi na mapema ako huko ndani.
Sasa Fred,
yes.
Kuna kitu moja imenishangaza. Gavana ya UDA alikuwa kwa mkutano ya Martha Karua. Poseki, unajua hiyo kiwanja ile somebody is shouting what?
Mute Fred in the meantime as she gives her submission.
Okay. Okay, ndio nilikuwa nasema unaona gavana mbili walikuwa hapo, independent na ule ya UDA, na alikuwa kwa hiyo kiwanja. Unajua ni kwa nini? Niliwaambia jana kura ya diaspora Eldoret kwanza Huruma. Sasa ule wa UDA aliona akikaa kando atapata hizo kura. So wote wamekuja kung'ang'ania kwa Martha Karua, wote wawili. Endelea, nafasi ilikuwa yako. Ni vile tu nilitaka kusema hiyo nilikatwa, network ilikuwa mbaya kwangu.
Sasa tulikuwa tunasema ya kwamba kwa sababu walibeba watu wote wakatoa Eldoret, wakasema ya kwamba tuone kama tutatoboa.
One moment Fred, one moment. Eric Omweri, you are joining the platform with 2 different devices. You can't be in the platform with 2 different devices. If you're on phone, use phone. If you're on the laptop, use laptop. You can't join 2 and be able to get in the studio. So enda kajipange tafadhali. Kasuti, endelea tafadhali. Sorry for that.
Yes, tunaambia watu wa UDA ama wa udaku ama yellow fevernomics wangeambia Aisha Jumwa washonee madera, kwa sababu tu palipo na dera pakosi udaku. So waambia Aisha Jumwa waletee madera mingi kutoka huko Mombasa, na wapewe moja Rigathi Gachagua, ingine wapewe Ichung'wah, ingine wapewe Ndindi Nyoro, ingine wapewe Didmus Barasa, ingine wapewe Oscar Sudi. Hizo madera zinawafaa kabisa. Hao watu wanavaa kuvaa tu madera, hakuna kitu kingine. Na wewe Mike yako wapi? Mike alitoroka. Kuna kitu nilikuwa nataka kuambia Mike. Biblia inasema ya kwamba he who dwells in the secret court of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of Almighty. Hiyo ni surprise sana. Inamaanisha nini? Hata hao watu wenye wanasema ndio wote wanasema wao ndio wa Kristo, lakini kumbuka hapo kuna Sanballat, kuna Balak, kuna Tobias, kuna Judas Iskarioti, na wote walikuwa tu wa Kristo kama wengine. So haimaanishi ati wao wakisema wao ndio wa Kristo kamili, hizo roho hazipo, zipo na zinatawala pale. So tulikuwa tumeambia Mdvd ya kwamba ole wako, laiti ungelijua unyenyekee chini ya mkono wa rehema wa Baba. Ungeinuliwa wakati wa siasa utakapofika. But kwa sababu alikaidi na akakula kona, anaenda kuchapwa kichapo kila hajawahi ona dunia hii. So what we are saying ni mambo mawili tu. Operation fukuza Wetangula, Bungoma, Trans Nzoia. Operation chakueni UDA, Invika na Azimio. KARUA'S, hiyo ANC ipotelee mbali, tuone nani ataenda kumtoa tena huko. So sioni mali watapenyea alafu wakuja wafike wapewe tena chance ya national politics, kwa sababu ukiangalia vizuri kabisa hao watu hawana say. Wewe hii ni kama mtu kukuja kwako nyumbani, ni kama mtu kuja kwako nyumbani badala umkaribishe, yeye ndiye anataka kukukaribisha na ni kwako nyumbani. Wewe unaweza kuja kukejeli watu hapa ati. Lakini kuna kitu kimefanyika Kakamega mzuri sana. Leo watu wa Kakamega wamekula vizuri. Si petrol station watu wamekula vizuri, si mikahawa watu wamekula vizuri, si wale wanauza njuku wamekula vizuri. Yani pesa imekuwa Kakamega ambayo ni mzuri sana. So tunasema hii ng'ombe inaitwa UDA hii imekula nyasi zetu nyingi sana. Wakamue kabisa, wakamue kila mtu. Kama unaweza kukamua lita 40 kamua, kama unaweza wakamue kabisa. Kitambo irudi sokoi, sidhani kama itakuwa na maziwa tena. Itakuwa imekamuliwa yote, imeisha. So wenye wanakamua waendelee kukamua vizuri kabisa. Mother Karua alituma message kwa mtu anaitwa Osoro. You remember Osoro alijaribu kumok mama. Mama haja repeat mara moja. Akiuliza wa mama mother singles muko, wanasema kuna mmoja wenu hapa. So what Sylvanus Osoro alisema, hiyo sasa nayo ndio imechangamkiwa kabisa. Above all, kinachopingwa duniani hata juu mbinguni kimefanywa nini? Kimepingwa. Na mimi kama mtu akiwa kwa madhabahu anakuanga na authority. So mimi nasisitiza pale, in order we agree in agreement that Kenya Kwisha doesn't have say in the presence of Azimio. Na hiyo yote tukasema amen. Kutoka pale wamama wanaanza kutoana manguo huko nje ya Nyayo Stadium. which means roho wa Mungu akizungumza amezungumza. Utaibishwa tu, utaibishwa left, center, right. Inamaanisha Mungu akikukataa kama Sauli hauna lako, sababu ule Mungu alimchagua Sauli ndio huyo yote alimkataa. So mimi nasema Gachagua apewe microphone sana, wasimunyime sana. Leo sijamsikia, sijui amesema nini huko, lakini nilikuwa natamani sana huyo ndiye anafaa kupewa microphone sana. Waachane na Mdvd. Mdvd make sense. Mdvd chuma chake kiko motoni. And then baba naye uko Ukambani ameenda kuweka kustamp his authority there. Sijui kama watu wanaona vile mimi naona. Ile ya 2002 campaign, ile baba alikuwa na kampeni ya Kibaki, is the same kitu inarudia saa hii. Pasipo Ruto, mahali popote hakuna Ruto, hakuna rally. Mahali popote Ruto hayuko, hao watu hawezi wakaenda wakaeka rally. Niliona Nyandarua alikuwa anahutubia alikuwa anahutubia sijui punda na ng'ombe silikuwa huko. Hakuna mtu alikuwa hapo paka mmoja. Nikaona Kirinyaka alikuwa anahutubia sijui wamama walikuwa wanauza tumboka pale kando ya barabara. So mahali popote hakuna William Ruto, hao watu hawawezi kazi. Awafute wote kazi, ajikampenie yeye mwenyewe. Atajua ni nini yako nacho, lakini akiendelea kuwapea microphone anaendelea kutua tu kura one by one. Mmoja wao akishika microphone kura 500 zimekuja. So asante sana. Waja nimalizie hapo. Hashtag ni kupea Gachagua microphone sana sana. Msimunyime Gachagua microphone kwa tafadhali.
Najua ni mzee mwenzako, mnataka kusaidia yeye aendelee kuwa dio. Na vile amesema uniform ya blue ni mbaya. Wewe unasemaje? Unataka polisi wetu wavae yellow?
Yeye si ndio maana tunasema apewe microphone sana. Akipewa anachoma. Akipewa anachoma. Sasa ashamoko wale watu wanampea ulinzi. Anawaambia wamevaa uniform za kina mama wa PCA. Ashachoma. Sijui nani watampea ulinzi sasa. Ashachoma.
Aya, sawa. Thank you so much. Let's keep the conversation going. Eric, sema.
Nashukuru sana wakubwa kwa wadogo. Mimi siwezi kosa kukuja na hii chorus ambayo inasema wamejivalia ngozi ya kondoo kule ndani ni umbwa mwitu, kule ndani ni umbwa mwitu. Kwanza kabisa ni generally, kwa sababu muda watu ni wengi, niongea haraka. Wala ambao kuna watu hapa mnafuga kuku. Wewe ambao umefuga kuku ni yako kabisa, lakini ukitaka kuishika huwezi kuiendea kiumaramara ili uishike uichinje. Lazima utafute mahindi urushe, uidanganye, ingie kwa nyumba, kisha ikamata uichinje. So kazi ya Ruto ni kutumia kama kuku, kurusha mahindi, Ruto pesa zake hizo zimepora maana alikuwa hatujui maana alitoa ili kwa dawa Kenya, hivyo ndipo saa akamata watu waanze kujinja. Na mimi sitakosa kusema hiki kitu kwamba bado damu ya msando inalia, na aliyehusika karibu sana lazima atailipia. Malipo ni hapa duniani. So hiyo pia Wakenya tutasahau. Tuko na damu ya Mesha Kayepei inalia bado, lazima aliyehusika malipo ni hapa duniani, juu ni Biblia inasema uende kulipa popote. So hata Mungu mwenyewe kuna venye unaweza mwaga damu za watu mpaka kuangalia hivi, kwani aone wewe, yani wewe tu. So hata Mungu mwenyewe anaweza kukukataa, na Mungu akikukataa ni hivyo. So wacha niguse hivyo ndo tuende haraka. Kwanza kabisa tuko na hawa watu wa polisi ambao ni watu wetu, ni vijana wetu ambao wamesoma, wengine wamemaliza masomo, wakaona waje waingie hiyo nini kwa sababu hawajapata kazi. Mtu amesoma lakini hajapata kazi yenye amesomea. So akaona waje waingie recruitment, lakini unajua hawajaingia bure, wengine wameuza masamba, wamelipa maelfu 100, 300, 400 ndio akaingia pale. Alafu wewe unakuja unamtukana kwamba huyu mtu hajasoma. Hawa watu hapa ni walipata madimaina hapa. Naona venye yule jamaa alianza. Na nini alianza hii narrative? Kakamega huyu anaitwa huyu nani huyu mgombea wa Kakamega huyu kijana Malala. Anatusi polisi na polisi ndio amemwekea ulinzi hapo. Haya, unaona Gachagua venye anasema kwamba hawa watu hawajasoma wapate kazi ya maana. So anaona kama hii kazi yao si ya maana ambao wanafanya. Lakini mimi nashangaa tuko mpaka na engineer pale mwenye anaendesha ile chopa ya KDF inageuka inarudi juu huyo mtu hajasoma, kwani huyo mtu ametoka kwa mashamba kaenda kuendesha ile ndege akageuka kaangalia miguu juu. Mimi nashangaa. So tuheshimu jeshi letu kwa sababu hii jeshi ndio imetupea ulinzi wa kutosha, kwa sababu mnajua tuko hapa karibu kando na Al-Shabaab. Kama si jeshi letu ambaye kuna watoto wetu ambao hata wamekufia Al-Shabaab pale, wengine wako mpaka saa hii, ili kuzuia kikundi hizi memi ziingie hapa. Lazima tuombee askari wetu na tuheshimu jeshi letu, hata kama ni outgoing president ama incoming president. Usiku insult jeshi. Hii jeshi yetu ndio imetupea ulinzi kabisa. Na hii kwa hii government huyu ambaye anasema ni bottom up, sijaona mahali amesema ya kwamba wacha aingie kwa hii jeshi ya polisi, aongeza watu mshahara ndio waache kuangaisha wananchi leta kitu kidogo, kwa sababu mshahara ni kidogo. Mtu analipwa 20,000 huyu ni askari imagine, na kuna so lazima agombe kitu kidogo, amekesha pale na bunduki, so lazima kuidishe. So hii bottom up yake ajaingia kwa hapa kwa polisi, kazi yao ni kuinsult police baada ya kusema tuwaongeshe mshahara. Sasa hii kitu ya kuchange uniform na kuongesha mshahara ni kitu gani ya maana? Na maandalizi ya makao mahali wamekaa juu wao kana familia zao. So vitu zingine ni kuangalia tu hivi, unaona tu Mungu saidia. So wacha tuuse sera zetu kwa heshima na si kwa matusi. Mimi ndio maana napenda huyu mama ambaye anaitwa Mama Martha Karua, lakini watu wengine hawajui uchungu wa mama. Kila mtu hapa amezaliwa na mama. Mama anakupepa miezi 9, anakulea miaka 18. Kazi ya baba ni kutafuta tu pesa na kuleta na kupeleka hivyo hivyo, lakini mama ndiye anafanya kazi zaidi. Na uwezi kuanza kumdhulumu mama. Hata hawa mama wacha wapee uongozi, at least tuone kama kwa sababu Wakenya tangu 1963 tupate uhuru wa Kenya, wanaume tumejaribu kuongoza, hakuna mabadiliko. Hebu tujaribu huyu mama na yeye tuone kama mabadiliko yatakuja. Ni nchi ngapi ambazo zimeongozwa na hata Queen Elizabeth wa England ni mama, lakini alibadilisha kila kitu, akaongoza vizuri na vitu ikaenda sambamba. Hebu tujaribu na mama na yeye at least tuone kama Yasa, ukiona hao president aspirants wote wanne wenye walikuwa approved, kila mtu ameweka running mate. Mama Ruto peke yake ndiye ameweka Gachagua na ameweka mtu ambaye haki ya Mungu ni mchafu. Okay, afadhali mimi kitu nimefurahia ameweka huyu Gachagua ndio apotee kisiasa kabisa, juu ile MP hata aenda kuwania yenye alikuwa nayo itapotea, na hii deputy yake itapotea. Wakilusi basi atakuwa ameisha hivyo tu. Hivyo ndio atakuwa ametemwa nje. So tujaribu yani wacha okay, ni vizuri waendelee kupea huyu jamaa mic tumsome ndani na nje, kwa sababu akiongea yani hata kuna point hata ya maana anaongea hata moja, yani yeye ni kama unakutoa mtu kutoka usingizi ongea, hasa anaongea chochote chenye anafaa kuongea. So mimi nasema ya kwamba Simio tumejipanga na sisi wa Kenya. Usuri Ruto anajua wa Kenya walirefua kitambo, kwa sababu hata 2013 2017 nikiongea sasa, wacha niongee kwetu huko Kisii, walimwaga pesa wakiwa na uhuru sana, lakini tulichagua uniform nasa kutoka governor, senator, MP, tulipiga wapi nasa ODM, lakini pesa ilimwagwa na tulikula. So Ruto asifikiri kwamba hii pesa namwaga hivi sasa hiyo ndio itampea kura. Pesa tutakula, lakini kura tunajua mahali tunapiga. Unaona? So wapendwa, kitu ambaye mimi nasisitiza zaidi Pastor Penat, tuombee sana nchi yetu ya Kenya na tuendelee kushawishi watu wengine venye tunaendelea hivi, at least ule mwenye ajui ni unajua kuna watu wengine hajui kusoma mtu. Sasa yeye tu anajua maybe anasapika kwa sababu so hii tunaelifushana. Pengine kuna mtu alikuwa anaenda kupotea. So congratulations management yenye ilifungua hii platform. Mimi nakuja mgeni lakini najaribu na hata saa hii nimejaribu nimekuja nimempea muda na nimeshukuru sana kwa sababu hii muda mmenipea mchache, na tuendelee kukuja pamoja kuelimizana na ambaye tusawishiane ndio tujue hii nchi yetu at least ipate ukombozi. Sasa nchi yetu inapoteza 2 trillion corrupted money every day. Hii pesa ni mingi. Hii pesa ni mingi. Ingesaidia mahali pengine. Ndio maana unasikia Raila, kama Raila mwenyewe alikuwa anatambua corruption inaendelea kwa government na ako nchi ya serikali, ako nchi kabisa, lakini ametambua pesa imeporwa. Unasikia Raila ameanza kupweka, anasema pesa kitu fulani imepotea. Alikuwa anatingiza government na epua ingie ndani ndio achokole vizuri, anyoroshe hii miaka 5. Kila mtu sasa uingie vile. Ruto angoje kidogo, angoje 2070 pale, hapo maybe at least saa hii waje tungangane na huyo baba hivi na mwingine hivyo tusukume huyo mama. Baada ya baba anatoka tusukume huyo mama hapo mbele, ama mwenye watatupea maybe watatupea Matiang'i sijui, ama niyo mama watatupea tusukume mbele. At least Ruto angoje at least ndio hii temba yake irudi chini ndio akalie pale mbele. Hata Raila mwenyewe wakati alikuwa na hiyo temba 207 hakupewa. So nashukuru. Asante.
Thank you very much. Let's keep the conversation going. Mute your mic, please. Mute your mic. Everybody keep your mic mute. Thank you very much. On the comment section, please let's respect each other. Kama una point, hauna point. Kutuzi mtu haiwezi kusaidia. Alafu nani huyu nimeagizwa kwamba Ruto amequote scripture gani? Matthew 17:29. It does not exist. It is not in the Bible. Chapter 17 of Matthew ends with verse 27. There's not verse 29. So tafadhali mpelekee Ruto Biblia na mwambie tafadhali aanze kusoma. Inaonekana aliacha kusoma Biblia akiwa high school. So sasa akumbuki sana, lakini wakati alikuwa evangelist, so anaenda tu kwa subconscious, anajaribu ku figure out, but no problem. And then something else I need to address. Please, let's keep it civil. Don't insult, because you are putting me in a very difficult situation. Some of you are very old timers here. Mnajua sheria zetu. Lugha ambayo inakubalika hapa ni ile lugha ya respect. Dunia iko na mimba, tumekuwa na wewe siku nyingi, unajua standard zetu. Tafadhali cheza kulingana na sheria. Nisisukumwe nikutupe nje. I don't want to do that. And then you are campaigning for subscribers. Instead of giving the name Dunia iko na mimba, just share the link so that somebody clicks, goes to the platform, and you'll be able to subscribe. Hiyo itakusaidia haraka kuliko watu waende Google watafute Dunia iko na mimba ndio wa subscribe. Just pick that link for your channel, then share it. You are free to do that. That's part and parcel of what we do here. Support one another so that we all grow together. The big river does not lose anything by supplying to another stream. So please, you are liberty to do that. Lakini lugha tafadhali tuwe safi. Maneno ya hiyo nini lugha mbaya tafadhali, let's respect each other. Tuko na mama hapa, kuna mama Selina, kuna watu wazima hapa. Young people, please learn to respect elders. Kule mimi nilikulia, there are things you don't discuss or even you don't appear. For example, you would be walking with your girlfriend, and then you see an elderly mama coming, or somebody who is old enough to be your father. You disappear. You melt. you don't wait to greet them. You don't. Vile msichana atapotelea kwa hii bush. Wangira can relate to that. How she will disappear from this bush and how you will disappear from the other bush. Nobody will trace that there were two people walking holding hands. That is the kind of respect you need to have. Lakini nyinyi mnazungumza maneno wakati kuna watu wazee hapa ambao mnapaswa kuheshimu na kuwa hold in high esteem. You need to value the elders in order to grow right. hii story mnafikiria kwamba mnajua kila kitu, hiyo ndio itawameza kabla ya wakati wenu. It's important to do that. Now William Ruto is on NTV. Wale ambao wangependa kufuata hiyo it's not right for me kupikia debe, lakini ako huko. Kuna kitu amesema hapa, nataka tushare ili tujue what you...
Why are you still holding that office if you're not able to perform all the roles? I think even that's a question that the president himself has asked.
Why shouldn't I?
I mean, if you're not able to perform the role...
I was elected by the people of Kenya.
But you're no longer able to perform it for whatever reason. We still pay you to do it.
Exactly. You know, Joe, I think the flip side is, why hasn't William Ruto been assigned roles of deputy president? Maybe you should ask that the right person.
I will. I hope to get a chance to do that. But what I can ask you now...
You've been trying that chance for the last 4 years. You have.
Well, I mean, you granted me the interview. That's why I came here. But the question I'm asking Wanadipi is a question of conscience. I mean, if you have been hired by the Kenyan people to do a certain job, and for whatever reason you're not able to do it, wouldn't it be a good thing to go back to the Kenyan people and say, you gave me this job, you pay me for it, but I can't do it because I have not been allowed to do it, and therefore I can serve in other responsibilities. Isn't that a fair position for someone to take?
Two things, Joe. There are people who wanted me to do exactly that. They thought they would frustrate me out of this office. And I would never allow them to succeed in frustrating me out of this office. That's number one. Number two, they have tried to peddle this story that, William Ruto has not done his duties in accordance with the Constitution. I have asked them, and I will ask them on this forum, which responsibility, which duty, which assignment was assigned to William Ruto that he has not discharged, right? So that's the question that they need to answer me. You know, you cannot tell me that I need to resign because I have not discharged the responsibility of the deputy president. Which assignment is outstanding that was assigned to me by the president or by the law or by the Constitution that I have not discharged? To the best of my knowledge, every assignment, whether it is assignment by the law, whether it is assignment by the Constitution, I have discharged those responsibilities. And any assignment that has been given to me by my boss, I have discharged it, and I dare say, to the best of my ability and in the best way possible. So there is absolutely no reason why anybody would ask me to do anything or to act in any other manner than I have acted.
Haya, Bwana Wangira.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you today?
Fine. How is everybody?
They are looking great.
Bernard, you know, I want just to be sure that what I heard from William Ruto at the end tail of his interview was truly what he said, because I don't want to quote it here before I can verify from the clip, because even the NTV cut him as he was saying something that did not look very, very nice, Bernard. I hope that we can get this clip, especially at the end tail, so that we can actually know what he was saying. You know, it didn't sound very well, but because I don't want to mention it here, but I hope I heard him right. And if I heard him right, and if that's what he said, then it's unfortunate that is the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya, the person who wants to become the 5th president of this country. Let me just embark on our debate for the day today. Now look at what William Ruto is doing to Wetangula and Mudavadi. He goes to Kakamega and he tells people in Kakamega that you guys, it's not me who came up with this particular 70% delivery of votes to Kenya Kwanza lands. The people who came up with that particular suggestion were, in fact, Musalia Mudavadi and Moses Wetangula. And in fact, they told me that they can deliver 95%. And I told them that, that one is on the higher side. You just do 70%. What type of a message is he delivering to the locals in Buhungu? He's just throwing them under the bus because, he's just telling them that, these are the guys who mortgaged you. They say that they can deliver to me 95% of you. And I told them to only deliver 70%. So he has just thrown them under the bus by saying that they're the ones who wanted to mortgage the people of Mulembe land. And I don't know how it will augur well with our people if that is the message that he delivered today. Oh, Martha Karua, Bernard, Martha Karua is coming out as a very interesting politician, Bernard. And interesting on the good note that, today, when she was in Eldoret, she abandoned her vehicle and decided to walk on foot, 3 kilometers walking on foot in Eldoret town. And, that was just saying the message that I am here at Mother Karua. You see me, I am here and I'm available. That one was real, a good move by her. And, I could see people along Moy Avenue in Eldoret really excited, Bernard. And, her messaging is what really attracts me. Like today, she said that, we should not vote people in this election because of tribe. She was telling people, look at their capacity to deliver and to serve you as people of Kenya. And also try and look at their dignity and integrity, Don't just vote anybody for the sake of it. And she went on this issue of deputies. And she said, if you are a deputy president or deputy governor, you are subordinate to your boss. You are not co-president or co-governor when you are deputy. And you're saying that, if she becomes Raila Odinga's deputy, God willing that we vote them in on the 9th of August and she becomes Raila Odinga's deputy, then she'll act as deputy. She'll not act as co-president with Raila Amolo Odinga. That's good messaging, given where we are coming from, knowing that for the last 10 years, William Samoei Ruto has been behaving as if he was co-president to Raila Amolo Odinga. And today, just to know that William Ruto has lost this election, today he claims that he enjoys the support of he says that he enjoys the support of Kenyans across the country. Then he moves on to say that even if Raila Odinga enjoys the support of the deep state, he will still succeed against Raila Odinga. Then you wonder, this is a guy who one day he claims there's no deep state. The other time he's telling you that there is deep state. Then you wonder, where is he coming from and where is he going? You see, so he purports that, Raila Odinga is depending on the support of the deep state, but him as William Ruto is trusting in God. This issue of trying to monopolize God as if, God belongs only to one particular human being. God belongs to us all. So you cannot purport to monopolize God for your own good. Like I remember yesterday, Bernard, you were telling us here, even and those people who don't believe, still God belongs to them, and that's the reality. Kalonzo Musyoka, I'm happy with what I saw in Ukambani today, and that just tells you that there's light at the end of the tunnel as far as the Ukambani politics is concerned. I saw the rallies in Masinga, in Matu, in Masi, and up to Ass River, Bernard. And, I was happy to see some chemistry between Kalonzo Musyoka and Kivuta Kibwana and Charity Ngilu. And I remember I heard Charity Ngilu tell Kalonzo Musyoka, that you remember when I was trying to court you to come back to Azimio, used to tell me that keep quiet. Now do you want to keep quiet? And I saw Kalonzo Musyoka smile, you know. That tells you that now the chemistry between the three of them is building up, and that's a good thing. The only thing that I've seen, you know, there seem to be a problem between Waita, the former Waita, this guy who's contesting to become governor of Machakos. I'm just forgetting his second name. The guy who used to work in Status. There used to be bad blood between him and Kalonzo Musyoka, and Kalonzo Musyoka believes that he could be worse than you know, Alfred Mutua if he's elected governor of Machakos. You know, so that sibling rivalry between, it's called Waita, between Waita and Kalonzo Musyoka, you know, I hope that something will be done about it. And I even heard Raila Odinga saying that they will work something between Waita and Wavinya Ndeti so that they can decide who can be their final candidate in Ukambani. Who can be their final candidate in Ukambani. So we are saying some good development as far as Azimio is concerned, and even the latest opinion polls that I've just seen this evening are showing that we are leading William Samoei Ruto by a 6% margin. So the way things appear, this guy William Samoei Ruto is just going home come the 9th of August 2022. Then just give me a half a minute to dwell on the interview by William Samoei Ruto. There are 2 or 3 things that I've picked up, you know. When you held me long here, I decided to watch it. So let me just highlight 1 or 2 things in a half a minute and I'll be done. You know, now William Samoei Ruto purports that the issue of kumi yako was a creation of Uhuru Kenyatta. So he says it was not within him. It's Uhuru Kenyatta who came up with the issue of kumi yako. Then he purported that there have been attempts to interfere with the 9th of August general election, and he mentioned the name of Atwoli. Then I know I like the way Ageo handled him. Then Ageo wanted to know if truly William Samoei Ruto believes that Atwoli can derail this election, because Atwoli, just like me, is an ordinary citizen of this republic. You know, he doesn't hold any public office. You know, so how can Atwoli, who is a private citizen, be in a position to derail an election? William Ruto was not in a position to answer this particular question, and you know, he went around it. The other issue that came up was the issue of the CSs, the cabinet secretaries, who are now supporting Raila Odinga. You know, Joe Ageo asked him that in 2017, we remember you even said wachana na Matiang'i, so that wachana na Matiang'i. You remember that clip? I know you have played it here once or twice. Then he was asked what has really changed, because the Leadership and Integrity Act of 2012 has been there for the last 10 years. So that tells you that even in 2017 the act existed. Then he said that you know, he went around it and he said 2 wrongs do not make a right. So now he's discovering that for Kina Matiang'i to have participated in campaigning for them in 2017, it was a wrong, and now he does not want another wrong done. You know, that seems to be his argument, Bernard. Then finally, he purports that, you know, he will not allow conflict of interest and state capture in his government. You know, William Ruto that we know, a guy who only appointed people from his village to serve in his docket, to avoid conflict of interest and state capture. Is he seriously talking, Bernard? Just finally, as I finalize, I've now just come to discover why William Ruto does not want to appear in that presidential debate. Because watching the way he has handled Joe Ageo, you know, this is a guy who wants to dominate a debate. And you know, in that presidential debate, nobody will allow you to dominate it, Bernard. And that could be the reason why he does not want to appear in that presidential debate, Bernard. Let me just leave it at that. Asante sana. Daka zangu 3 zimeisha.
Wewe Wangira umechukua dakika 7, so kwa dakika 4 zile ambazo umeingia ni shilingi 500. So angalia M-Pesa namba utume mara moja.
Najua namba yako.
Ili tusidaiane. Tafadhali.
Sawa.
Well,
Sawa, nimesikia.
thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, everyone who is watching, wherever you are. Thank you for the invites. Those of you that are inviting each other, please let's keep it up so that we keep those numbers high and everybody partakes into the conversation that is happening here to help Kenyans make an informed decision come 9th August 2022. Mambo ni kama hayo. William Ruto is a phenomenon. I think on that very interview, he said that Aror and Kamorer Dam, they were never budgeted for. But it is William Ruto who said it's only 7 billion that disappeared. I mean, this 7 billion was not in the budget. Mimi, okay, wacha tu niachie hapo. Leo ni Sunday. Wacha tumsikilize. Yufin, umeinua mkono, iko nini?
I'm back. Niko tu na point moja nilisahau kusema, kama utanikubalia niseme alafu niende.
Sawa, endelea.
There was this one in the news that there were some leaders of the church who came out to say that the public servants should not campaign. They should not be in the campaigns. So I'm just wondering, where are we heading to? Because they're the same church leaders who are supporting the other side, and they are saying the other side has God. So why do they come when the public servants are on this other side? Why are they coming today to tell them that they should stop? Were they not there in 2017 when Baba was saying that these public servants should not be in the campaigns? And Junet said that they made a law that the CSS, I think the CSS, they can campaign for any side that they want. So I'm just wondering, what is this, hypocrisy or what? Because these people should be they should be leading us. If they were to help us, they should start with the other church leaders and tell them to stop what they are doing before they come to the CSS. But here they go for the public servants, they leave the church leaders. Where are they taking us to? Thank you.
Okay, asante sana. That's a very good point, and I will I'll respond to it being a clergy. Tulia kidogo Henry, tutakuja kwako. Nataka tupatie kina mama kwanza. Ni muhimu. Although somebody has commented that we now have gender parity on the platform. When wamama ni wengi kuliko wababa, sasa ndio gender parity. Hey, ni watu. Lakini since we are going to the women world, we want to have Chief Justice, Deputy President, hata ile ya Prime Minister tulikuwa tunataka ikuwe ya mama, ili tutawaliwe vizuri, tukue mamad to the degree. Now, being a clergy, I want to respond to that. There is something amiss with the people who purport to be speaking on behalf of the church. In my opinion, those people speak on behalf of themselves, not on behalf of the church. Since I'm a member of the church and we are not consulted, okay, so they speak for themselves, and most of them are guns for hire. That is why they go and sell prayer here. They go and transfer it on the other side. If you call them and offer them 2 million more than the ones they were offered by Ruto, they will come and say, Azimio Tosha. Then somebody else offers them more money. They will go. So forget those people. And on the other hand, if you want to be, there is no place for neutrality. One of the things I've suffered on this platform is that everybody wants me to be neutral. It is not possible to be neutral. Everywhere there is a choice. Hata kwa Mungu unachagua. Huwezi kuwa ati niko hapo katikati, I'm not on this side or on this side. You must always have something you stand for and something you support. And as church ministers, we should stand for justice. We stand for equity. We stand for fairness, truthfulness, trustworthiness. That is what we need to be insisting. This person, you are saying that this should not campaign. Are you not infringing on their constitutional rights? Do they not have a mind of their own? Don't they want to choose a Kenya they want to live in? So you cannot stop them. The only people that are protected by the code of their whatever ethics by reason of the job they are involved in, those ones are exempted. They are not supposed to lead in the campaign, but they always have a choice. So hatukui wa kweli sana, haswa watu wa church. Sikuna huyu bishop alisema kwamba Raila amekuja kanisa amechelewa, Ruto alikuja mapema. Kwa hivyo kwa vile Raila amekuja amechelewa, Mungu amekataa. Mungu ashaamua ni Ruto. Na hiyo ni ujinga. Hiyo ni ujinga wa hali ya juu. Na ipasi kutoka kwa kichwa kwa mdomo wa mtu anajiita bishop ambaye ni wa kanisa fulani, kwa sababu Biblia inasema mtu awaye yeyote atakayekuja kwa Mungu, Mungu hatamfukuza na Mungu hawezi kumkataa. So and that's a very basic foundational scripture. He say, no man who has come to me, I shall in any way send them away or reject them. God has sworn he cannot reject somebody who has come to him. Then wewe unasema kwamba huyu amekuja amechelewa na huyu alikuja mapema. Yesu akapeana parable. Mtu alikuwa na mizabibu, anataka watu wa kuvuna. Wengine wakuja saa 11 asubuhi, wengine wakuja saa 2, wengine wakuja saa 5, wengine wakuja saa 8. Saa 11 jioni akaenda hapo kwa kijiwe, akakuta wengine wamesimama. Mbona mko hapa? Ambia hakuna mtu ametuajiri. Ambia kujeni bado. Lakini walipofika kwa shamba, kazi ikafunga 5:30. Okay? Na kaanza kuwalipa. Na kila mtu alilipa malipo sawa. Wale wamekuja 5:30, wale wamekuja 5, wale wamekuja 5 in the morning, wale wamekuja 5 in the evening, they were paid the same thing. So there are some things that church people are trying to push which are putting them in a big mess. Kwa sababu you cannot mess up doctrinal reality in the pretext of your political or presidential preference. It's not allowed. And so forget those church people. Let them go and vote for whoever they want to vote for. Let them campaign for whoever they want to campaign for. But they shouldn't say God said. Na Mungu si wa UDA, Mungu si wa Azimio, Mungu ni wa sisi wote kwa pamoja. Na yeyote yule anamtafuta Mungu atampata. Hiyo ndiyo maandiko. So msitishike hata hao manabii. In fact, nitafanya hapa show ya manabii. I'm planning a very serious show. We analyze all those prophecies that they are purported. Mungu amesema Raila ako na dhambi sijui kama 5 hivi, asipotubu hatakuwa rais. Mungu amedai kwamba fulani sijui afanye nini ndio akuwe rais. Kwani wacha tu niachie hapa. So you feel, don't worry about those bishops. Forget about them. They don't know what they are doing. May God forgive them. Bwana Henry, naomba tu utulie, tumsikize Mora, alafu tutakuja. Hizi majamaa tutasubiri tafadhali. Wama leo wamekuja na tungependa sana kusikia maoni yao kwa masuala haya. Mama Selina hakumaliza yake. So nataka Mora aseme, alafu Eliza turudi huko, alafu ndio tuendelee. Tafadhali. Mora, karibu tafadhali.
Hey guys, how are you this Sunday?
We are good. Thank you. Karibu.
Yeah, I just came from church, so so I'll start with the William Ruto. He's the deputy president. It's so rude of him to say that he can't quit his position because it will make someone somewhere
Sorry.
Spares.
Your camera went off. Endelea sasa, you're back.
Okay. Yeah, someone was trying to call me. I'm sorry. So he keeps getting pay from our taxpayers, and yet he's campaigning to be a president, and yet he keeps saying like people like in the civil service, like the CSs and all the other people, because I think because they are in Azimio that they shouldn't be campaigning. Is William Ruto a civil servant? If someone can answer me quickly, then I'll continue.
He is.
And he is campaigning. What makes
And
him
he has
so,
not resigned.
yes, what makes him so special that he can continue campaigning for himself than let's say Matiang'i campaigning for whoever person he wants to support? What makes William Ruto special? And moreover, the CSS and the other civil servants, they do their work. They do their work, they're paid. Here is the deputy president. He is campaigning. I don't even think he ever steps in that office for the last 4 years. All he does is campaign and draws a salary of, I think, more than 1 million shillings a month. So who is right here? I mean, what is he telling us? He needs to be honest. He needs to step down. Then he can start saying all the other civil servants should not be campaigning for people. But this is just employing double standards by telling us that for him, it's okay for him to campaign because it's him, he wants to be the president. But if I'm a civil servant, I'm an assistant minister, I'm a CS, I cannot campaign for whoever I want to support. That is double standards. And he is being very, very rude. I mean, I can't believe that he said today in Bukungu that Musalia Mdvd and Weta, that they had proposed that they could give him, they could bring like 95% of the votes from Western Kenya to UDA, but he cut it down to 70. This guy is very manipulative. He's trying to manipulate them. He's trying to manipulate the public. And in the end, I hope he doesn't win. In the end, when he wins, he is going to cut them down to size. He's going to tell them, you did not bring, at least I cut it down to 70%. You did not even bring the 70%. So he is playing manipulative politics, and that is not really fair on Mdvd and Weta. I really don't care, but it's not really fair. He just needs to be honest. He needs to have a conscience. He calls himself a Christian, but what he does not portray him as a Christian. It does not portray him like he has any regard for anybody else. William Ruto only has regard for himself. He does not regard anybody else. I mean, if William Ruto was going to be the president and the deputy and the CS, he would do all those things. He has no conscience for anybody else. And then for Martha Karua, she was very successful in Eldoret today. I'm not sure when they sent her there by herself, I'm not sure what results they expected, but oh my God, she went beyond. She went overboard. It was really, really successful. And she drives her points home. She does not play dirty politics. She does not say derogatory things. Martha Karua plays clean politics. She discusses issues. And I think she's kind of careful what she promises the people. I've been following everything that she says in campaigns. Most of what she says are things that she, in her position and in her opinion and in her capacity, she believes they will attain. I don't think she is oversaying anything. Like, she's not trying to say anything that if her and Barbara get into office, they will not attain. She has stayed on course, and it's only today I saw a little bit of anger when she blew off her detractors, like what's his name? This guy from Kisii, Silvana Sosoro, when she actually castigated him and asked him to look around and see if there's any mothers and single mothers around him. That's exactly what I said last week when we talked about this. And then someone here just mentioned like Martha's crowds. That was Mike. I think he left. That Martha's crowds are becoming bigger than Baba's crowds. I am not really sure if this is good or bad, but they are a team. They are a team. And Martha, I think she realized like she had really, really a huge crowd today. Probably that's why she said like she is going to be the DP. She is not going to compete with her boss. And she keeps every rally Martha Karua goes to, every campaign she attends, she drives this point home that she is the deputy president. Maybe someone somewhere has told her that she may end up getting a bigger following than Barbara, but so she's trying to like keep things straight and make sure that people don't think like she's trying to overtake Barbara in any way. And I was really touched by Barbara and Kalonzo's rally today in Machakos County. They did a wonderful job. They had a lot of people attend. And I think almost everybody in Ukambani, like the leaders from Ukambani, were all there. Of course, except the Machakos governor, Alfred Mutua, who was in Bukungu. And I'm not sure if Alfred Mutua and Amazon Kingi are actually gaining anything by following Baba around. And one thing that is for sure is that when the deputy president goes to his rallies, he wants to be in charge. He does not give that mic to anybody. Like he should have an MC. He shouldn't be the one to like invite people to the podium to speak. But he is so obsessive. He is almost out of control with that mic. Like he thinks if he gives it to people, like maybe people are going to get more favor, people are going to get more popularity than him. I don't know why he does not pay somebody to be an MC in his rallies. I mean, he has people, he has all those Malalas who can be his MCs, who can like what Jeanette does. But Baba is a different breed. He is just so different. He wants to keep everything with him. Like I said, if you could be the president and be the deputy and be the CSS, whatever, he will do it all. He is so greedy. I'm sorry to say if I'm angering anybody, but DP Ruto is very greedy. Greedy for power, greedy for position, greedy. And that's all I have to say for now. I'll stick around. Thank you guys for listening to me.
Okay, thank you. We'll move with speed. Let's go to Eliza.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening to you. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Hi, everyone. Mama Selina, how are you? Hiya.
I'm fine.
Okay, I thank God for this day. Hi. Bernard, I told you yesterday. Nilikuambia vizuri sana. There is people in Eldoret, the one they don't talk. Kura za baba ziko Eldoret. Yeah. Kura za baba ziko Eldoret.
Naona kipa aendelee kukata miti.
Yeah, watu wa Eldoret ni wale hao, ni wale waongei, ni wale wako wenye wamenyamaza na kura zao kwa mfuko. So why today I was happy, I was just following, then I make my time, nika call kule nyumbani, nikataka nijue what is going on. Wakaniambia Elizabeth, sahii wamama ndio wanapiga kura, wanaume huwa wapigi kura, na ndio wamama watatoka kupiga kura. So Martha Karua anafanya kitu mzuri sana siku ya leo vile ametembea Eldoret. I was so happy to see her in Eldoret. First I was just watching the way she was talking. Alikuwa anaongea mpaka imagine, yani unasikia ni kama Holy Spirit inakuja, mpaka pale Holy Spirit ilishuka, watu wakaanza Ruto must go, Ruto must go. Na nikasema ni huruma, pale ni huruma turbo. Ruto must go. Yeah? At least inaonesha hata hapa kwako tutaweza sema Ruto must go. So I was very happy to see that. Then after there nikaona kuna that governor is my neighbor at home. my home village, that William Kirwa. Hopefully if God sometimes anaweza fungua macho ya watu wamsaidie na wampitishe, because this guy kuna time alikuwa amesimama na PNU, that time it was 2007. So wakati alisimama na PNU alikuwa against, watu walitaka kuchoma nyumba yake kule kwa mlango pale nyumbani, so ikabidi maskari wasimame. Hope this time they will not do that, because this guy ashatembea kule nyumbani akaambia watu usiangalie chama, angalia mtu mwenye anakufanyia kazi. So sahii huko ni watatu, tutahesabu koti moja na William na Buseki, so ni Uasin Gishu kuamua who is the best governor they are going to give them. So for me, I pray something will not be bad in Uasin Gishu. Watu saizi wamechanuka. Nilikuwa naongea na watu wanatuambia saizi sisi ni kura yetu itaenda mahali popote inatakikana, hakuna mtu kutu force, tayari wameona DP Ruto anatumia kifua. Wanasema is using, yani kifua, anapiga kifua sana. So wameamua hiyo kifua yake wanataka kuipumzisha kidogo, akuja akae nyumbani at least, because wameona wakale wameanza kuchanuka. Nao in Buhungu, I was surprised to see zile gari zimeandikwa majina ya kutoka Uasin Gishu. Kwani Kakamega hakuna watu? Nilikuwa na expect nione gari imetoka Bungoma imeandikwa Bungoma Boys, Busia, Mumias. How comes gari inatoka Eldoret ya Chamatich Secondary School inakuja mpaka Buhungu? Yani which means each time hao watu wana supply people, why they don't prove us wrong, they have numbers of people. There is no need of carrying people in Buhungu. Malala ndio huyo anaongea, anasema hawezi kudeliver 70, they will deliver 95. Which 95 they are going to deliver? Which one? For me, sina story mob. I raise my case.
Okay. Asante sana Eliza. A good observation.
Ulipata ripoti yangu?
Tutaongea nyuma ya curtain.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Mama Selina.
Yes, Bernard.
Tamatisha ujumbe wako, ulikatika katikati na nataka uende kwako kwanza ndio turudi sasa kwa mkururo ya hawa majamaa.
Unajua saa ile mambo iko moto, sijui nani anakaa jikoni kutukatakata. Saa ile hatuna maneno, network iko poa. Anyway, wamama wenzangu wameongea. Ongera, everybody ule wameongea mbele yangu, wameongea exactly what happened. Fred Kasuli, mambo ya Eldoret, wameongea mambo ya Kakamega. Bernard, change has already come. Wakati wa Mungu hakuna vile utafanya. Sitaki kusema hiyo, ile imenishangaza pia ni hii mambo ya NTV. Na angekuwa amesikia vile mada amesema pinga deputy president lazima unyenyekee, hata deputy principal, hata assistant chief, wacha hiyo assistant chief ya sub location hawezi fanya kazi ya chief. Anaambianga chief yes sir, na anaenda mahali chief ametuma. Hii election ya Uhuru na Ruto walikuwa principal, sijui walikubaliana aje, because the constitution ile baba na mama watatumia ni the same constitution wametumia tangu 2013. Kusema kuchange jina ya kwamba wewe si vice president ni promotion tu walifanya, but otherwise lazima utii rais. Lakini Ruto alichukua yeye ni deputy president equal, ile wanaitananga equal. Na hata kwa Boma Bernard, wakati mama na baba wanasema ama mama anapata mshahara mingi, anataka kutawala bwana, kumwambia yeye ni boss, hiyo nyumba haitakalika, kwa sababu Biblia ilituambia kuna kichwa na kuna shingo. na hata kwa siasa kuna kichwa na kuna shingo, because watu wawili wawezi decide mambo safari moja. Mmoja lazima atilive na adelegate duties. So I don't think Deputy President William Ruto wakati amechakua Kashakwa, yeye atafanya nini kama president na Deputy President atafanya nini? Because hiyo story ametuonyesha. Unajua, wanatuambia ukilea mtoto vibaya, hivyo ndio jinsi hiyo mtoto atatoka nje na kufanya. Wanatuambia ukionyesha watoto yako lazima waheshimu jirani na heshimu mtu yote mkubwa barabarani, huyo mtoto kamwe akiona mtu mzima atakumbuka yale mambo wazazi wake. Ni kama hii vijana unaona wanaingia hapa na wanajiona wanatujibu vile wanataka. Kijana kama huyo ukifuata kwao, ajui ana heshima, na hata nafikiria hawana heshima mpaka wazazi yao. So Kenya kwisha wanaonyesha Kenyans, but they are very clever. Penat ni kutumia wa Kenya. Manifesto nikiruti nyuma, hiyo manifesto walisema ya wamama they were launching, si kuona mama yeyote amepatiwa cheo, si kuona mahali imesema mama fulani ni deputy prime minister ama ni nini ama amepatiwa. Ninaona nchi zingine mpaka speakers ni wamama, but wamama ya UDA sitaki kuongea kuhusu wao kwa sababu wako kwa business ya room 350. So wanaume, unajua Penat, ukiwa mama umeheshimika, wanaume watakuheshimu. Wamama ya Kenya kwisha walienda kushindania makiuno na vile wamekaa nje, sababu hata hakuna uongozi wamepatiwa. If they were really leaders and they were capable women, Kenya Kwanza ama Kenya kwisha wangekuwa na msimamo juu ya wamama. But mkienda kupigania kushindania mambo singine, that is where hakuna kitu wamepatiwa kwa sababu wamekuwa lowered. But those are not leaders. Hawa ni wanawake wale walienda kutafuta mambo sao. Enda kwa Azimio, angalia the way the women praise, angalia vile wamama wanajiheshimu, wale wamama yote, hata wale wa village. Wamama viongozi wanatoka wanaketi na heshima, na hawa ndio wamepata heshima kwa nyumba ya baba. Hata Mother Karua, baba amesema ataangalia single mothers, na amesimama ameambia wamama yeye pia ni mmoja yao. She's our deputy president, but she's a mother, a grandmother, na amelea watoto yake. She cannot shy to be one of those single mothers because she was married and divorced. Na baba alisema wote tuko category, na nilikuwa nimesema a single parent is a single parent. Kulingana na vile imekupata ukuwe single parent, tutaheshimu hiyo. So mumama ama wamama lazima wajiheshimu ndio waheshimiwe. Mama ameomba kura pale Eldoret na heshima. Ni ngumu sana uone wanaume wa Kalenjin. Niliona mpaka rungu ile ya Wakale, kumaanisha they were there, kumaanisha walifurahi na walisikia mambo ya mother. Na akawaambia kuna siku mlinitarau, na kweli mnajua vile 20 election ile walisema mama alipatia Kibaki, I think 20 wherever. Mother hata waliita machina, but today wameona msimamo yake. Tangu wakati hiyo amesimama na hiyo msimamo ya kwamba Wakenya wote tuko sawa. Nimefurahi amesema wakati ya corruption hawatasema ukiwa corrupt na uko Azimio, uwe mtoto yake, uwe dada yake, uwe rafiki yake, katiba haitakuveva. Kwa hivyo hata watu ya wale wanaitwa opposition, because they are in opposition now. Martha amesema tutawaangalia, lakini tutawastaki kila mtu na makosa yake. Hatutakusa communities. Na shukuru ameheshimu watu ya Uasin Gishu kwa kukaa pamoja, because that is a great diaspora yenye inapepa kila mtu. Nimesikia mtu mmoja amesema watu yote Eldoret walipelekwa Pukungu kwa mkutano, lakini wale walipaki ni watu ya baba. But Penat, hii mayelo niliwaambia tangu samani. I told you in the beginning ya kwamba hii yellow t-shirt inamaanisha kitu. Shika 500, faa t-shirt, enda mkutano. Na hivyo ndio walifanya 2013, 2017. All people that were wearing red. Unakuta watu wanatoka Nairobi wamepelekwa mpaka Mombasa Mpekotoni. Alafu watu wanashindwa kurutisha. Ruto anatumia the same tactics ile walitumia 2017, 2013. Can you imagine unasunguka na watu karibu 5,000 ama 3,000 kutoka Nyeri, si Eldoret peke yake. Hawa watu wametoka mbali. Wanafanya biashara. Kitambo ifike election, those people are not even voting. Ukiangalia mkutano ya Eldoret, mtu alikuja vile alikuwa. Kama alikuwa na kofia ya Azimio, alifaa. But ukiangalia vile walitulia, uangalie vile walikuwa na manguo, si watu wamekuwa hired, si watu wameitwa kuambia tutawalipa, walikuja na mapenzi, wametembea 3 kilometers. Yes, mkutano ya Martha Karua Kirinyaga. Ukifanya siasa na Martha Karua na we ni mulesi ya kutembea, hakika you cannot do it. Kirinyaga anaenda 5 kilometers wakitembea. Siasa ya Martha Karua ni house to house na kutembea na mkuu. Hiyo ni kasi yake. She knows start more. Yeye hapendi hiyo maneno ya kuingia kwa kari. Na nilishukuru sana. Hata nilishangaa vile Sali hawa watu wengi walitembea. But that was heshima kwa watu ya Eldoret, kwa watu ya Rift Valley. Watu walikuwa na chekea Tolkos wakisema ni kava na pura, hata hawezi kuwa na mtu moja. Mi nataka kushukuru wale watu walisimama na baba wakati walianza Azimio. Mtu kama Gavana Tolkos, naona sasa Kirwa ameingia team, Tarusa ameingia team, Korosa ameingia team, Sali Kosgei. Hawa ndio ile watu mlikuwa mnasikia nikiuliza wakati nilikuwa na wauliza nyinyi. Huyu kijana yetu, wapi watu ya Wakalenjin? Where are the old men and women? Nani atakushikilia? Kina Jebii Kilimo. Those are the leaders wakisimama kwao na kuongea watu wanasikia. Wacha hii vijana ya kununua watu na kupatia watu shilingi 5. Nashukuru sana Penat kwa watu ya Uasin Gishu. Pukungu walipepa watu but still haikukuwa na watu. But 95 minus 70, sijui nyinyi mnajua hiyo hesabu. So kama tulienda shule tunaambiwa 95 minus 70, hapo ndio utapata ile maneno inayopatikana Kakamega hata ikose. So the 15% kama ninajua kidogo ama hiyo kidogo imepaki, there will be nothing there Penat. Hata yeye mwenyewe anajua. Yellow, Mdvd, wapi the greens? Unajua inanishangaza sana. Your bedroom, your house. Yani hata hii watu wana madada yao na manduku yao wapae tu hata hiyo nguo ya hiyo chama. Alafu mwanaume anasimama anasema Ruto tosha kwa nyumba yako. UDA, nashukuru Martha Karua. Central wataamuka wakichua chama yao ni Jubilee. Kwa sababu baba alisema anafanya coalition na watu. So Central nina hakika tutakuwa na Jubilee. Nilikuwa na expect Ruto akuwe na UDA, Rift Valley, kidogo kidogo. Lakini Nyanza, Western na Central, awachie mtu kama Moses Kuria na mtu anaitwa Kabogo. Imagine the great leaders of Central wamefanywa kuwa mapipa. Niliona leo mtu anaitwa Amazon Kingi akisifu Ruto kanisa. Oh my God.
Malizia.
Sorry, unajua yetu hatuandiki pena, that is the problem. Points inakuja peke yake. Hatuwezi patiwa kalamu tuandike tuseme leo tutasema nini. Otherwise nataka kushukuru, niwaachie watu wengine nafasi. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Hii 50 something days imefaki tukue kitu moja, lakini tuombe ya kwamba tuwe na amani. Asante sana, mubarikiwe. Najua tuko na pasta anatuongoza, nje Mtembei TV inaendelea. Thank you so much, nimefikisha hapo.
Thank you. Asante sana Mama Selina. We appreciate it. Hekima yako na wasia wako inatusaidia. Na kila mmoja anamakinika kuelewa kile kinachoendelea. Kuna siasa ambayo watu wangependa kucheza na kuna siasa ambayo inachezwa. Napenda hiyo umesema 15%. Hiyo 15% inaweza kwa accidentally inaweza patikana. Lakini 95 hiyo hapana. 70 hiyo hapana. Not from Western, it should be from elsewhere. And I don't even think from the look of things, William Ruto may not even get 50% Rift Valley. Leave alone leave alone Western. So from the way things are unfolding, hii itakuwa inasema ngori. Maisha bila Yesu ni ngori. Hii ni kali. So naomba hivi tutaendelea kutoa nini. Nataka sasa nimalize wazee. So Kenya Spain ako wapi? Subiri hapo kidogo, tutakuja kwako baadaye. Nataka nimalize mkururo wa wale watu wako juu alafu turudi. One video or two, then twende kwa Henry na Ochieng. Tusikilize hii ya
come and campaign. No, things are going according to plan. You know, things are done in a process. You must plan. The president said this thing is you don't, it's not a sprint. You know, you don't start so early and now start hoping that you will compete with everybody. Now is when Baba and the Azimio team are beginning their process. So give it time and see what the results will be, and then let's make judgment. Because at this stage, I think judgments that are being made are, in my view, premature. When did they get their certificates to run? It's just last week.
Every day counts, though.
It was last week they got their certificate.
That's true.
So they're starting at the time they're supposed to start. Others started 4 years ago. So let's wait and see. I'm confident that
what percentage are you thinking
changing.
Would sway to Raila's side from Mount Kenya?
From Mount Kenya? I believe you're going to see 50-50 in Mount Kenya.
50-50. You said they've been campaigning for 4 years.
That is me, yes.
And you think 50 can just be hived off?
Did you check in the polls how many were undecided before? And how many are now decided? Those are the numbers you should be checking. You know, we sit down, we do a lot of our analysis. We've got people who are looking at all these numbers. So I'm not giving you numbers just out of the air. There are many people who had said, we are not going to vote, we don't care, and so on and so forth. But as time has gone on, now they have seen the value, they have seen the changes, and in the mountain, with Martha coming on board, and you've seen even Kalonzo is with us, it's happening.
But
so
UDA,
so look at the numbers. I'm sure you have your own analysis.
But UDA also has a Mount Kenya running mate. He's a mobilizer, as was described. You've seen him out there with the rallies.
Me, I can say he's
huyu ako na wimbo ya Azimio, dakika moja akimaliza nitachukua protocol pande nyingine. Hapo sawa, ndio huko vipi? Kama unaweka mkono moja nikiona hivi hivi. Sema kaa wewe. Twende basi.
Tumkaribishe Henry. Karibu sasa. Endelea.
Thank you very much, and I say hi to you all for your participation. Nikiangalia hivi, I will say, as Mama Selina said, everything is done. Now you see, even our Mama Wet, they have joined in this forum, which shows that everything is okay. Because of time, for like 1 week, I haven't been coming online because I do watch, but I don't have that time. Maybe when I'm free to give my sentiment. But what I can say, and I've been watching, I don't know if this Gachagua is for Kenya, for all Kenya, but in most cases, he has been dwelling in Rift Valley and in Central. And when he goes to Central, it's purely Kikuyu. I don't know whether he's only going to be the vice president for the Kikuyu, because we need to hear what they are selling to us. But if it's big Kikuyu, then we don't understand. So there's one speaker who said, let Gachagua, or most speakers say, let Gachagua be given the microphone. And we pray that, because we have to know the kind of vice president who is coming in. And on the side of the vice president, that's Ruto, with the bribery, that's how he started his politics. And that's where the foundation of his politics started from there, from bribery. Because during most time, when he came in, it was just money to vote for him. So with that one, it's okay on that side, and it is a normality to him. He knows you don't have to bother anything. The progress, the economy, everything with the country, it's just money, and that's it. That's why he rooted enough. He rooted enough. So there's no way, even those who are supporting, if you ask them, if he's an answer, how did he arrive at all this money? Kenya, we are crying, we don't have the money, but the money used per day in Israelis is thousands, I mean millions of money. So the thing is, let us not be in darkness. Let us come out. That's why I see the Smil say, Ruto and us, I mean, Huda and Smil is like day and night. Very true. Now, previously, I had this in some rallies back before, Ruto was saying, if I don't win, maybe after I retire from politics or from as a civil servant, I become a pastor. Why can't he start now? Because everywhere he go, he has met even the other UDA members, even the Islams, like who is Duare, Buenas Vigo. Duare is not supposed to say Buenas Vigo because he's an Islam, it's Islamic. So you see now, it's like as long as they want to build. And all this, I think I can say Ruto is a tribalist, because he said one time in Equality that yeye na Wakikuyu hawaelewani. Hata hiyo kitu nimekuwa natafuta kiko hapa kwa online. Wale watu ambao sasa, mbona tena ameenda huko wamsaidie kuwa rais, atakuwa rais wao na yeye hawaelewani. Mesema hakuna watu hawaelewani Kenya hii isipokuwa Wakikuyu, na anafikiria Wakikuyu wamesahau, wakisema haya yote sasa anakimbia kwa kuwapatia pesa. Na unajua Wakikuyu wanasema vizuri, sisi you can rent us, so they are being rented wamuimbe, lakini kura wataweka penye wanachua. And he should understand that of what has been happening about Martha Karua. Mimi I think hata hiyo ingekuwa tu kama Ruto aendi kwa hiyo interview, wacha waende na Gachagua, lakini Gachagua aambiwa siongee Kikuyu sababu we want to listen what he says, because all the time is in Kikuyu, so we don't understand what he's talking about the manifesto. Sisi, all right, I'm happy Atanis participate so long as I see what's going on this platform. I'm happy, and I've seen a much progress, a very much progress, and from what I can learn from our participation has added some thoughts towards me, because each of us, we are everywhere in the world. what we are doing, we are just trying to encourage. Na kitu kingine nimekumbuka, wakienda Martha Karua hajaolewa. Kwa hivyo wao wanataka kura zile za wamama ambao wameolewa. Kwa hivyo wale wamama tunawasi, wale ambao mjaolewa, tafadhali msipigie UDA kura, sababu hawataki, wanasema Martha Karua hajaolewa, because it's normal. Kuna wamama ngapi hawajaolewa ama wameolewa wamekosana ama mabwana wamekufa, so we cannot. That's discrimination, and that's what we don't want. Sisi hatutaki hivyo. Hata ile speech nimeona ELDORET na niliona live. Anyway, this time God has chosen his leaders. Ruto kusema kwamba serikali iliyopita imekopa madeni, yeye alikuwa wapi? Siye madeni ilianza wakati wameingia 2013. Yeye hakukuwa huko. So sasa anaweza kutuambia, na wale watu wanapiga makofi. Ni kama it's like he has made these people drunk. Unampigia ati serikali gani? Wewe umetoka wapi? Nchi gani umetoka? Yeye hajawahi kusikika dunia hii. Wewe ni Mkenya, umezaliwa Kenya, umesema umelelewa na wazazi wako hapo Sugoi. Lakini unasema umeingia hata siasa. Uko kwa serikali, lakini you don't admit you are in the government. Sasa wewe umetoka wapi? I wish ningekumuuliza kama hiyo interview imekuwa hapo. Kama ningepata time niandike text, huyu amuulize umezaliwa wapi? Wewe ni Mkenya, have you grown up in Kenya? Umeenda shule hapa? What has changed? Unaenda kuchange kutoka from what has been going on. So let us not lie to ourselves. Sababu ya 200. Nimeona mwingine hapa amesema huko Kakamega ile pesa ya kidogo sana walikuwa wanatoa ni 200. So where does this money come from? Na hospitali hatuna madawa, ndio hiyo everything, hata hiyo uniform ya askari sio, hata mshahara waongezewe. Usianze kusema hii. Nimeona walikuwa na wakati Raila walisindua manifesto yao, alienda kuturukana akasema we marching. Raila amesema hataki nyinyi, na amesema nguo za mitumba ni za maiti, na the following day akaanza kusema tunaenda kutengeneza nguo, tunaenda kutengeneza viatu, sasa where are you? Can you have a stand? Ukisema kitu, just say it now, you mean serious. So Wakenya, I know Wakenya ni werevu, lakini anataka kuwafanya wajinga vile anasema wajinga waliisha, lakini anataka kurudisha wajinga. Wacha wakule pesa, mwishowe mimi naona bila Atuli alitabiri miti ikatwe. Ama kitu mzuri wamlinde. Askari wanasema wana uniform, wamlinde tafadhali. Naomba kukata miti. We don't need deforestation. Unataka miti ikae, achungwe asiende ataweza kuruka hata kwa mito. Kwa hivyo achungwe tu. Anyway, that's all I can say for now. And I appreciate so much for what is going on in this forum. Thank you very much, Bennett.
Thank you, Henry. Tunatumia Nyayo philosophy, kata moja panda mbili. Hakuna miti tunakata ile mzee, tunapanda yang. Ili mtu akijimiza kwa ile yang anaanguka tu chini, tunaokota tunamwambia jitie moyo ndugu. Yes, keep.
Bana, unajua hata niliongea na Erika jana, bado tunajaribu contract ya kuleta hiyo mkono, watu wa mkono wakuje kukata hiyo miti, alafu tutakuja kupanda after August. Hiyo miti Sigoi lazima tukate. Mama alikuja Wasingishu, we talked about Wasingishu na alikuja, and we're very happy, na tutaendelea kukata hizo miti yote. By the way, inaonekana hiyo ni ukweli. Huyu mtu atajinyonga asipopata hii kiti.
Take it easy, usitabiri. Lakini vile anakaa, he's beaten very early. He's beaten very early. He overrated himself. And that's why I don't want Kenyans overrating one William Ruto. William Ruto is not a match for Raila Odinga. He asked for a battle he cannot handle. He doesn't have the tact, the scheme. You can't use tricks to win against a systematic, deep thinker. A man who sees 10 years when he is here. And then you want to use tricks to win against him. You will always be caught up with your tricks. All the same, let's continue the conversation. Twende kwa nani huyu Felix, alafu tukimaliza Felix tukuje nani jamaa mwingine alikuwa hapa ni saa ele. Felix,
okay, thank you Bernard.
Tatu.
Thank you Bernard. Is it evening? How can we say it? It's good evening everyone.
Nairobi is good morning.
Okay, whichever. I hope you are doing good, you people. First of all, let me just take a few seconds to appreciate our respected ladies who are with us today. It's true the conversation has changed. The ladies, our ladies and our mothers and our women, they want to be part of the conversation. Just from the panel, I can see we have a number of ladies and our sisters. We appreciate you. Secondly, I'm so much happy today because of the political activities that has happened today. Majorly, I'll dwell on the KARUA'S ELDORET political rally. KARUA, as you said, is a game changer to Azimio team. Actually, from the activities she has done today, is total. We can totally agree that KARUA is the real person RAILA needed to win an election. Why am I saying this? Because RAILA needed a compliment, somebody who adds a value or may add something that you never had before. And from the political activities so far, KARUA has done it best. In fact, I can rank her some percentage better than Kalonzo Musyoka, because before Kalonzo Musyoka could not go out in areas where is perceived to not to be Raila Odinga's support base. But KARUA has done it in Mount Kenya. She's doing it right now, even in the Rift Valley, where the main competitor is coming from. So she's doing a very commendable job. On the same note, I came to realize that there are a majority of silent majorities who are really longing for change. The problem is that they cannot come and speak for themselves because maybe fear of intimidation or something of that sort. But I must take even some few seconds to appreciate for the few our sisters and brothers, our fathers and our mothers who came out in large numbers to receive our deputy president. We thank them a lot because this journey is for all of us. On the same note, because the rally, the Eldoret rally, surprised the competitor. Expect them to go to Eldoret with a new narrative, and they'll go to rubbish everything KARUA was trying to say in that region. On the same note, expect them to go back to where where Baba has gone today and the Kalonzo. Expect them in few days. You'll expect to go to Kambani and go to Rift Valley, especially in Eldoret region, just to try to rubbish the perception that the Azimio group has started, just tried to create today. Kalonzo Musyoka, I just want to be chap because I'll allow others to participate as well. Kalonzo Musyoka, today's rally with Baba, it was so impressive, and at least it is evident that you can see the lost glory, our supporters who are losing hope in our coalition. Now they are coming back. Actually, the reception was quite good, quite commendable. Unfortunately, I must say this, I was not impressed with how Kalonzo was handling some of the how can we say it, the sibling rivalry. It was portraying some humiliation. I was not much happy. I think he could have learned from the previous Nyeri, where Martha Karua went and started to, and at least communicated and talked well with the two senators who are coming from the same. To be specific, the President Nyokabi, who is vying for senatorial position, and Kabando Kabando. At least there's the way that Martha Karua talked to them. At least it was a friendly talk, because it's not a matter of let's be a matter of war, internal war. We don't want the internal war. The competitor will take advantage over that. Lastly, today I do not have many points. Lastly, the sarcastic 95%. This is the sarcastic. This is like you, Bernard, somebody is promising you, let's say 20 billion to be a lady today. Something very impossible. Very, very impossible. It's like Ruto has just decided to play with these people, even in their home ground. This is so tremendous. I can't believe this, because even the 30%, Mama Selina was talking about 25%. Me, I can add them around 2 to 3 on top of the 25%. They might score around 20 to 30%. That is the figure they have, because we are talking about the issue as currently. We are not talking about any perception, the crowds and everything, because as we know every day, Ruto's political rallies is always full of drama. You must see something like human trafficking or traffic for hire. There's a term used to refer them, a traffic for hire. Like today, I was following Pauline Joroge's Facebook channel, and I saw a video. I don't know if it's true or maybe it's just a purported case. I saw it some school buses carrying some people alighting from the bus to attend that particular rally. That's so unfortunate, because when the voting time will come, these people will not reflect what is perceived to be a political rally. I think, Bernard, don't have much for now. I just appreciate for the time you've given me. Just give another person to participate and give us some submission. Thank you.
Okay, Asante Felix, we appreciate it. Let's move on quickly. Let's go to Sir Eli Nyota.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning from Nairobi. How are you?
Fine, thank you. Thanks for giving me the opportunity. I'm Eli Nyota from Amotokunas, residents of Migori County, but I work in Nairobi. So I just want to make some points on the perception that people do have about this Kenya Kwanza group or wherever. I was raised in Eldoret, and Ruto has been my MP for some for some time. I know him. I is somebody who used to double speak ever since. People do believe that Eldoret or Uasin Gishu is Rutonated. There we have like Eldoret town is a metropolitan area. We have people from around the country. We have the other time last week I was in Kona. Kona is in Langas. Then I was just walking along the corridors. Then you'd hear people even talking in their native languages. So we have a lot of people there. And what I want to say is that this group, Kenya Kwanza and their captain, wherever they start speaking in any public rally, they use very abusive languages, and they don't have agenda. Like if I mention but a few, if you remember, sorry, I'm hearing a lot of echoes. Am I still on?
You're okay. Hello? You're okay. I fixed it. Continue.
Oh, okay. So like the other time, Aisha Juma was campaigning in Kilifi. Then she lost her temper and called the electorates maumbwa. So such abusive languages, this team Kenya Kwanza, they like it much. And this is a team that they like creating the political paranoia, miasma, and they like twisting, coaxing, and bringing people into political imbroglios. That is which is not necessary. You know, Baba fought for this freedom of speech for a long time. You Gatuzi, even the Ruto and the team itself, when we were voting for the new constitution, they were on the other side. And this is something that they never liked from the start, and now they are enjoying the fruits. You see the way Ruto is attacking even the media. The media has got that freedom of expression and speech, and the kind of threats can depict the kind of government that we may have should they win the general election. Ruto want to take us back to the Moi era, where uko ulikuwa you are to be seen, not to be heard. So we need for us to be off from this, guys. We need to vote for the change, which is Baba and Mama. At least the economy that they have been looting and draining, they have been draining our granaries ever since. So we need a team that is that has got integrity. Ukiangalia hii team ya Ruto, kama mtu ana shida ya maybe academics thing, in fact they are very crafty. Is either they are in the courts for looting, or maybe academic, wherever. This team, ni watu huwezi ukanini, you cannot trust these guys. So the fact that they are ferrying people to their rallies, this is quite absurd and it is discombobulating. It is, in fact, we are surprised. We find this perturbing, astonishing, flabbergasting, and baffling at this era where we need to sell our ideas.
Kizungu bana, hiyo kizungu ni kali.
Sorry?
Hiyo kizungu yako ni kali.
Keep. Use your dictionary.
Okay. So what I want to talk, what I want to say about this team, it is a team without agenda. They like some hogwash and flossing out hilificating issues here and there. The double speaking. This team, like the other time, in fact, I found it a bit amused when this kama mtu mwenye aliona hii clip, huu pastor alisema Kenya kwisha in such a big show that shows that the Kenyans have rejected these people. Wengine wanaenda tu huko kwa pesa, but deep in their heart, like there's some clips that was going viral about some mama mbogas. I don't know the way they made some stopovers in a market. Then unapata kama mtu akona hii kitambaa ya Azimio, then the moment they saw the Ruto team, anakimbia na ificha because of the money, not that he loved Ruto, alificha ndio anaende pesa. So that can tell you that the country has decided, and they know their rights, they know who should lead the country to the right direction. Ruto has been in the office for that long. What has he done? He's the first person to attack the CS that Fulani is campaigning for, who is campaigning for, but he has been in the office. He's the deputy president. All this that he's telling us that he will do, why hasn't he done all this while he was in the office? Hisi ni kutudanganya. If something that he has not done for all these years where he had the office and all the powers, yeye ndiye alizimia hiyo big four agenda. Sasa anasema he is to blame for everything. Whichever ministry that Ruto was appointed, alitoka hapo na corruption cases were following him here and then. Ruto is somebody who is tribalistic, anapenda nini sana, ni ukabila
Bana,
sana.
Eli, tamatisha sasa.
Okay, so like he was given all the slots, that is about 11 slots in the CS, in the cabinet. Out of the 11 slots, 95% walikuwa Wakalenjins, of which were his closest friends. And through those dockets, we lost a lot of money. And I think if we give this man a chance, the country will be mali tutaenda, hata sitaki kusema, because I'll use a term that even my father will not understand. Thank you very much for the time. I really appreciate.
Thank you, Sir Ella Nyota. Thank you so much. It's a good English lesson for specifically keep. Asante sana. Those are strong points, and let's keep the focus. One thing that I want Kenyans to wake up is that William Ruto feels that Kenyans owe him the presidency. How and why, I don't understand. Maybe Kenyans can help me. Did we did we sign any contract that we will make William Ruto president? Why is he angry that we are not making him president? Must he be our president? Najua wakina nani watanipiga mawe, lakini ni hivyo. Wewe you offer yourself, okay? Then give Kenyans the right to choose. Don't force Kenyans to choose you, okay? Tuambie wewe unapenda hii na hii na hii, lakini sisi tutaamua kama tunakupenda ama tupende. Anayekupenda mpende, asiyekupenda achana na yeye. Lakini Western wamesema Ruto tawe. So kuna huyu jamaa anaitwa Sanchez Sanchez anasema 70% is achievable. Where? Except in your imagination. Because where will you get it? And one thing I will want to ask the Western people, let's deny William Ruto that 25%. 25%, bile tulipatia Uhuru 11% in Kakamega, apate 5% Kakamega, patia ya offering ya 5% in Bungoma, another 10% in Trans Nzoia. Endelee namna hiyo.
Wewe Bernard, wacha kumislead watu. 25 itoke wapi?
No,
5 tano.
Yani tano in the 3 counties.
Tano.
Sawa mzee Kasuti.
Kama ni hivyo ni sawa, lakini ati 25
hapana. Kama Uhuru alipata 11 in Kakamega last time, Ruto anapaswa kupata 4. Okay, kwa sababu size yake ni 4 compared to Uhuru. Then namna hiyo tukibalance ili ndio ikuwe bottom up vizuri. Akwe bottom, then we can now begin to plan up. Right now we must put him bottom first, then we will plan up later when we have thought about it. Yes. Now, naomba sasa tulete Mkenya Spain, alafu ndio turudi tena kwa Mkururo. Mkenya Spain vipi? Naona unatengeneza kitoweo.
Hello, nilikuwa naongea kama mic imefungwa. Hapana, nilikuwa nafanya some photocopies. Si kitoweo, sasa hivi ni almost masaa ya kulala.
Oh.
Ningekuwa kitchen zingekuwa hivyo.
Okay.
Otherwise mkoaje? Hello my fellow. Hapa tunajaribu kujadiliana. Okay, kwanza let me go to the titles here down. About kwanza nitaanzia na rally za Ukambani. At least we can see now Kalonzo Musyoka has gone back to his mind na ameachana na kazi mingi ya kuwa hapa pale. At least I followed how the rallies were and were great. We can say that hata watu wakikataa, this time Baba will be the fifth. Though those people are undecided, you know, there are still people who have not yet decided who to vote. I can tell Kenyans, don't be undecided, because the other day I was listening to this anaitwa Wanjolike ama anaitwa nani, hiyo anasema ati anapandia watu bank surely. We are talking of our youths, wanaharibika, wanafanyiwa hii, wanaharibiwa, na mwingine anakuja wanaanza kutuambia ati mambo ya China ati wanafanya hii. Does he know the technology which the China has ndio wafike mahali wako? Does he know what they do? Does he know that they work 24 hours? Ataniambia watu ati we will remove working day, we will do this. Kama Kenya yenyewe hata hatunjafikia hata kukua ekonomi mzuri tukifanya masaa 12 daily basis. How come uta reduce days ati ndio economy ikuwe mzuri? People, they cheat us. They think that we don't think of ourselves. Then mtu anakuja hapo na maplan zake na unapata kuna wale wanamfuata, and those are the undecided ones. So the undecided number, we have heard from for me, I can say nilisikiza Martha Karua today Eldoret wakati alikuwa anaongea, and I can say that lady, if God's will akue Kenyan president, we can, lakini unajua, we don't know, people changes, but I don't think that lady can change a political standard na stand, because when you listen to her, is someone who has something for Kenyans, who is overseeing the future of Kenyans. Because the other day he talked about youths. He said that he knows there are youths who are suffering, and this is time, because alikuwa anajiita mama, when there is mama na baba kwa nyumba, wanafikiria about watoto wao. Akasema yeye mwenyewe ako na watoto, they are youths, and she knows that those youth, they need to work, they need to be stable economically. But akasema kitu moja, and that's the truth. Let Kenyans not be cheated that ati utakuwa rich without working. You have to work hard from the first time, from the moment go. When when the Bible said that you will eat the sweat, the sweat. You will eat from the work of your, from the sweat of your, comerás el fruto de tu trabajo. Becoming in Spanish. So we have to work hard. Nothing will get from like manna. The time of Moses is over. Hatutawahi pata manna again. The only manna which we get is when it rains, and that is for everyone. So when it rains, you have to go dig and plant, and that's where you will get your food and you will get what you have to eat for tomorrow. So let not be cheated ati kuna mtu atawanyunyishia pesa, and that's so ati na unapata unaamkia unakuwa uwezi ukaenda kufanya kazi. Kenyans, let's be hardworking. Let us stop be lazy. There's one thing that mzungu has taught me, and this, mzungu anakuonyesha njia, anakuambia this is done like this. So you yourself, you have to get to know and you have to start doing. Usikae hapo ati unasema kesho nitafanyiwa, kesho itakuwa hivyo, kesho ile kutwa itakuwa hivyo hivyo. As Kenyans, we are lazy, and I'm not sorry to say that, because sisi wenyewe tunajinjua. Mi mwenyewe nilikuwa Kenya, nilitoka Kenya, and sometimes it costs us a lot when we are working, when we hear that we have to do our best, and that's how we are. So watu wache kundanganya ati we'll get things from free. We have to work, and we have to sharpen our lives, na tusingojee za bure. Mtu anakupea leo 200, ukikataa kumpigia kura, do you know what might happen to you when you have eaten 200 za mtu na hujampigia kura? So let us stop eating vitu za bure. Vitu za bure hazina amani na hazina baraka. Let's try to get what will bring blessing to us and to our country. Because when we eat those vitu za bure, is when we will feel that tomorrow haitakuwa. So what will happen with me? Cause kesho nikikataa kupata hizo za bure, I won't go and work. And this goes to the youths, cause sisi tumezoea tu vitu za bure. We want to get those free easy things, but in dunia vitu za bure hakuna vitu za bure. We have to work hard. We have to work with our hearts. We have to try our best to make our environment somewhere where we can be proud of. We can at least enjoy, cause tukikataa kufanya kazi nani atafanya? Ati mtu anatudanganya ati Kenya will be like, no, there's nothing like that. We know the reality. We know that we have a big debt which we have to pay. Mother Karua alisema hivyo, aliwaambia Wakenya hakuna mtu atawalipia hiyo debt. It's there and we have to pay it. And how will we pay it kama we are not working? We have to work hard. Hakuna siku ati tutapata pesa na huko zimwangike tuseme ati twende tukalipe tukalipe madeni za China. It's through our pockets and through our hard work. We have to pay that debt. Kama si hivyo utapata hata wanjukuu wetu, they will get that debt there. So this is the time, hata venye imesikiza Raila akisema, is the time where we have to change our country. Kwanza the economy ya Kenya iko mbaya sana, cause ukiangalia the living standard venye iko kama saizi, na nimesoma nikaona ati wamesema unga itapanda na mafuta. That's so it's like inatupatia woga, cause kama saizi mahali imefika and iongezeke tena, what will those people who when hawana ati pesa za kujikeep daily, what will they do? So for us to at least to achieve and to have better life in our country, we have to vote wisely. We have to vote for those people who are overseeing great things for our country. Let's not vote for people wenye watarudi wanjipatie zile pesa wamekuwa wakienda wakiturushia. And that's how politicians are. Nyinyi mnaona hapa wanang'ang'ana hiyo njua inawakula, but what will they do those 5 years? They will just go there, they see, they get back their money, they get back their strength which they have used, na miaka 5 inaisha, tunarudi tena ingine, tunawapigia mandomo, tunaenda tukiwashautia na huko, na wakirudi na huko wanaenda wanakaa na kazi yao inaendelea hivyo hivyo. So let us not be crowd chasing. Tusikuwa tunakimbizana na tukisikia pale ati mtu anakimbia hapo and you are not yet decided. Just decide and you listen to somebody who can help us to build a big Kenya, not to bring down Kenya. Kama yule pastor alikuwa anaomba mpaka the Holy Spirit akamreveal, akamwambia hiyo ni Kenya kuisha, sio Kenya kwanza. So my brothers and sisters, let us decide. It's time now to decide who we should vote, and that's only that, other than Martha Karua and Raila Omolo. Okay, see you. Thank you for the chance.
Asante Mkenya Spain, thank you very much. I agree with you most of the part, but Kenyans are not lazy. Kenyans are the most hardworking people on earth. We just have a few people who are lazy, and they don't represent Kenya.
But Bernard, let me ask you.
Yes.
Unajua pia huku sisi tunakuanga na political rallies.
Yes.
But ni ngumu sana uone hizo mikutano venye unaonanga Kenya crowd. Hao watu mimi naulizanga, kwani hakuna kazi mnafanyanga kai Kenya?
Kenya Spain, you have been away for too long now. We are different cultures. They play different.
I understand.
So it is politics is part and parcel of our Kenyan culture.
That's why I say, sasa si manifesto ilitolewa ya kila party. You just need to read and you decide.
That is now you are doing the problem. You are doing the mistake the missionaries did when they brought the gospel. Instead of them teaching us the word of God, they began to teach us white man's culture. The white man's culture is different from the gospel. We just needed the gospel, not the mixing.
It's
and so
true.
there is the politics you people do there, as we do it differently. We are passionate about it. We want to wake up and go and do it. But when that is over, everybody goes to the office and do their work. All the same. Thank you. Thank you.
Iko sawa, hata Wakenya wafanye kazi, tusikakue wa kuombaomba. Hizo madeb hata zinaongopwa na kila mtu.
Madeni utalipa, usijali. Serikali inakuja itakuwa safi.
Hiyo ndio tunataka. Yeah, at least uga ipunguze bei. Unajua kusikia ati Kenya tuanze kununua vitu using dollar. Hiyo inaongopesha Hiyo inaongopesha kama mdo.
We can't get there. Not Kenya. Zimbabwe, yes, not Kenya.
By the way, that one is not on the debate, but mi nauliza, what has the Pwani oil refinery wamesemaje? Niacha wakisema ati watu wakikataa kutumia dola, they want to bring back the oil to nini? They want to produce.
No, I don't have facts on that, but it's normal. when running business becomes too expensive, everybody will begin to put their own conditions.
Sure.
But I don't think you can hold the government hostage. You want to trade in dollars, then send it across the sea. And all that is now. Can you imagine if there is what, like the resist movement? If Baba goes and takes microphone and say from today, no one oil in the houses, they will be begging now. So what's too late there?
Waulize watu wa Safaricom.
Yes.
Okay, see you. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's play this video and then keep calm, eh? Keep uko na swali umeinua kidole. Unmute, keep.
No, ilikuwa na salamia Kenya Spain, that was all. I was just saying hi.
Okay, thank you. Tusikilize hii speech kwanza ndio tusonge mbele. Tukitoka kwa speech tunaenda moja kwa moja kwa keep. Then Roba
wacha kusalimia na bwana.
Wewe Kasuti. Wewe unajua ni mzee wa kanisa na leo
yenyeji amekuwa mulu.
Leo sataka
yenyeji amekuwa mulu.
Na sijaona percentage yangu. Wewe ni mzee wa kanisa. Sasa
tulia kidogo papa. Papa tulia kidogo. Inzuka injile musabo.
Where Matthew 17:29 says, "For those who will cut the trees in Sugoi."
Ibu hakuna, wacha kudanganya. Kwani hiyo ni vitu gani?
Sio nasema
hakuna kitu kama hiyo.
For those who will cut the trees in Sugoi, the blessings of Kenya will come upon you.
Ayo sawa.
The blessing of Kenya will be upon what? Upon them.
Yes, yeah. For those who will cut the trees in Sugoi, blessings of Kenya will come to you.
Perekeni kijana wa Sugoi polepole. Mpaka mnafanya mpaka mmeanza kuongeza verses kwa Biblia. Yaani mmempatia pressure. Asipo relax. Mimi naona mtu siku ya swearing in either Madare ama kwa support machine somewhere. It is perekeni polepole. Hii Biblia ni msitu. Sisi tumeenda shule tumejifunza miaka ngapi?
Ni kama kiproto wa Nairobi, ni kama watarudi kwa drawing board. Fake degree.
There is no drawing board. It's too late now. If you are dismissed, you are dismissed. Hakuna kurudi nyuma. Siku za magavana kuchaguliwa iliisha. So kama pati yako haina, it is not considered. But yeah?
Alex mbona amekuja akiwa amekasirika hivyo?
Anakuonesha urgent face. Anasema na urgent submission.
Yeah, is appointed to be in charge of the presidential vote. He must be serious. How do you
donate my time to Alex?
deal with Sudi without being serious?
Ukimalizana na video patia Alex tafadhali, afu nitaingia after him.
Okay, relax tafadhali. Let's move forward, please. Thank you.
Sakafu na ukubaliane nasi ya kwamba baba the fifth amekomaa kisiasa, amekomaa kama kiongozi, na yeye tu ndiye ataweza kuwa rais wa 5 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Jina yake ni Raila Amolo Odinga. Mimi ningewaomba musiogope, muingie kwa nyumba zote, kura zote tusigawanywe. Kura zipigiwe Raila Amolo Odinga. Na mimi namuhakikishia nikiwa nyuma yake nitamsaidia vile ameniita msaidizi wake wa kisiasa. Nitasimama nyuma yake, nitamsaidia, tutafanya kazi na hamtasikia ile ubishi mnasikia kwa hiyo ofisi leo. Kila mtu aelewe kazi zake. Ukiitwa deputy, ukae kama deputy. Hakuwezi. Asante. Halo. Mimi nataka kumalizia kusema hakuwezi kuwa na machairman wawili kwa mkutano moja. Hakuwezi kuwa na rais wawili kwa nchi moja. Hawezi kuwa na gavana wawili kwa kaunti moja. Ukichukua kiti ya deputy, wewe kuwa deputy na sio rais mdogo. Tumekubaliana? Na kama unataka kiti ya rais, heshimu rais aliyoko, sababu ukikalia utastahili kuheshimika. Na ukumbuke, sijasema usikosoe rais au usikosoe gavana, wakosoe kabisa, lakini kwa misingi ya sababu za kutosha na kwa heshima. Hatutaki nchi ya kukosa adabu. Na sisi tunaheshimu hata wapinzani, lakini lazima tutawakosoa kwa misingi ya kutosha. Asante. Halo. Tuendelee au tusiendelee? Sasa ni kumalizia kabisa. Bonde la Ufa lilipata hapo zamani sifa baya wakati wa uchaguzi. Vile nimemuona leo, mumeshikana kama madugu na dada, na kila jamii iko kwa hii mkutano. Tuendelee hivyo hata kwa uchaguzi. Wewe kama hujatusikia habari ya Azimio, ni haki yako kuwa ile pande unataka. Vile sisi hatutafanya, hatutachoka kunyenyekea na kukuelezea kwa upole ni kwa nini uje pande yetu. Tutakuja leo, kesho na kesho kutwa, mpaka tuone Wakenya walio wengi wako ndani ya nyumba la Azimio la Umoja. Sasa nikisema Azimio, tunasema inawezekana. Azimio! Ajira kwa vijana. Nikisema tulieni. Tafadhali tulieni. Tafadhali.
I said it. Kateni miti. Haya, keep chairman wa kukata miti. Hebu tupatie habari, umefikia wapi?
Najua nataka kutoka sahi, lakini inaonekana Alex had something urgent to say. Lakini nitasema just one thing before I also leave. Ni kusema kwamba That is a very unique situation I've seen there for the Maasai and Kalenjin. Mumama amepewa rungu. That is very unique. I think later on we could ask Mama Selina or Masai or Julius when he comes back. I've never seen that before. Mama akipewa rungu hivyo. It's very unique in my culture. Alex, then tell me nitaondoka. Alex.
Yeah, Bernard, nimekuwa huko nyuma, sijui ni kama vitu nini yangu ilikuwa huko naiona, nimekaa nyuma sana. Uko mute, Bernard. You're muted.
Sorry, umekaa kwa waiting lounge
sana. Lakini
nimeenda kutafuta hii video.
Yeah, Bernard, I want first of all I want to congratulate the Azimio group for what they are doing. In fact, yesterday and today their rally shows that they can sustain and attack Ruto for 3 weeks, and Ruto will be no more. In Central, unaona hata Mwangi wa Iria finally has decided to be part of the team that is going to make sure that Ruto is completely fumigated. I'm glad I'm not in Kenya, so those words don't matter to me if I use them. So watch how I say it. So it will be fumigated from totally from Muranga. But Bernard, I want to now. I think we should start advising the Azimio group, because iko mahali wanaenda vibaya. Before the nominations were over, you know, and everybody knows for the record, I was for Team Ongeri. I campaigned for him. I vouched for him. When he finally decamped from ODM, we left him in peace. Akaenda kwa Mbolea, na tulimwambia Mbolea haiko Kisii, Mbolea iko Western kwa sasa hivi. We came back to Team Simbarati. But what we failed to do was to kill the main weed that was within us, and that is James Omariba Ongwae. In the last week alone, Simbarati has had almost 5 pressers. Ongwae has also had about 3 pressers. These people have totally refused to shake hands, totally. And Ongwae has refused to respect Simba Arati, totally. Tomorrow we are having a great meeting in Kisii. When we had that organic meeting in Kisii Sports Ground last time, Ongwae kept joking with the people until when Ongeri was coming to the meeting and other people like Janet Ongera, they were basically stoned. People were so sick and tired of them until they were stoned. And we made noise. Ongwae is making the same mistake again this time around. Amechokoza Simba Arati to the core. Now, what he did after Simba Arati was chosen to be one of the co-chair with Mbadi for the Azimio group in the Nyanza region, because Baba wants to tour Nyanza. You know, it becomes difficult for Baba to tour Nyanza, especially because that is his home turf. Whenever he does that, there is a lot of attacks that comes from, you know, the other side, because anaonekana ni kama mtu mchoyo. I mean, they find a lot of relevancy in throwing some basic attacks. Now, what they have done, from what I see, they've succeeded. They have really succeeded to infiltrate somebody called Ongwae. For a long time, Simbarati has been saying this. During the day, he is in ODM. During the night, Ongwae is in UDA. And I doubted that a lot, because there was no way somebody like Ongwae could do that. He gives reference to 2013 and 2017. And I think we have come to prove it. Now, tomorrow Baba is in Kisii. And I fear a situation that will be more worse than what happened last time. This time around, I think Ongwae will be thrown stones and even blocked from coming to Baba's meeting if he does not behave. We are sick and tired of that man. He is bankrolling the UDA campaign openly. because he fears for the corruption, the magnitude of corruptions that he did in that county. We have a county that says that we have 5 fire trucks and a human resource capacity of about 20 to 30 people. Better, nothing like that exists. Now, when you look at the overall thing, okay, the Nyanza tour has been cancelled, thank God. And even last time, 3 months ago, that's what happened. Up to the last minute, Baba was coming 6 hours to the meeting. The meetings had to be cancelled. But Bernard, unfortunately, some of us have been having Zoom meetings. We've been bankrolling small areas whereby we tell people, even send transportation within Kisii so that they don't fail to go and see Baba. This is unfair to us. Because when we are doing that, we are doing it because we want Baba to win Kisii more than 90%. So this person called Ongwae, and this is what we are going to say, and I hope other people are listening because we decided it. We want to expel this person from ODM and Azimio. If he can't work with Simbarati, we have no option. Because Bernard, look this way. The time for nomination is over. When you lose nomination, you lose. You either go independent or you support the candidate that is there. Somebody like me, I did not support Simba Arati at all for like 3 months. But once he won overwhelmingly, I mean, he had overwhelming support. We had no option but to support because that is democracy. But tuko na fisi moja Kisii inaitwa James Omariba Ongwae, ambayo inaenda every mkutano ya Azimio na inapewa nafasi inaongea. But hiyo fisi ikifika nyumbani, hakuna kura hata moja inatafutia Baba. Ni fitina tangu asubuhi mpaka jioni. Now the question came, I was speaking with a friend of mine yesterday, and a friend of mine asked me, how many people are like Ongwae? Now that we know Ongwae is like that, how many governors are like Ongwae? It's either we show an example and we dispel this person as soon as possible. Bernard, for 2 months tumekuwa tunapanga meeting ya Nyanza because Baba is coming to Nyanza. Baba can't overpromise Nyanza because when the president is coming from that backyard, you can't go and say, hapa Kisumu ntaleta hii, hapa Kisii ntaleta hii. You know, there will be a backlash. So Baba has to go slow. So the way we are organized and we agitate and we speak for ourselves, that is how Baba comes in, ingrains himself, and therefore is able to work among us. If we are not united, what happens? Mbadi came to Kisii to unite these two people. And I've sent you that clip, Bernard, you see. After Mbadi staying in Kisii for almost 12 hours, he only comes out with James Obaribongwae. And I'm warning also my friend Kibage, and he was the one giving very good and a very close friend of mine, Bernard, you know that. He was the one giving a statement on behalf of Ongwae. We don't want that. We want a united. Kisii must deliver. Last time, we had a very bad problem whereby Baba won, Ongwae won, Ongeri won, Janet Ongera won, but no members of parliament. We don't want that kind of situation again. Baba must win at least 3/4 of the seats because what wamesema, Baba ametosha in Kisii. But this one man called James Ongwae must be dealt with. So we must start making noise and let people know in various forums that this man called Ongwae will bring the same trauma he brought to ODM in Kisii, because so far he is bankrolling one man called Machogu during the night. That man is coming out and giving out money that we have never seen. And I've said this, Bernard, money that we have never seen in funerals, money that we have never seen in funerals. So, kama hiyo meeting imekuwa cancelled, we are happy because tomorrow you could have seen a lot of embarrassment to that governor. And after that, we will have said no to any national podium that he will be given because he's taking that advantage that is close to Raila to intimidate one Simbarati. And what does that make? It makes Mbarati looks like he's the one fighting him. So whoever that said that is subject to verification, but I hope it's been cancelled, because twice that has been cancelled. But if not so, you people do not be surprised. We must show Ongwae where he fits. If he's a mole, he can't be with us. Thank you very much, Bernard.
Thank you, Alex. That is serious information that needs to be given urgent attention. And I don't know what really goes to people. Yes, Jakindu Bey, what is it?
Nataka kuongezea tu Alex kwamba hiyo mkutano nafikiri kama imekuwa cancelled because of security, kwa sababu police commissioner wa Kisii leo alikuwa ameshika panga nyingi kabisa, kama 7 zilikuwa zimefichwa kwa nyumba kwa baa fulani pale Kisii, na walikuwa wanaendelea kufanya msako. Kwa hiyo nafikiri ni kwa sababu ya security na ni kwa sababu baba alikuwa anaenda huko kesho. So kama imekuwa cancelled ni kwa sababu ya security. Asante.
Okay. Thank you, Jakindu Bey, for that. It's good that we keep the focus. I want us to redeem time so that we don't keep people so much. Cecilia has been very patient. Please take it right now.
I need to say goodbye. I need to say goodbye.
You are Nio Masa.
Hapana sio Masa. No, I'm still not with the weather still. But I just wanted to say goodbye. Alafu Mama Selina or Julius later on, could you ask him about that breaking of protocol? Mama
she talked about it initially. I don't know. You could just listen to her. Alafu Cecilia kuje. Mama Selina, Akip is asking about mother significance.
What did you say, Bernard?
Kip is asking significance ya mother kupewa rungu katika kimila.
Sociat, si rungu, Kip.
Inaitwa
sociat.
Haiko sociot. Haiko
sociot.
sociot.
No. Sociot.
Niginap. Imeshon. Okay, sawa.
Kigenap kenabe sonae kikoito gunoto. Yeah.
I see.
Keep.
Okay, 1 minute. Chepyoso kikochin sociot nakisute sotet lakini kikelokchi ngoroik kenap kende sonoek. Mekere kakirukta ni sociot kabisa.
Lakini hata kwa Masai pia. Masai wana sociot.
Yes, sociot ni ya wamama, rungu ni ya wanaume.
Unaona? Najua imeshonwa.
Yeah.
Okay, najua imeshonwa.
Imeshonwa na shanga Kimasai, yes.
Okay.
Ako kakilokchi munget, kero munget. Munget na kakilokchi kuba Nandi. Lakini kotinye Masaek kora.
I see.
So
I see.
that one is for a woman leader. Is a great person. Nobody can wear that. Not every woman or not anybody can be given that so short. So remember, Councillor, what was the councillor, the light skinned lady, Councillor Mdvd ELDORET.
Women's rep nebo Nandi.
Yes, so that one is officially for women. So hiyo ndio kupatia wa mama.
I see. Okay, thank you. That is
Stop running away because you see me. They really rob us here, one.
No. The last 2 days have not been doing very well. So
okay, no problem, man. I'll see you later.
I'll see you later.
Okay.
And thank you very much.
Europe.
Okay. Thank you, Kip.
Yeah. So it's just quick translation. It's what we use to clean the kibuyu, and not very many women given that that's what Mama Selina is saying, that it's only special leader women. And the only difference between what I saw there with her is that the Maasai have stitched it with beads. But the one I recognize from the Kalenjins, ours is just a stick, and it's very significant. It's like the South African ladies, before marriage, they carry a shield and a knife. They carry a shield and a knife, and it's similar to what the meaning of that ceremony. I need to look at it because that is a big deal now. If I could notice that, it's very big. It's not, and especially somebody who's not an ILOT, it's a big deal. It's a big deal. Thank you very much.
This is the second time, for your information. Martha Karua was in Kapsisiywa, and she was also given the same. So it was a confirmation that they met her a long time ago.
Right.
Yeah, she's a daughter of that family. She's a wife of that family. And it was a confirmation of what. And again, Chepkawi Yeti, walikuwa naweka shanga. Don't forget that. We also use shanga. The Maasai use shanga, and we use shangas too.
Yeah.
Monget, yes.
Kongoi.
Okay, thank you. Keep stay safe. See you later. Cecilia, karibu tafadhali.
Thank you. Hi everyone.
Hi.
Habari zenu, mnanisikia?
Tuko salama, unasikika, karibu.
Hi. Mi hukuwa hapa kila siku. I come every day, I try entering. I don't know if it is my network. I try and I can't enter, but luckily today nimeingia. So I support Baba with everything. I can even support Baba with my kidney. One of it, nimesupport Baba sana. I'm one of the people who want Baba to touch that thing. I'm one of the people mwenye natamani kabisa Baba aingie State House because I know him. I have supported Baba. This is the third time. And I'll still support Baba every time. Even Baba, if Baba come again, I will still support Baba because I trust him. You see, I trust Baba. I trust Baba what Baba say. It is that he has never gotten a chance to do what he's saying. But if given a chance, Baba can.
Sorry, Cecilia, just keep talking. Ama network yako imejam. Pole Cecilia.
Network.
It's a bit delay, but
okay, nilikuwa nasema
yes.
Baba atafanya hizi vitu wanasema. Mimi namuamini kabisa. Sasa kitu inanishangaza, kuna kitu moja inanishangaza. Watu wana support Ruto, most of them, a very big percentage, hawana reason. They completely don't have a reason to support their candidate. Hawana. Most of them unawauliza una support Ruto kwa sababu gani? Mwingine anakuambia Baba ni mzee. Ruto ni kijana. That is not the reason why you should support. Unajua Wakenya sijaelewa tunataka nini, kwa sababu Baba amesema watu, this juakali people, wale watu wako talented, saloonist, watu wa chuma, mtapewa barua ya kuonyesha ya kwamba mumefanya kazi, you can take the contract with the government. Alafu utapata mtu ako na talent kama hiyo ana support Ruto.
ana support Ruto, and they don't know even the reason why they are supporting Ruto. Baba amesema anataka kukupea 6,000 for the families, poor families. They get 6,000. You can imagine when you are given 6,000 shillings per month and your kid is taken care of at school. Mtoto amelipiwa shule, umepewa 6,000. Wamefanya form 4, hawakufaulu kuingia college kwa sababu didn't have fees. Baba, shule itakuwa bure. They can still apply and get a school to do. Hata wenye tuliacha shule kwa njia tutarudi shule. Like when Kibaki came, I have one of my close cousin who had dropped the school. Ilikuwa kitambo sana. Venye Kibaki alikuja akasema free primary education. He came back to school. Akasoma with 30 years. And he did very well. Examination alifanya vizuri, akafanya form 4, and right now he's a teacher. Kwa sababu ya ile masomo ya Kibaki. You see, people will profit. People will prosper with this. Mtu mwenye alikuwa interested kusoma na hakupata chance kwa sababu ya pesa, they will go back to school and study. Kwa sababu baba amesema masomo itakuwa free, and when he say free, he mean free. Amesema ni bure. Hiyo masomo ya bure Kibaki alileta imekuja kuharibiwa na corruption, of which baba amesema ata fight corruption. Pesa zinakuja zinaishia kwa DO, vitabu za shule zinakuja zinabaki kwa headmaster, hazifiki wanafunzi. Sisi wakati wa Kibaki tulikuwa tunapewa vitabu, unaweka kwa nyumba, next term unapewa zingine, hata zile za last term hazijaisha kwa sababu corruption ilikuwa at its lowest. So I believe if Baba can fight corruption on a serious note, everything will be possible. Everything. Hata hiyo pesa itakuwa excess. People are being told mitumba ziwachiwe watu wenye kutupa watupe. Tuvae nguo zimetengenezwa na mashini zetu. Imagine a Kenyan hataki nguo mpya, anataka nguo imevaliwa. What kind of thinking? Mr. Deputy President will tell you to wear nguo zenye zimevaliwa, hata yeye mwenyewe hawezi kuvaa hizo nguo, lakini ana incite. He's inciting people that Raila amesema atafunga mitumba. What is wrong with Raila closing mitumba and open companies for people to sell new clothes, for tailors to get job? What is wrong with Raila closing mitumba for farmers to get job? In Raila closing mitumba, a farmer will get a job, a transporter will get a job, a seller will get a job, the processor will get a job, an engineer who is engineering those machines will get a job. How many people will benefit? Very many. So, hizo mambo za Ruto na porojo za Ruto mi staki. I hate that man because of lies. Hata if Ruto akivai peke yake na hewa, I better go for hewa. That man is very a liar who cannot be trusted anywhere. He cannot even trust himself because he will talk now and later he forget. He don't even trust himself. How can I trust him? This is the person we can't trust with Kenyans. Kenyans watulie, wapatie baba kura, hizo vitu zote zitafanyika, hizo pesa, tutapewa hizo pesa. Mimi, so far, I have not seen what Ruto is telling people to give them, apart from bottom up, which is not understandable. Nobody even understands it. Even Ruto himself doesn't understand what is bottom up. He can't explain. He will just sing on rallies, bottom up, bottom up.
Pole Cecilia, network yake imekataa, lakini point umetengeneza. Asante sana.
He started.
Sorry Cecilia, your network is low. Sorry. We will get back. Itabidi boost your Wi-Fi ama network iko na shida Cecilia, but I think you made your point. I appreciate that, and every Kenyan, I'm sure, gets that very clearly. We need to get Kenya for posterity, not Kenya for opportunistic, short-lived benefits. So naomba tumsikilize nani? Roba Kamau, alafu mzee ndio aingie. Roba, karibu.
Asante Bernard, you jumped me lakini nikasema our rate is faster, so that's why I decided, that's okay.
Cecilia alikutangulia, ni vile network yake ilikuwa inarusha yeye nje.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think she has a network problem. Before I present what I was going to present today, let me take this opportunity just to add something on what Alex said. As somebody who comes from Kisii County, let me tell you where you are the most fed man. You are failing us. I just remind you, you have 59 days to be called a governor. But when it's all done, you did nothing. You are a crook. You have stolen from us. And what you are doing right now, you are trying to betray Papa. Your days are numbered. There's nothing you can do about us. Just quit and leave our people alone. We fought for you because you are on ODM. You could have lost the election. And more especially people from outside the country, and we know some of these people. But at this point, what you have done is just a mockery. We don't deserve what you have done. And I want to say one more thing. You are a failure. Go hang yourself if you have to. We don't care about you anymore. Thank you, Alex. I just want to get that one to get out of my heart. I don't like Mr. Ongwe from the beginning. He has messed up Kisii County. So he's betraying Papa. But at this point, we know what we want to do. He has 59 days to get out of the office anyway. He's careless about him. Okay, let me just start by saying everybody, Jakin Bay, Mama there, Cecilia, my sister there, sorry, your network. So the last time I was here was last week, and I represented, but after that, I've been away because of MACHAKOS and everything. The first thing is, that pastor,
Robert, can I say something I forget? One minute. Yeah, ile sawati Martha alipatiwa ingawa ameita pimbo. Unajua nimesema sijui vile inaitwa na Kiingereza, hii yenye inatolewa Sunday na Catholic, hiyo nini wanatoa, hiyo ni miti yake, hiyo ndiye wanatoa ile wana celebrate naye Sundays. So China sijui kwa Kiswahili. Hiyo sasa ndio hiyo miti ya hiyo ndiye walitumia kupatia Martha Karua, na hiyo ndiye tunatumia kutengeneza kibuyu. Hiyo tu ndiye nilitaka kusema. It is not any tree, ni hiyo tu ya hiyo wanatoanga hiyo Catholics wanatumia nini yake Sundays. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mama. So first of all, let me start again. I want to I want to give congratulations to our boys there in Mauritius, something there. Omanyara and the 4x100 who won gold. I mean, that was so classic. I didn't know anything about it until some guys from African countries here in California, they were just calling me saying congratulations. I said, why are you calling me for congratulations? At 4x4, you don't know. Then that's when I went to YouTube. I went to see, so our boys won the 4x100 meters relays. And that's, we have our Omanyara is just putting our country on top of that. And many Kenyans, we should celebrate him. Another thing is there was the rate called Spain, Kenya or something. I disagree with her, even though I know she's not here to defend herself, but I apologize for what I want to say. Kenyans, we are hardworking people. And most of us who are in overseas, the way he is, we are hardworking people. And more especially when it comes, like, even when you come in, when the environment is so hard, even you try and you do, even you go to school, you finish even college and other things. So I cannot necessarily say we are rest people. We should, I would say we are the hardworking people when it comes maybe the rest of, when compared the rest of Africa as a continent. So that one, I disagree with her, but she has a right to say what she said. Also, the other thing is about the candidate. We have a candidate in Kenya, and I came to realize something I did. The guy, I don't know what his name is. He wants to legalize marijuana, ban weed, something weed. I mean, that's kind of, I don't know where he's getting it from. And somebody was telling me that the young people like him and doing that. I don't think that's right. But at the same time, we know there's a sector when it comes to medicine where we might need this kind of substance, but that one should not be a platform to tell us that he wants to do that, to grow bang in our country. I mean, it's for medical purposes. There's a way we can do it in a better way. So some of us, we know what the consequences is, because for you, if you remember, where right here in California, we were the first state to legalize marijuana in the whole United States. And if you go to some of these cities, you can see what it has done, the damages and other things. So that's not something we encourage him to do. But at the same time, it's Kenya. We have freedom of speech. We have freedom of anything. And I love it. It's not like we are limited. If it was another African country, if you say something like that, they will come after you. Maybe they just arrest you, or they will even torture you. But we have the freedom. He has a right. He can campaign on it, but I don't think it's going to be successful. So let me go now to what's going on about Mr. Ruto. Mr. Ruto, he has 59 days until we know what we don't know. But I've always said, and let me give my number, 57 to 43. That will be the final. That will be the final score. I mean, the percentages when it comes to presidential. 57 to 43, but 57 going up, 43 going down. That's the way I see it at this point. So I saw Karua somewhere in ELDORET. I mean, I'm telling you, I didn't know much about her, but now I've come to appreciate Karua. When she speaks, I'm proud of her. I just feel like, like I remember the Obama moment, 2008, when he came on the scene. That's how I see Karua right now. She has changed the political landscape in our country. I mean, I don't know whether we appreciate what's going on in Kenya right now. If you can hear people, even our neighboring countries, we have some neighbors here. Some of us, we have people from Uganda, Tanzania, some of our neighbors. If they are talking about her, I mean, this is serious. I want people to wake up. To tell you the truth, I think, oh my goodness. Somebody said she might be the next president. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's win one election at a time. But at this point, Papa knew it, even though I know a lot of people never wanted to choose her as the running mate, until she said, if that's the case, he had to quit. But at this point, job well done, Baba. You are running mate. Because you can send her to go to ELDORET, I don't know where Mr. Ruto can send his running mate to go and just represent him. I think the more we go, the more this man called, I can't even remember, I can't remember his name. The more we go, the more it's just like he makes mistake after mistake after mistake. And he does not serve even to be a running mate at this point. So, Bernard, let me just leave it right there. And I hope we'll let other people represent. But you guys have been watching you from behind the scenes. I'm the real Roba. And you guys have been calling Roberto Azimio as Roba. I feel jealous about it. And when Roberto come back, I'm the real Roba in this network. Thank you.
Asante Roba. Sasa itabidi tuwafungie kwa kirumu nyi wawili muamue. Asante lakini. Bwana Kamau vipi? Mr. Kamau drives the bus every day. Every day. Are you there? I think Kamau has been raptured. So naomba Cecilia amalizie alafu ndio mzee Jakindube aje. Cecilia, kwa sababu network yako iko na shida, nenda mbio mbio umalize tafadhali.
Sana, iko na shida sana kabisa. Nimejaribu kuingia siku mingi sana lakini sijaingia. So, nilikuwa nasema Ruto hana kitu ya kuambia Wakenya kwa sababu amefanya campaign 4 years na hajaleta manifesto na bado anapanga kuleta na hata ileta. He might never even bring that manifesto. Atakuja na Kiswahili zingine zenye zieleweki za bottom up. Wakati when Kibaki changed the Kenya, he used the current economy and he changed Kenya. So mchagua jembe sio mkulima. Ruto sio mkulima, sio kiongozi. Huyo ni mtu inafaa atupiliwe mbali kabisa. Asinusie hata uongozi kabisa kwa sababu yeye ni mchagua jembe, hawezi kulima. Kama hawezi kufanya kazi na ekonomi yenye iko, asituletee vitu zingine mpya zenye hatutaelewa. You can see he's confusing Kenya. I like what Martha Karua is doing. Martha Karua effect is a threat to that camp. That is a threat. Wako na wasiwasi, hao watu wako na wasiwasi because of Martha Karua, and unfortunately Ruto is the only president who has a male running mate. I don't know if you have noticed. Ameangalia wale watu wanatembea nao, wale watu wanawania nao, ameona ya kwamba hao watu they like women and I'm the only one, the bachelor in the house. So probably women will go for their fellow women. Nobody chose women. Nobody chose man apart from him, and he didn't even choose a man that is presentable. He chose the man who can be who nobody can choose. So he's in trouble. Ruto is in trouble. He knows that he's going to fail terribly. Ana fail kabisa, anajua anaenda kuanguka, and he's preparing, but the government should also prepare. The government should track all systems of insecurity, because Ruto himself is a threat. You remember 2007, his area was more worse. So he's also a threat to security. That thing should be taken care of as early as possible. The security
should deal with the area around him, because he can easily incite. He has already lost. I like Kalonzo. Kalonzo, tulikuwa tunasema Kalonzo aende, lakini Kalonzo has come with another force, the force that is unstoppable. So the negotiation of Kalonzo to campus position has increased the value of Kalonzo in Azimio. So the campus, they compare between Mutua and Kalonzo and see like this Kalonzo has their interest, because Mutua alikubali hiyo 30 yake, I don't know 35, akatulia akakaa huko na tumbo yake, but Kalonzo tried to negotiate for his community. So Wakamba wanajua huyu mtu is not self-interest. At least he has negotiated something and he's now back fully. He's full in Azimio. So in the other way, Ruto, he's promising people millions of money. When he's complaining that he's not in the government, when he goes the place where the government did something, he will say tumefanya hii. When he goes to the place where nothing has happened, he will say it is because of handshake. So he is partially in the government, and a half of him is in opposition and a half of him is in government. So Raila alikuwa anajulikana huko in the Gema community kama mtu mbaya sana. If you hate your dynasty, neighbor, one day you will know that dynasty neighbor is good. When you feel sick at night and he has a car, he rush you to the hospital, is when you know that dynasty neighbor is good. So Ruto will run around, tell people how dynasty, they don't know what and what. It is nobody chose to be born in poor family. Hakuna mtu alichoose kuzaliwa na maskini. Hakuna mtu alichoose kuzaliwa dynasty. It is the plan of God. It is God who planned the dynasty and the poverty. So if Ruto has succeeded to that level and he trusts that it is God, why is he saying dynasties, and yet it is God who planned the life of people? It is not somebody who choose to be born in dynasty. So we are Ruto, awachane na dynasties. We want people, those dynasties are those the Kenyans want, because they don't have their own interest. Hawana haja ya kuiba pesa, hawana haja ya kujifaidisha. They want to help Kenya because they already have. Wako na hizo pesa, it is Kenyans who will suffer in the wrong hands. So the dynasties have right to lead Kenya because they will not steal. I will always choose dynasty because when I fall down, he will pick me up. So the last thing I want to say, I know the time is up. The last thing I want to say, I urge Kenyans, let us see, let us open our eyes. Let us tuangalie tabia ya mtu, tuangalie hawa watu tunapea kura wanakaa aje. Tuangalie mtu ambaye amekupigania na ule mtu ambaye kazi yake ni promises that will never end. Ruto will never fulfill the promise if the kids that are waiting for laptops have already finished school now, and they are being promised the companies that will never come. Thank you, Bernard.
Asante sana Cecilia, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Interesting and a good way of looking at things. I believe Kenyans are getting the light they need to get in order to choose right leaders. And as Kenyans, tusikubali kutumika kuendeleza maovu. Tutumike kuzuia maovu. Hiyo ndio sababu umepewa hiyo kura. Ukienda kwa hiyo booth unachagua uongozi ambao unafaa kwa nchi, sio uongozi wa kutetea jamii yako, mtu wenu ama jamii yenu. Iwe ni uongozi wa kuchagua uongozi ambao utaendeleza nchi na kufanya maisha ya kuwe bora. 2 videos alafu Jakindu Bey utashikilia hapo. Okay, acha tuanzie Kisii.
Raisho ambayo ya rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya wa 5 Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga atakapozuru eneo la Nyanza. Jumatatu atakuwa humu Kisii, itakuwa huku Kisii. Pia vile vile Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga atafanya mikutano karibu miwili ndiposa arudi Nairobi. Kuanzia wakati huo tutakuwa tunajipanga vile atakavyozuru eneo lote la Nyanza, kuanzia Siaya, Kisumu, Migori, Homa Bay, Kisii na Nyamira. Kwa hivyo mtatarajia kwamba mengi yatatokea na tuko tayari. Lile tunaomba peke yao, kwa sababu nimesikia kuna wale ambao walikuwa wanapanga kwamba watu wakuje kupiga kelele. Ndugu zetu wale ambao mnapanga, hamwezi panga kwa mkutano yetu, mtapanga yenu. Tuko na uwezo wa kuhakikisha kwamba mikutano yetu yote ni mikutano ya amani, na tunaomba kwamba mikutano yote itakayofanyika huku Nyanza itakuwa ni mikutano ya amani. Ndiposa tumeleta vyama zote za Azimio pamoja na sisi. Tumekuwa hapa Kisii na vyama vya UPA, Wiper, UDM, KANU, Jubilee na Kenya. Wale wengine mko ni kina nani? Republican Party, RLP, DAP, hizo zote, vyama zote ziko hapo. Kwa hivyo sisi tuko tayari kumkaribisha Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga humu Kisii, na tunataka tumhakikishie kwamba ile asilimia kwamba tuliona juzi ilitolewa, Mungu akipenda mwisho wa mwezi huu lazima itakuwa 78. Nimekasirika sana kuona kwamba kuna asilimia 21 imekwenda kwa mtu wa UDA. Tutahakikisha kwamba tumehakikisha ndugu zetu zote, sisi kama team ya Azimio tumekuja pamoja. Mwisho, hakuna utata wowote. Ile utata tulio nao ni utata ambapo watu wengine wachache ambao wanajifanya wako katika Azimio na wako na UDA, wanalala na UDA usiku, mchana wanajifanya kwamba wako na sisi. Tunajua fedha nyingi zimetolewa kwa UDA, lakini tutawashinda kwa nguvu ya mkono wa Mungu. Na hiyo nataka tuombe kwamba wale ndugu zetu tuko na nyinyi, lazima kama mko na sisi, kaa na sisi. Kama mnaamua kuwa kule na UDA, tafadhali enda mapema. Tunajua kwamba mlifanya haya 2017, 2013, hamkutaka kuonekana kimasomaso kwamba mko na Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Sasa usijifanye kwamba unataka kuwa sijui nini katika serikali ya Raila. Sasa unataka kufuruga, uonyeshe kwamba Kisii iko united. We are united. That's why all these leaders are here. Kwa hivyo, kwa hayo mengi nataka kwamba niko na furaha kwamba viongozi wako hapa. Kuna wabunge wa zamani, kuna wale ambao wanagombea viti wa ubunge, kuna wale ambao wanagombea viti vya udiwani, inaitwa MCA udiwani, wakilishi wodi, na viongozi ama wale wanagombea kiti cha ukina mama. Kwa hivyo tuko na furaha kwamba shughuli hii itaendelea, na naomba kwamba ninyi wanahabari msiondoke. Kuna viongozi wengine watakao kuja, kwa sababu kule kwingine nimesikia wamefungiwa. Kuna mtu mmoja nimeenda huko media amefungiwa nje. Sasa utazaje kuwa kwamba ni public interest na unafungia watu wanahabari nje? Kwa hivyo ninyi hapa ni nyumbani, msiondoke, hapa tuko. Asanteni. Lezi kama kuna swali. I think nimejielezea vya kutosha.
Okay, thank you. Jackie Dube, take it.
Nawasalimia tena sana again, Mama Badi Bernard. Mimi napenda viongozi kama Simba Arati, manake ni kiongozi ambaye haogopi, kiongozi ambaye anapenda vitu za wazi, na mimi nataka kumwambia Alex kwamba wamepata kiongozi huyo. Simba hana mchezo hata kidogo na watu Kisii watajua Simba hana mchezo. Lakini mimi kuna kitu ambacho nataka kusema kwamba nimefurahia sana kiongozi makamu wa rais wetu mpya Martha Karua. Mama Salina, mimi nakupongeza sana. Nataka nikupongeze sana mama, tena sana, kwa sababu wewe ulitoa mwito wako right from the word go, ukasema kiongozi ni huyu Martha Karua. Huyu namjua, nimekaa na yeye, amekuwa kiongozi wangu na ni mtu mwaminifu, mtu ambaye hapendi fujo, lakini naye hataki fujo. Kwa hiyo tunakupongeza sana. Mimi nakupongeza sana sana sana.
Asante.
Kwa sababu ulitusihi, ulituomba kwamba huyu, na kutuonyesha kwamba huyu ndio kiongozi. Na mimi nampongeza sana Martha Karua kwamba ni kiongozi ambaye tunataka viongozi wa namna hii. Kiongozi ambaye anaongoza, si kwamba anasema eti anasikiza on the ground. Hapana, wewe kama kiongozi ni lazima uongoze wenzako. Kwa hiyo ni jambo la muhimu sana kwa kiongozi. Kwa hiyo nafurahi sana vile Martha Karua anafanya kampeni. Na leo nasema Martha Karua anakuwa kila siku. Leo nimesikia Martha Karua akisema na sauti iliyo shupavu, sauti ambayo iko na nguvu na kujieleza kamili na kusema wazi na ile kipasa sauti ilikuwa nzuri sana, kwa sababu ilikuwa powerful na watu walimkaribisha kwa shangwe na vinderemu. Kwa hiyo sidhani kama Gachagua anaweza kupata watu kama, manake Martha ni brand, ni brand ya national brand na international. Sasa hii ni ngumu sana kuchagua kulinganisha na Gachagua, ambapo Gachagua ni brand ya kijiji ya huko Nyeri peke yake. Sidhani kama Gachagua anaweza kuja kukampeni hapa Nairobi peke yake, hawezi. Lakini ona Martha Karua ameenda Eldoret peke yake, tena alifanya kitu moja ya ajabu sana. Martha Karua ametembea kama kilomita 3 ndani ya Eldoret na mguu. Aliacha gari na kutembea na mguu, kuwaonyesha kwamba niko hapa, na watu wamemkaribisha, na mimi nimefurahi sana. Kwa hiyo hiyo ni jambo la muhimu. Jambo lingine nimeona kwamba ile 70%, hii mambo ya kusema eti 70% ni akina nani ndio walisema eti watanipatia 90%, na mimi nikamwambia wadhali wapatie. Hiyo ni kuwatupa chini ya basi. Hao watu yeye ashawaruka. Hao akina Musalia watapata 0 na wataambulia 0. Na hiyo ni kusema ni viongozi ambao hawaongozi watu wao ni si waelewi hata kidogo. Viongozi kama hao, mimi nilisema tangu zamani kwamba mtu kama Musalia Mdavadi na Wetangula ni viongozi, ni watu ambao sio waaminifu. Hebu ona ndugu yake Timothy. Tunataka kiongozi kama Timothy, kiongozi ambaye anajua kuna kesho, kiongozi ambaye anajua kwamba ni lazima tufanye kazi pamoja. Walijaribu hata kumwambia ati sijui umeonewa, umefanyiwa nini, lakini Timothy alisema it's not about me, si mimi, ni wananchi. Kitu ambacho nataka ni juu ya wananchi. Na Timothy alisema kwamba walimwambia aende independent, na akasema ukishaenda independent, wale watu wote walikuwa wanakuambia aende independent. Ukienda independent wanakuruka, wanakuambia pana, sisi tunakusupport ukiwa kwa ODM, kama huko independent hapana. Unaona? Ni lazima ujue kama kiongozi uko wapi. Nimeona interview moja ambayo imenifanya kusikitika sana, na mimi sijui kama Bernard, wewe ni kiongozi wa kanisa na vile vile ni mwanahabari, na mimi ningesikia kutaka, nasikitika sana kuona ile interview ambapo makamu wa rais leo alikuwa anafanyiwa interview na ana dictate, ampatii yule mwanahabari nafasi ya kumuuliza maswali, yeah? Manake inatakiwa maswali uyajibu. Ndio maana yeye hawezi kwenda katika ile debate, kwa sababu hapendi kukubali makosa ama hapendi kuchukua yani kujibu maswali vile akiulizwa hataki kujibu, kwa sababu kama hawezi kujibu hayo maswali, maana yake kuwa kiongozi maana yake ni nini? Hawezi kujibu maswali yale anaulizwa. Hakuna maswali akujibu. Alikuwa anataka ni kama alikuwa anataka kumlecture yule jamaa, kusema tu maneno ambayo yeye anataka. Akiulizwa swali hataki kujibu, kwa sababu aliulizwa swali vizuri sana kwamba wao ninyi mnalalamika kina Msheru wakose kukampeni, na mbona wakati wewe ulikuweko walikampeni? Hakujibu, alikataa, akasema kwamba haoni maana ya huyo jamaa kumuuliza haya maswali, anataka amuulize maswali ya bottom up. Kwa hiyo kwa ujumla hakumpatia Aguer Joe nafasi ya kumuuliza maswali. Kwa hiyo ni mtu ambaye hawezi kuhudhuria, na mimi nawaambia na wasihi wa Kenya, wacheni kufuata uongo. Mimi bado nasema uongo huwa ina expire. Uongo ina expire, ukweli hai expire. Uongo ina expire, ukweli hai expire. Mambo yale yote Jesus aliwaambia watu hayaja expire mpaka leo, lakini zile uongo zote watu wamesema zime expire. Na mnaonaga hapa, ukisema uongo ina expire. Na kwa nchi kama yetu, hata kusema mambo, mtu unasema mambo eti kwa porojo, eti ni politics, hizo vitu zinaharibu nchi, zinaleta uhusiano mbaya. Mimi angalieni hii porojo ambao watu walikuwa wanasema kama kwa mfano kusema ati ni siasa tu, tunasema watu wa mlima. Unaona vile inafanya hata watoto wanashindwa, kwani huyu tuliambiwa hivi, na mbona? Tuacheni porojo kwa nchi yetu. Hiyo porojo haifai, kwa sababu sisi ni makabila tofauti. Lazima tutofautishe kwamba nchi yetu sio kama Uingereza. Ukienda Uingereza ni Waingereza tupu, ukienda Japan ni wa Japanese peke yao. Kwa hiyo wao wanaweza kusema porojo lakini sisi ni tofauti, tuko makabila tofauti. Kwa hiyo mambo yetu ni tofauti na nchi zingine zile zinasema porojo. Sisi hatufai kusema porojo. Sisi tunataka tuseme ukweli wakati wote. Hivyo ndivyo tulivyo, na hiyo ndio inafanya kazi kwetu. Na Martha Karua anasema vizuri anapofanya kampeni, anasema wapinzani na watu wetu na sisi wote ni wa Kenya. Kwa hiyo hatuendi popote, tunafanya tu kampeni, tukimaliza bado tutakuwa katika nchi moja. Hao wapinzani bado serikali yetu itawalinda. Hata Raila aliulizwa akasema, pana bwana, hii ni kwamba tunafanya tu kampeni. Hawa wapinzani ni watu wetu, vile vile ni Wakenya kama sisi. So inatakikana tukijua hiyo, inatakiwa tujue kwamba nchi yetu inataka umoja ambayo ilikuwa imekosa, kujenga taifa. Nitarudia tena, tujenge taifa, na tukijenga taifa kila kitu, zile mipango yote, tukijenga taifa, hata hii corruption haitakuweko, kwa sababu mtu akiadhibiwa kwa sababu ya corruption, hakuna mtu atasema eti huyu ni mtu wetu. Ataachwa apambane na makosa yake mwenyewe. Hiyo ndio inatakikana. Lakini tukijigawa na kusema uongo, hakuna mtu atakaye kubali kutajwa. Mimi nataka kuambia kitu kimoja. Wakati ule tulikuwa na vurugu baada ya kampeni, baada ya uchaguzi, wakati wa uchaguzi wa 2017, uliona watu kama kina Sonko waliingia, kina Baba Yaro waliingia, lakini wakati handshake ilikuja, nchi ilitulia, watu wakaweza kupata nafasi ya kuangalia nani anafanya kazi na nani afanya kazi. Unaona? So tumewahi kuona kwamba kulikuwa na watu fulani ambao hawafanyi kazi. Kwa hiyo utulivu na umoja ni jambo la muhimu. Mkiwa mnavurugana, hamuwezi kuona mahali makosa yapo. Ndio maana nchi hizi za Western na hizi za wazungu wanapenda saa zingine tukiwa na vurugu, wanakuja wanapora mali zetu, na hiyo ni ukweli. Mtu hata akikataa anajua hiyo ni ukweli. Wakati tuna vurugu, wanapora mali zetu. Kwa hiyo mimi nawasihi wa Kenya tuwe na umoja na tufuate azimio la umoja, na tufanye vile Martha Karua anasema, turudie kuzungumza na hawa watu kwa unyenyekevu ili wote tuwe pamoja. Asanteni sana. Asanteni sana. Asante Bernard ametoka. Asante sana Bernard.
Thank you Jackie Ndubei, we appreciate it. Kwa ukweli tu ndipo tutajenga nchi. Kwa uongo tunaporomoka. Huyu Arise sasa. Arise, wewe ndio, are you the new president or something? What happened?
Huyu ni mtumishi mpya, my friend.
Hallelujah.
Sasa tulikuja tukapata hawa watu wetu, lazima watu wachanganye namna hiyo, kwa sababu wamefikiri ni hao ndio werevu sana.
Thank you.
Sasa wacha nisalimie hawa watu yetu wanaitwa Mama Selina. Unajua siku ile nilikuuliza nikasema mmekubali kweli? Sasa unaona paka bure iko. Sasa hiyo ndio tulikuwa nataka. And that is all what we needed. So tumeona mambo sasa. Yakembe. Naona wanasema isoduogo. Tunashukuru. Karibu sana kwa wote wale wanaangalia kutoka nyumbani. Tunasema ni asante sana. Nimewasalimia kabisa. Najua mzee Alex anaangalia huko, nasikia Ongwaya analeta shida huko chini. Lakini wacha tu, Simba iko, Simba itamfunja. So wacha tu tuangalie kutoka hapa. Mimi nasema hivi. Leo nimeangalia Bukungu Stadium karibu na Bernard kwao. Pale ni uwanja ule ni wa ndege ama nini? Mimi ni shida wa. Airstrip inaanza huko, naona kumelimwa kabisa. Lakini labda ni soko. Sasa watu, hii mambo ya kubeba watu, my friend, ate ni ngumu. Si kila siku watu wana shughuli zao. Juzi uliona vile wanang'ang'ania shilingi 50 mpaka wanaraliana huko. Wameleta picha ingine mbaya kabisa. But ni sawa tu. Tunangoja. So umeona leo the incoming deputy ula naona ndio nasema saa zingine sijui, lakini kama yote unajua kila mtu ni mwanafunzi na tunasoma, haijalishi miaka. Kusoma si haina miaka. you run. Angalia vile amefika pale, amesema sikizeni. This is what it is. Amedivine hiyo ofisi vile inafaa. Nani anafaa kuwa huko, ile kazi anafaa kufanya. Na shida tulio nazo kwa sababu mmoja akufanya vile anafaa, ama akaelewa hiyo ofisi kwa njia nyingine, kwa makosa. Kwa hivyo we kubali, usimame kando, usome na wengine, kesho yake utakuja utengeneze, ufuate hivyo, which is okay. Anamewaelezea vizuri, si kwa fujo, kwa ni hali yenu. Tupigie kura, tunaomba kura, na hii kazi ndio tutafanya. Sasa wewe unaweza, unajua hata ukiwa okay, unajua ni scientists anaweka vitu yote kwa akili, lakini akona mahali ameweka kila vitu, kila experiment anafanya lazima record. Wewe your way of governing, where are your manifesto? Mbona hutaki kuonyesha watu? Wewe mwenyewe ni manifesto, sasa tu ni bottom up. Hii tuelezee vile utafanya. Unasema tu hapo. Hata hiyo, angalia hiyo interview. Na interview kuanzia leo, usiende ku interview mtu yote kwake. Huwezi kufanya kitu kwake, huwezi muuliza swali. Juu wako sasa akwambia my friend kanyaga hichi.
No, haikwangi hivyo. Unakuwa tu professional. Akikufukuza bora kisha kamera imeshika wakati anakufukuza. Alafu naenda kwa hewa.
Lakini sasa unaona ile umpatie nafasi.
Ubaya ni akuweke kwa boot.
Yeah, ama sasa unajua siku hizi kuna GPS. Yes, inaweza fanya kazi. So hapo hiyo interview ni kali bwana. Mimi hata nisisemi kitu, lakini siku ile alisema male manene kwa ile kwa juu ya gari. Kutoka siku ile ndio niliona grafu yake inaenda chini. Na sasa inaenda tu mwisho hivyo mpaka siku ya mwezi wa 8. Na sasa ndio majibu yatatokea kulingana. Sasa ameanza kuenda chini. Angalia vile ameongea mambo ya 95% to 70%. Sasa naye hiyo imemwangusha pande nyingine mbaya bovu. So unaona sasa. So hata wale kwa nini ukweli hautaki kusema? Hatutaki kusema ukweli. Na unajua huwezi pea watu kitu una. You give them what you have. Sasa kama wewe uko na hiyo ndio unapea watu, na ndio naona watu wanaangalia kwa kumbe hiyo ndio. Angalia Martha anapeana watu kila ako nayo na watu wanasema ni kweli. Amesema hii ni kawaida, ni familia. Si watu wote wako sawa. Sio watoto wote unaweza kutuma na mbuzi akalegeza moja itapotea. Na si ajabu. Na hii ni kitu iko kawaida kwa maisha ya mwanadamu. Tumeona. So for us tuendelee, lazima uwe mwerefu na umeona ni nani atakaye kufanyia kazi. Hata amewaambia from top to the MCA. Na which is good, very nice explanation, very clear na candid. Naangalia vile hata leo nimeshindwa hiyo kutembea leo, hiyo marathon. Hiyo ni kali hiyo. That is kuonyesha nini? This is our place, hatuna shida na mtu yote. Hizi ni sera. Wacha hii mambo ya mitandao. We are all Kenyans and that's all we need. You know, managers, as a manager you can fail. Somebody else will come and show you the direction. So it's okay to accept you have failed as a manager. Enda nyumbani na upumzike, which is good. Na Kalonzo kule Ukambani, pale sasa ndio wamesema inaitwa Mkamba Kivindo. Maondo ni maseo. Wanasema hivyo huko wanasema maondo ni maseo. Sasa huko sasa kila kitu ile alikuwa anasema ni straight huko, na ni kweli sasa. So hakuna njia nyingine. Sasa hata wakifanya nini, hii marathon my friend ni ile tuko kisi tunasema nyanti kamichi anaanguka kwa ndege hivi akapata wameenda raundi moja, lakini mwisho alikuwa wa kwanza. So hiyo ndio hiyo sasa. Hawezi alianza 4 years back. Sasa nyantika mayoro bado ndege haijatua. Sasa inatua sasa, ndio hiyo ametoa na ana viatu sasa, ndio hiyo sasa. Na uliambiwa wacha mbio, enda tu ile marathon polepole, na ndio hiyo. Naomba wazee baribiki neno, wazee wamemwambia enda polepole my friend huko wewe penalty unasema kule kwa mhubiri anasema nothing new under the sun. Hizo vitu unatuambia kuna watu wamesiona my friend, wamesiona, so hakuna kitu mpya. Angalia, so pale nimesema leo ilikuwa siku mzuri na tunashukuru sana kwa yote. Tusidi kuendelea na tukumbushane ya kwamba hiyo siku watu waamuke, watu wakae vizuri, waangalie, we choose a Kenya we want, a Kenya which is going to be there for years to come. Vision 2040, if God will want to keep some of us there. So that is all what we need. Tunataka mambo iwe mzuri, watu waende waonyeshe, wafanye kazi, watu wapate kazi. Hebu angalia sasa, mtu umetoka shule, umemaliza shule, hakuna mahali unaenda. So inji gani hiyo sasa inakuwa inatoa watoto wanafunzi wanamaliza shule na hawaendi mahali wanaenda? How can you be producing vitu na hakuna mahali utaenda kuuza? There is no place. Very hard. Kwa sababu gani? Ya wale wachache waliharibu soko. So unaona sasa. So watu tunataka sasa viongozi wale wanaenda wafungue soko nchi zingine. Mbona watu wetu hawezi kwenda kufanya kazi nchi zingine? Kwa sababu hatuna mpango mzuri. Kila kitu chini ya maji. Mtu anakuja anasema nataka watu kama maengineer, technicians. Lakini kwa sababu hatutaki mambo ya mchana, ni ya usiku. Unaona watu wamepatikana kwa nchi fulani wa Kenya, hata hawajulikani walienda lini, hawajulikani wanafanya mzara wanapewa, hata hawajui. Sasa shida ikitokea unaanza kusikia kwa media, nchi fulani ni mbaya. Hapana, sisi kutoka nyumbani ndio tuko na shida. Wacha turekebishe kwetu nyumbani, tuweke masharti. Hakuna nchi itakubaliana na nchi nyingine vile wanafanya kazi. Heshima lazima iwekwe. Lakini sasa kama watu wetu wanaenda kusunguka huko kama yatima, hawana mama na baba, so they will be mistreated. Na hiyo ndio unaona what you see. So we have to from home make structured. Watu kabla atoke kwa Jomo Kenyatta airport anajulikana anaenda wapi, na ako na barua na contract imesainiwa, na mwenyewe hata anapigiwa simu na inasemekana yes ndio hii. Lakini sio kuenda tu hivyo, mnaenda kurandaranda huko, mnakuja kukutana tena. Sasa mtu anaenda nyumbani, ile bagi alienda nayo ndio inamrudisha, amewekwa kwa bagi. So kwa nini aende? Basi afadhali atakaye. See, so those are the shida tuko nazo. So kwa hiyo majaji Bernard nasema bado niko kwa background hapa naangalia.
Okay, asante kwa uchambuzi huo. Tunasonga mbele. Hii injini yetu lazima tuhakikishe kwamba inapona licha ya kuwa kuna wengi ambao wangependa kuiporomosha kwa kujitakia makubwa. Is this Kennedy Katele anasema kama Uhuru alishinda 50+1 bila Kalonzo, Mdvd Weta, Ngilu, Karua, Kenneth, nini itashinda Ruto kuwa rais? Nani alikwambia Ruto ni Uhuru na yani mimi na shida wa Kenya mko na nini? Tofauti kati ya Ruto na Uhuru ni kama usiku na mchana. In terms of political capacity, why is Ruto struggling now? It's because he is without Uhuru. When he was with Uhuru, he was enveloped. Hatukuona hii blanda mingi hizi vituko mingi zinafanyika. So all these blunders because he's exposed. So there's a difference between Ruto and Ruto. Now there is Kachagua Ruto. This Kachagua Ruto, it is something that Kenya is not going to buy into it. So hata mkuje kwa dawa haiwezi. Na kile ningependa kusema tena ni easy polls, okay? The people of polls are being very generous to one William Ruto. William Ruto cannot be close to Raila Odinga in a clear-cut opinion poll carried out free of induced pressure. Okay? Wakati Raila ako 50, Ruto anapaswa kuwa 20 ama 15 hapo akicheza. Okay? Akicross 75 ndio Ruto anasonga karibu hapo na 20. That is it. That's their political capacity and political stamina. Why is he still ferrying crowds? Ferrying crowds, putting them in yellow uniform, yellow fever. He would not be doing that if he was that close. Okay? If you are struggling to fill a common stadium, Buhungu Stadium inajazwanga na Atuoli. Atuoli is not a politician. Atuoli ni mzee. Mzee wetu. Yeye akiita mkutano Buhungu inajaa, ina overflow. Wewe ni deputy president, umeweka nguvu pamoja na Weta na Mdvd na Malala na Khalwale wote pamoja. Amwezi kujaza ka stadium. Buhungu Stadium is a small stadium. It's just adjacent from Mdvd University. Small space. So mna struggle, mnabeba watu kutoka Rift Valley, mnajaribu kujaza, yellow fever inakataa. You can't be competing with Raila Odinga if you are that, you are struggling to feel everywhere. Utatembea na watu watachoka. Ukienda Central unabeba. Ukienda Kisii unabeba. Ukienda Kajiado unabeba. Ukienda when you are claiming to be competing, you are not competing. You are struggling, so accept it. Now uanze kujipanga mapema. So ni muhimu tuelewe na tuambie Wakenya ukweli. This thing is not like Karua has said it over and over. This is not two horses. Farasi ni mmoja. Hii ingine hata sio punda, ni pundamilia. Na hata ifikii hapo. So jipangeni tu. Wala kukata miti, kateni miti, lakini ukikata, kata moja, panda mbili. Kata moja, panda mbili. By the time hizi zingine zitakuwa mrefu, watu watakuwa either they have gotten over their suicidal tendencies or they have chosen a different venture. Alisema akimaliza siasa atakuwa pastor. Upasta ukujangi hivyo. Soma Biblia vizuri. That's why he's misquoting the Bible. Today he gave Matthew 17:29, the verse that doesn't exist. How come he has the verse and the verse is not yet written? Is he the one writing the Bible now? And he has a verse that is not yet written. It's crazy. But all in all, naomba sasa tusonge mbele. Lindsay, inawezekana?
Hi.
Hi. How are you?
Good.
You're welcome. Lift your camera small. We want to see your face. Hey, thank you.
Mi huwafuatilia hapa, tunafuata siasa hizi za Ruto na most of the time you are giving Ruto mileage. Mnampa mileage ya nini mnamuuza hapo na mnajua ni muongo kila kitu.
Wakiadhari na waongo.
Hata I wonder why people follow this person, because hakuna kitu amefanya. Is still in the government eating the money.
Okay, endelea kama uko na point tepeana, tafadhali tusonge kwa nini? Ama umemaliza? Makiadi, how are you?
Salama sana Bernard, habari ya wewe?
Niko salama.
Leo imekuwa Jumapili, nikaona acha nikurelease mapema, najua siku yako ilikuwa ya mapema pia.
Mimi nimefanya marathon, so nataka niende kulala kesho ni Monday, naanza na shughuli nyingine kesho ambayo ishafika.
Naelewa. I know it's late.
Yeah.
So
You can go ahead. All these people have spoken. You can engage them now with questions, and then as the others now come to join.
Yeah, before you leave, I had asked for your prediction yesterday. Unfortunately, nimeona kwanza, wacha nitume rambirambi. Hatukuwa tuna expect kutatokea kifo ya Wakenya wakijaribu kukimbizana na gari ya mahasla kama wenzao. Nimeona kuna masapota wa Malala sijui wamekanyagwa na gari. Nimeona hiyo video, sijui kama ni doctored video Bernard ama ni ukweli.
I don't know. I'm yet to get the facts about it.
Yeah, but I saw there's a video there running around the media, the social media. Kwa vijana walikuwa nakimbia kando ya gari, alafu I think mmoja ameslip, gari kapita juu yake, mwingine sijui nasikia kwa ICU. So it's very unfortunate if the information we are getting is true. But that's politics. Unajua politics, sometimes unaangalia vile vijana wanakuwa wanatumika Kenya. It's so unfortunate, but I hope whoever, kama ni ukweli huyo ako kwa hospitali, I hope atapona. So mi nataka tu kumake a few remarks before uondoke hapo ndio nishikilie. Kitu ya kwanza nataka kuongea ni juu ya hii percentage yenye nasikia imepunguzwa kutoka 95% mpaka 70%. Unajua William Ruto na ndugu yake Musalia Mudavadi na Wetangula ni kama wanafanya mchezo. Na mchezo wanafanya ni kwa sababu Musalia Mudavadi anajua at the back of his mind hawezi pata hata 70%. Unfortunately, anataka kupatia watu wake a lot of hopes. A lot of hope ya kwamba he can actually deliver the 90%, but 95%, but 70% is an understatement for him. So what happens is Musalia Mudavadi, yeye ambaye mwenye anatakikana adeliver 70%, anawachia William Ruto kazi ya kwenda kubeba watu kutoka Uasin Gishu County. Watu wanabebwa na mabasi ya mashule kutoka sijui wapi huko, wanabebwa wanakuja wanashukishwa kwa stadium. Alafu mtu ya kamera anatuma, inaitangwa nini hii vitu inatumikanga iko hii kitu drone exactly. Wanachukua drone wanatupa huko juu, wanapeleka huko, wanapiga mapicha mingi, alafu wanakuja wanafanya kitu inaitwa cropping. Wanatumia watu kwa mitandao, wanasema Kakamega has decided. Mimi wacha nikuambie, hii Kakamega yenye wanasema has decided, this is the same Kakamega yenye wakati uchaguzi iliambiwa irudiwe 2017. This is the same Kakamega mahali polling stations zilikuwa na wafanyikazi wa IBC wakilala kwa desk na kuku zikizunguka huko na kula majani na kila kitu, because people did not vote. And William Ruto knows very well the relationship between Murembe Nation and Raila Odinga is so tight. It's not even political. Hii siasa ni ya kuongezea juu, tu, because Raila Odinga ni kama mtoto wa Murembe Nation. People trust Raila Odinga more than they trust Musalia Mudavadi and Moses Wetangula. So hawa watu waendelee kukula pesa ya Ruto, lakini wakati wa kupiga kura ikifika, William Ruto atashangaa sana na itakuwa aibu sana hata kwa Musalia Mudavadi. These guys wameperfect maneno ya kubeba watu. I was even looking ile kitu walifanya Narok County wakati walikuwa na mkutano huko, wakabeba watu na mabasi kutoka Bomet wakapeleka Narok County Stadium ikajaa kabisa. Wakasema Narok County, sasa mimi ninajiuliza, ikifika sasa ni wakati wa kupiga kura, sasa utapeleka hao the same people waende kupiga kwa county nyingine, because you will still need votes from the county yenye unaship watu ukipeleka. Hiyo Narok County hawa watu unatoa Bomet ukipeleka pande hiyo, they are not even voters. Ndio ni mzuri kwa sababu itaonekana kwa picha uko na support from all over the country, but when it comes the rubber meets the road, utatoa wapi watu ambao watapiga kura kwa hizo county? That's a joke. I think hiyo political joke yao imeenda mbali sana. Na nikaangalia Joageo akimhoji William Ruto mambo ya stadium. William Ruto alimwambia sijui stadium gani imeisha, akaulizwa Kamarinya akasema hiyo imechelewa kidogo. I would have wished William Ruto aone ile kazi Oparanya amefanya kwa hiyo stadium ya Kakamega. Wakati unaenda kusherehekea kwa kivuli ya mti, unafaa ujiulize mwenye alipanda hii mti alikuwa ni nani, because you enjoy the fruits ya labor ya mtu mwingine, lakini wewe ulipeana promise na ukashindwa kutimiza. So Oparanya amefanya kazi. I think William Ruto anafaa kuchukua watu wake, the supporters wake, wapeleke benchmarking Kakamega. All these guys that are running around him kila wakati, akina the former governor wa Bungoma Lusaka, waende wafanye benchmarking Kakamega, ndio wajue vile watu wanafanyanga kazi. Hii story ya propaganda kila wakati, hakuna kitu inasaidia watu nayo. Now, the other issue I want to talk about ni IEBC. Nimeona Sakaja leo ameenda kwa tribunal. Bado anapeleka kesi yake kwa tribunal huko ya IEBC. Wajaribu kusikiza maneno yake. Iko voters watatu wamesema they don't trust his papers. Na mimi nauliza hapa kila wakati, kama qualification ya wewe kukalia hiyo kiti yenye unatafuta ni kuwa na degree, ni nini unasumbua IEBC? This guy ameenda amechukua university huko, watu wamepekua. Unajua Kenya nzua walali, wamepekua, wamekuja na kitabu ya graduation ya 2016. Watu wenye wali graduate na bachelors of business, bachelor of management external, mimi sijui hiyo ni nini, bachelor of business external, graduation ceremony, kitabu imewekwa hapo, hakuna jina ya Sakaja ndani. Hakuna jina ya Sakaja. Watu wamefuata kwa internet, wameenda kutafuta ile university alisoma, inakaa kama gorofa ya town hapo Ludhuli Avenue. Watu wanauliza, how can you leave Nairobi University, a well-known international, school? It's one of the best schools in Africa. Unatoka hapo, unaachana na degree yenye ulikuwa unafanya hapo, unaenda kusomea gorofa ingine hapa Uganda, Kampala, alafu unakuja na certificate after 6 years. Degree ya management is something that you will take for 4 years. Ukisoma haraka 3.5 years utakuwa umemalizana nayo. This guy ameenda ametafuta degree kwa kuanzia 2016 mpaka 2022, wakati election imefika ndiye amegundua anataka certificate. Anaenda anachukua certificate na analetea IEBC hapa. Sasa anasumbuana na IEBC na mambo ya tribunal. IEBC is wasting a lot of money. Of course it is right, in right yake kwenda kusik redress kutoka kwa IEBC. But then if he knew very well that he was going to run for governor, kwa nini hakusoma degree yake vizuri ya malize, ndio wakati inaitishwa anapeana direct kuliko kusumbuana na IEBC? Ndio huyo sasa anahangaika. Finally huyu jamaa mimi ninaona, na simuombei mabaya, Sakaja is very young, he has a lot of time, he can go back to school, apate hiyo shule, hiyo degree yenye anataka kwa njia nzuri, open way. People have started saying Sakaja is another Sonko ambaye anataka in shati. Sasa is a decent form of Sonko, because ameonekana ni mtu mkora, hata kabla aingie kwa ofisi tayari ameonekana ni mtu mkora. Na sasa wakati atakuwa ana run government, kama ni yeye atachaguliwa ku run government ya Nairobi county government, county government that controls over, I think, over 40 or 50 billion in revenue. So this guy, I had tremendous respect for Sakaja, especially when he was a senator, because he looked like a person who would one day become the president of Kenya. Ungeangalia leadership style yake na his demeanor, the way he talked, ye na Mutula Junior, ilikuwa naona potential. But sasa saa hii, man, I think Nairobi will be in another big mess if they give Sakaja a chance to actually be the leader, be the governor of Nairobi. Na finally nitasema juu ya Martha Karua. Mimi nakwambia hii uchaguzi ni kama imeisha. Sitaki tusherehekee mapema, lakini watu waendelee kupima suti wenye hawajapima suti zao. Na kama yako ulipiga pasi kitambo, jaribu kuvuruta mahali ulitoa, unyoroshe kidogo line rudi mahali inatakikana, because kama huyo ni Martha Karua, imebidi ashuke kwa gari atembee mguu. Na umeona vile amefuatwa na umati. Ni wapi huko? Eldoret ile yenye juzi ilipiga Raila Odinga na mawe, ndio hiyo imeescort Martha Karua mpaka kwa stadium kwenda kuhubiria watu. Alafu nyinyi mumeona hiyo nini? Mumeona hiyo rally yenye imekuwa held huko. I mean, it's like this election is being decided by Martha Karua. Hata Raila Odinga angekuwa naweza ambia Raila, tulia baba. Sasa mama amemaliza hii kazi. Sisi tungoje watu wenye wamepima suti wapimbe suti, wenye wamekata wanalipa fare kama kina Arias, Murias, wakina Kuseo. I think sasa ukitafuta rates za ndege, Seli Cheb, rates za ndege ni mzuri saa hizi. Unakata ticket yako mapema. Hii kitu hata hakuna kitu inaitwa nini, inaitwa rira na ama sijui nini. William Ruto nimeusikia akiulizwa na Joe Geo, wewe ukishindwa hii uchaguzi utafanya namna gani? Akazunguka huko sijui nini,
inaitwa runoff.
runoff. Anazunguka huko anaongea mambo sijui ya transformation agenda. Okay, now answer my question. What are you going to do when you lose, in case you lose this election? Akaanza kusema mimi sitang'oa reli. NTV imekata hiyo kitu mapema sana, akabaki huko na Joe Geo. Hiyo kitu imetolewa kwa nini haraka sana? They did not even continue to listen to him because ameanza propaganda ya kung'oa reli. Wewe unaulizwa ukishindwa uchaguzi, si useme tu nikishindwa nitaenda nyumbani. Anatuambia yeye ni grandfather. That's not our business. That's not our business. Yeye akubali hiki kitu amepoteza mapema, na jana nilisema na nitarudia. Wakati Gachagua alichukuliwa na Ruto kama running mate, that was the time he lost this election and he knows that. So Gachagua anafanyaga kazi yake. Yeye ni kupotezea Ruto kura kwa sababu Ruto anajua uchaguzi imeisha wakati Martha Karua alichukuliwa kama running mate. Asante Bernard, mimi nimemalizia hapo.
Thank you, Richie. It's interesting. I was having a conversation with some guys after church, and they said if Ruto does not check, he may come number 3. Wajakoya can just pull a surprise.
Yeah, you know, Wajakoya is eating into the perceived supporters of William Ruto, the young men and women of Kenya.
Yes. And so it is very late in the day. I don't think there is anything he can do to change the course. I don't see, because even if he goes house to house, which house will he enter? And how does he know that after entering the house he has convinced anybody? Because he has overstayed with the dependence politics. Politics requires, hata ukianza kusindikishwa na mkokoteni, unafika mahali unasimama, unaanza kutembea mapema ili uanze kukimbia. Sasa wewe umekaa kwa mkokoteni all through, umesukumwa mpaka sahi, the race is right here and you still want to be pushed. It doesn't work that way. And right now he seems to be overwhelmed, and then because he has a weak think tank, in my opinion, he has surrounded himself with people who can't think beyond their noses. So yeye peke yake anafikiria, yeye peke yake ndo anaamua. That's why he's stressed. He can't even answer questions. And although Joe was very lenient to him, because unakumbuka ile time amesema eti Kimorer and Aror were not budgeted for.
Yeah, and also he said that he says that Kimwarer and Aror is still an open tender. Not open. There's something ametumia hapo, anasema hiyo kazi haikukansoliwa na serikali. I think hata hawa journalists huwa wanatoa.
No, it's not cancelling. It's not cancelling. He said he was denying the scandal, okay? Denying the existence of the scandal, and he said it was not even budgeted for. But he's the one who said that it is not 21 billion that got lost, only 7 billion were lost. So this money that was allocated to it, was it not within the budget? How can he say it wasn't budgeted for? And then story ya duties. Joe pia alimwacha tu akaenda. He claimed that which duties have I been given that I have not done. But it is you has been on the campaign trail saying that your duties were taken away. Why are you still in office when your duties have been taken away and the money you are receiving in terms of salary has not been taken away? Sawa sawa.
Iko jamaa hapa ako na machungu sana, anaitwa Kennedy Kathali, anatuuliza kwani wakati Sakaja alikuwa senator hatukuona hiyo makaratasi. Hebu enda usome constitution my friend, uangalie ni wapi senator anaulizwa akuwe na karatasi kama ya degree. Labda tutaongea kutoka hapo, because hizi vitu tunaongea, tunajua governor na president lazima wakuwe na degree. Hii ya senator labda ni mpya, maybe wewe ndio umeweka, hatuwezi kuwa tunaielewa, but what we are saying is this: kama unajua kiti yako inataka degree, wewe enda utafute degree mapema, uingie nayo degree halali. Kama senator haitaki degree, si run for senator. It's as simple as that.
Yes, you choose your race. You don't just enter any race. And then this what do I call it? There seems to be a new liking for being governor. Okay, that people want to make being governor something that you die to get. especially those young Turks. I don't know what's driving them. You don't need to go and preside over billions when you cannot handle your 100,000s that you've been allocated at CDF. Oh, why are you running to go and preside over billions? Just go to school, soma, maliza, you're still young, give yourself, mature up, be sober, then you will become governor. So I don't see what drove Sakaja to wanting to be governor. In my opinion, Sakaja will have gone for parliamentary seat in Nairobi. Achague one side of Nairobi, go for parliamentary seat in Nairobi. Kama senator imekuwa ngumu, grows politically fast, then plan 2032, you go for governor of Nairobi. It will make sense. But you can't be chairman of TNA, next nominated member of parliament, then you have served one term as a senator, now you want to become governor. It doesn't add up. So nature also requires that you allow gestation period ishe. Wezi kuruka kutoka kwa tumba ya mama wembe mimi niko tayari, mnanichelewesha, napasa kukua sahi nimeota meno. It doesn't work that way. So tukubali mambo vile yalivyo. Otherwise, thank you guys. Mimi naomba niondoke. Tuonane hiyo masaa yetu. Ose si mtaendelea.
Sawa Bernard. Asante sana kwa
Roberto.
Okay, thank you so
Roba mwenyewe amekuwa hapa anadai jina lake. Roberto Roba mwenyewe amekuwa hapa anadai jina lake. Kwa hivyo nyinyi wawili mtafutane, msort out your differences. Hatutaki to preside over them, the two of them.
Sawa Bernard. Thank you. Jakendu Bey, ni wasalimie tena. Arias, unajua hii jina yako sasa umebadilisha. Hii hackers wamefanya tukapata shida sana na hii majina. Kuna majina tunawajua nayo lakini ni sawa. Kose, Roberto, Mama Selina naona pale wote mko. So I think mlikuwa mmeongea. Jakendu Bey, nilisikia maoni yako. Arias, nilisikia maoni yako. So acha nipatie kwanza hawa wangwana wamekuja saa hii. Dakika kidogo waongee ndio tuendelee sasa na mjadala. Roberto, karibu.
Wacha nitoke kidogo, nitaingia tena.
Ni sawa Mama Selina, nitakutumia link hapo kwa comment section.
Thank you very much Makiadi. Habari ya wananchi wa Kenya watukufu, Jakendu Bey, Arias, hii ose hii ambaye haijulikani siku hizi inaitwa nini? Nashukuru bwana kuwa na nyinyi bwana. Leo mambo ni mengi bwana. Hii dunia iko na mambo mengi, and Kenya has become a very small place in this world, and you get almost everything from morning to evening. We are seeing just wonders. You wake up in the morning and open any news item on the internet, you start seeing Sakaja. Come during the day, you are looking at Bukungu Stadium in action. Kabla hujata weka simu chini tena ukiangalia unapata Kalonzo yuko hapa. Ukienda kusonga hivi unapata Mama Karua yuko hapa. So it is activities all round. Nevertheless, tukiangalia hiyo mambo ambaye ni mjadala wa leo, tukianza kwa kifupi tu mambo ya Bukungu Stadium. I am very disappointed by the CS for education. In my opinion, I think it should ban the use of school buses by politicians, because you see hizi watoto wanafaa walindwe vizuri. Some of these buses ndio tumetoka era ya COVID, hatujui, lakini hizi mabasi lazima tuziweke ziwe safi. Hatutaki mazingira ya watoto watu wazima wanaingia pale, pengine wakisafiri na hizo basi, wengine pengine wanafuta masigara, wengine wanakunywa mapombe, wanawacha uchafu hapo ndani. Hii ni mali ya shule, tuitenganishe kabisa. Kisa na maana ninasema hivi ni kwamba you saw the kind of buses that were there that were ferrying people to Kakamega. You're talking about more than 60, 70 buses. This is crazy. It is now gone beyond, even if you want to buy loyalty. Video moja ninaangalia mama moja ambaye anashuka ile basi, hata kutembea ni shida. I think maybe she has some foot problem or arthritis. It is so embarrassing. Hii mabasi bana ni ya watoto wa shule. Tuyaweke mbali. Kama unataka kukomboa mabasi, wacha tuwakomboe mabasi. Ziko kwa mabasi station, hazina kazi. Na kama unataka kusaidia hasla, saidia huyo hasla. Manake serikali imetenga pesa ya kutosha ya kuweka mafuta mabasi za shule. Hawahitaji kufanya biashara na hizo basi. Hata kama unaona bwana rais anasema ni income generating, lakini hii pesa ya wizi ni heri usipate, na heri upate pesa yako ambayo ni pesa safi. So I think I'm very disappointed by that, and I think the policy should change on the use of school buses. Now, coming to the Mulembe Nation, I don't know what the deputy president thinks of, or how much he values the Mulembe Nation, because to mock them that they wanted to give me 95. I told them no. What kind of, that's absolutely rubbish. He's mocking this Mulembe Nation. That I even reduced it for them so that they can manage. That shows that he has no regard for Mdvd and Papa Waroma. He is looking at them and he sees some worker, somebody like a shamba boy, where you just tell him, okay, nimeona umefanya kazi nzuri leo, wacha nikuongezee kakitu. It's embarrassing. He should respect those gentlemen. They have suffered. In fact, psychologically, I don't think they are doing good. Nevertheless, it is going to be a very big disappointment for him come August 9th because of the contempt that is treating the Mulembe Nation and their sons. They might not be showing. And like MACHAKOS said, unajua maskini yana haki. When Mdvd and Papa Waroma joined, they joined because of some monetary appreciation. And this is where it has degenerated to where the boss can tell them anything. Hawana haki, watanyenyekea tu hivyo, lakini najua kweli, even I think Kenyans know that they are suffering. Psychologically, they have been abused. Yeah, over to Martha Karua in Eldoret. This lady, I don't know what this lady is doing. And very soon, I think she's going to graduate as the queen of numbers, because we have the king of numbers, who is Raila Odinga. But this lady, whatever she's doing, whatever buttons she's pressing, I think she's pressing the correct buttons. It is resonating well with the people. And the kind of message she delivers is so it connects with the people. And I like when the crowd tried to I think they were not happy with Ruto, and they was shouting something about Ruto, and she calmed them down and appreciated their gesture, but told them to calm down. This is the kind of mature politics we want. We don't want fujo mingi. She brings a lot of energy to the Azimio brigade. And honestly, I think I want to echo sentiments of Erichi that this thing could be gone. Let's not celebrate too early, but this thing could be gone. Because that is a reception that I don't think Baba got in 2013, 2017, and even most recently. There was a lot of hostility. But I think on my part, I want to be informed that you realize that Eldoret being a cosmopolitan town, and I think there is a connection between what happened in 2007 and Martha Karua, because Martha Karua, in the process of fighting for the Kibaki side of government, I think the people there appreciated her hardline stance during that time. And I think they want to show love for Martha on the account that she was there for them. And, you know, even after all those skirmishes, the people there ended up having a decent send-off for their lost loved ones. There is some connection with Martha there, and they see her as a savior. So I'm so happy that they recognize it. They have never forgotten that lady. That lady did something good for them, at least in terms of humanity. Yeah, and finally, I want to talk about Kalonzo. Kalonzo, I don't know. Kalonzo is doing magic in Eastern, which is very important. However, the meeting behind the scenes, a bit of friction between or friendly fire between the Azimio partners, but that was expected. All in all, you could see the numbers, you could see the chemistry between the leaders themselves, and also you could see the way the connection between the two. It was all beautiful, and I hope with this thing we're going to take it as fast as possible. By 1 o'clock, we should be comfortable tossing 1 or 2 drinks to that and waiting for the result. Lastly, we have our deputy president who has been on set a few hours ago. And this gentleman, I think he needs to appreciate start appreciating the work of professionals. This idea of trying to be a know-it-all, Mr. Know-it-all, is doing a lot of disservice to him because it doesn't seem to be getting things right. He tries this and it doesn't work for him. And I want to believe that the king it has reached a stage where the king is naked. Because the kind of blunders he's making, you cannot go into an interview not prepared the way you went to such an interview, where you want to become the interviewer. You know, simple questions that he is unable to answer and tries to twist them around does not go down very well for him. In fact, to be honest, this particular interview this evening has taken away votes that he could have held on if he had avoided that interview. You know, when you blunder to a level where you are asking Joe Ageo to contextualize. What is to contextualize in terms of when Matiang'i 2017 and Matiang'i 2022? Is to scrutinize. And if you want to scrutinize what Matiang'i was doing in 2017 vis-a-vis 2022, it is the same thing. What are you trying to contextualize about? So let him avoid one-on-one interviews if he wants to do himself a favor, and continue giving us his lies and out there. And then you know he ought, on that point he also degenerated to a one-on-one like a fight of words with Joe Ageo. And he wanted us to talk about the economy, but did not want to talk about the character of William Ruto to deliver the same economy. So let us not give this man any space. Let's push him to the wall. Unfortunately, today he sent himself to the zoo and he met a crocodile. It was unfortunate, but let's celebrate as Azimio and keep on talking to our people to join our camp. Thank you very much.
Let me ask you a question before you leave that subject. I had Joe Ageo asking William Ruto what he would do to fight corruption, and he said operationalize what? What is that? I don't know. Maybe I'm the only one who didn't understand what that means. What is the take on that?
But no, I didn't get that part of the interview. I'll rewatch it and then we'll discuss it in the course of the show.
I don't know if there's anybody who had that. Maybe
because
can explain
I think at that time. Let me dig into it as we continue.
You see,
Yeah, Alex, you had something to say? You're en route?
Yeah, I wanted to preempt that when I watched, because I watched it twice, the rally in Eldoret, I could not believe my eyes. I had to go back, ask a few friends of mine who have done this theatrics of compounding and pushing and making things look like they're really good in rallies, and ask him, is that an organic crowd or what? Because I can't believe it. And I can't believe that we are doing this ourselves. And he told me that he also doubted it, and he did his research and realized that that was pure love for Martha Karua. And I've really been thinking what could make the people of, first of all, the diaspora people in the Rift Valley, who always, exercise their mandate with fear, will all of a sudden come out in large numbers without fear. Secondly, what will make even the homegrown people to decide to come to that rally and show Martha Karua that organic love in the nature and nature that we could not even believe ourselves. And this is what he said. He said that the chronic cancer within the leaders of Uasin Gishu, Marakwet, and Nandi is corruption. Corruption is too deep-rooted because the leader of UDA himself is too corrupt. And whoever that followed, like Sudis and the rest, people can openly build for their 2 wives houses amounting up to 300 million. And that is just what you can see. And what you cannot see behind is too much. Nothing has been done to them. They cannot show for the 10 years that they were counted, that they were part of Jubilee. And they're looking at Martha as the monitor and the police officer who is going to save them from the next 10 years, so that at least. So Martha's support is based on her record, which is they want these thieves catched. One of the things they are going to do is most of those people that maybe, especially the ward representative, they're not coming back. But you can imagine at the top level, what we see Ruto doing. At the lowest level of ward level, it has been even worse. That is what that guy said. It has been so worse that an MCA is driving 2 or 3 Gaslas. We are talking about V12. You can imagine a V12 for a ward representative. So I think that is also happening in many areas in Kenya today. You're finding that corruption has become a cancer that must completely be uprooted. And if there is any hope we have, it is this ticket. If anybody is sick and tired of corruption and want to deal with it once and for all, this is the chance. And this ticket says so. Because they've been listening to her. Fortunately or unfortunately, they have listened to her. She has not abused anybody. Her campaign has been very effective. And one thing she has spoken with, tutachunga rasli mali yenu. And most of the rallies, she doesn't even speak in English. She speaks in pure Swahili that even the common mwananchi can understand. And people are resonating with this message and they are trusting her more. Had it been Raila in that rally, you could not have seen that. But I think Martha Karua alone made it. So you can understand that I think this ticket is paying off. And I think some areas, as much as we can, want Mama na Baba kukua together. I think Baba lazima akae East na Mama akae West. It can work wonders. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Makiadi, I wanted to add on, or just to notify you. I want you to block.
Yeah. I was going to address that. There's this guy called William Ruto videos. We are not going to block you, Roba. We are not going to block him. Let him air his views. Ataandika tu hapo, tutaendelea na discussion as long as usitukane mtu personal way, ongea, we are not going to block you. You are a Kenyan, you have your rights, bora tu tumie lugha decent, sisi hatuna ubaya na wewe. So
now he's now degenerating to profiling Luos and Luyas and Kisses. Why is he doing that?
I've seen him before, but we are not going to waste our time on him. We are not going to waste our time on him. Wacha ongee. Ose, karibu.
Oh yes, thanks a lot. Yes, is it good evening over there? Everybody, Jakindube, Rais wa Kenya, or Riyadh, Roberto and Alex and Richie. I'll start with this interview of the DP. You know, the DP is very interesting. If you are in his corner, the way the interview went, you'll realize that the fellow is very, very clever. You see, the idea that you didn't alert me, I didn't know you are going to do this and that, is because, ask yourself, what other answer would he have given, which would not have cornered him? He had to do what he did. So that it's like, I don't even understand what contradiction you are implying here. And yet, every other rally, the last 1 month, he has never stopped to castigate Musheru, castigate Matiang'i, and even the UDA fraternity asking them to be taken, to be sacked. And now when he's put to explain himself, he says, I don't know which context you are talking. Basically, he was avoiding the questions. And to some extent, for those who don't see far, you can say that literally, you must conclude he put up a very good show given what he was against. He put up a very good show for himself. He somehow managed to wade away with so much that, in fact, at some point I thought Ageo just gave up. So he just went rolling and rolling with his conversation, changing, answering whatever questions he had wanted to be asked, until that was it. So maybe another meeting, another date, they might now try to revisit the cases. And if need be, now you can give the question, but chances are that he will not honor any further interviews from the look of things. That is what I think. Now, regarding the meeting in Bukungu, apart from just mocking, what perception does the DP have about the incoming government? It's just going to be a government to be dishing this there or there. You see, Kenya has 47 counties. Now, if you go back to the previous regions, you realize there were like 8, isn't it? Now, according to him, if you see where he's coming from, it's like, I've given you the region, region Western, this is what I've given you. Now, if you are to ask yourself, what are the other people going to get? Because otherwise, if you do all that Western, so is he going to be the president for just Western and Rift Valley and Mount Kenya? Or what? What happens to the other parts of the country? What happens to the other parts of the country? Because they keep saying that the president should be a symbol of this, a symbol of unity, national unity, blah, blah, blah. But now when the people to be brought on board in this government are only like 3 or 4, what happens? Now, I wanted to give a comment regarding this clearance and the certificates for the contestants. You see, in the past, so many things have not gone right here and there, especially the clearing requirements and blah, blah, blah. Some people have ended up being cleared. Maybe they would have been denied, but somehow they got through. Now, for somebody like, take the case for Malala, the case for Sakaja, and many others. If you say that you cleared me, I'm wondering whether that is now the yardstick for being cleared now, because chances are that maybe you are even in 20 whatever, you are irregularly cleared. Are you saying that that should be the case again? I didn't produce my certificate last time when I was going through the clearance. Why are you asking me now? That is the sort of question that they seem to be asking. Now, remember, IBC had declared, they had declared Sakaja. But then some people have brought up the issue, revived the issue, and just there looks to be very high possibility that it would actually be denied clearance. Now, my question then goes to IBC. Yes, just wait. My question then goes to the way IBC is
something on that thing.
I know it is.
I just wanted to.
Yes.
Also, I wanted to suggest that on the issue of credentials also, you know, the fact that somebody can present what he is not, for me, it is something close to impersonation. And even forgery is not good enough to punish this. And we must change the narrative. And the impersonation earns you 7 years to 14 years. So I think we need to ensure that people are punished for this, because our kids cannot continue seeing cheating by grown-ups in the stature of governors, and you expect them not to cheat in exams, because that is the example we are setting. Thank you. Proceed.
I fully support what you are saying, but I still narrow it down to the people who are mandated with this clearing issue. You see, assuming that you wrongly clear me, now maybe next time when I'm contesting, I can use the same argument, but you are the one who cleared me for senator, blah, blah, blah. Now, whatever they are using to clear these candidates is what the law says. Now, what does that tell you when you cleared me the previous time? Chances are that I didn't produce it and you are not strict enough, so I got away with it. So if you are being asked now, you can't keep hanging on the saying that, look, you had declared me. Why are you denying me now this time round? But assuming that IEBC did a wrong thing by clearing certain candidates in the past, and now they are stopping them. And even some of the, take for example, some of the election petitions that went to court. I remember in some judgments, the IEBC, the blame was totally weighed on IEBC. Now that brings me to this independent status of IEBC. Are they independent so much that they do whatever they have done, even in the need of wrongdoing? There is nothing you can do about them. What happens? And you find when a re-election is being conducted, the same IEBC are at the forefront doing the same. What punishment? What is the punishment for mismanaging elections to an extent whereby Kenyans lose money through the by-elections and the like? I'm just wondering why the courts do not be strict and say that you do X, Y, Z, we cannot. Take the case of Chebukati, for example. The fact that the previous 2017 elections were nullified, blah, 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 and IEBC was squarely to blame. Now they are on board again going to conduct the same. They would say that let some citizen come up to petition IEBC that in our view, because of X, Y, Z, we think they are not qualified to conduct this election. Interestingly, all the argument, when the lawyers parade themselves in court and they argue the cases, you get the feeling that it is still the same constitution protecting the wrongdoers. So where do you go on from there? I think I want to leave it there for now. I hope you will have something to respond to. some
Yeah,
of the issues.
Osel, let me ask you something. Because you're blaming IBC, do you feel the IBC, from where I stand, okay, let me just ask you first. Do you feel the IBC has the capacity it needs to actually interrogate and find out if these academic papers that are being brought to them are authentic, especially the academic papers that come from universities outside the country?
Imagine under the law they should have, and in fact, they are supposed to hire those contractors. You know what happens, for example, here in the US? You realize when you present your papers for something like that, it is not the body that directly would go investigating and trying to find out the authenticity of your papers. They are supposed to engage other professionals. You see, like here in the US, the way they do the background checks, it is an entirely professional body. All they do is do that, of course, for a fee. Now, IBC should be competent enough and actually budget for the same and ensure that those things are done and done thoroughly.
Yeah, you know, you say IBC should. My question to you is, do you think that IBC has the ability to interrogate these foreign degrees and academic qualifications so that they clear candidates?
They do because in the world, take out even outside Kenya, if I want to verify your academic qualifications, I can do it. All they need is, normally they give themselves a time frame and a target, and you engage the right professionals. They will do it and get you everything that you need.
Alex,
of course, at a fee.
Alex, what did you
what Jose is saying is true. It has reached a point whereby with the number of universities that we have and the number of these satellite, whatever we can call them, I don't want to call a name whereby people may think they never graduated from known institutions. Like in the US, you know it, Makiadi, when you come from Kenya and you want to proceed with your education, there is an institution in New York which looks at your accreditations, so that if you have to change and combine your education so that you can continue or verify your education and look at the curriculum, so on and so forth, there is a special institution in New York that does that for you. So that if you have a bachelor's degree in science, let's chemical engineering, they will tell you that, okay, we recognize your degree, but you need to go back and do A, B, C, D, so that we can now re-give you your degree through our own accreditations, because that is the standard of this country. So what was I saying? That job is a dirty job for IEBC, because we know how our country works. For IEBC to get out of that dirty job so it doesn't look political, it becomes apolitical, it must hire an independent agency that looks into these degrees. Its work is independent, and if it has to be taken to court, it's that institution. But again, we are going still, that is Kenya. What I will tell Jose again, that is Kenya. The same thing IEBC is facing. Are they free from corruption again? That's the question we must ask. Because we are seeing a code that is failing us. The issue is not even IEBC. Chebukati might be doubting, obviously, because I don't think the IEBC is a foolish organization or they are delinquents. They know very well that these things are presented to them and they are questionable. But the way our judicial system works is the most frustrating, because as long as the case is in court, look at the Sonko case, okay? And look at many other cases like the Sudi case. So yes, we might hire, but our judiciary, as long as it does not work the way it's supposed to work, we're still going to have ourselves back to the same cocoon that you think we are going to get out of. So we must hype up our judiciary, and I hope someday we are going to realize that we are putting ourselves in the mud because our judiciary is so corrupt. And that is the reason why we are having all these problems in our country. Whether we have an independent institution to verify and be accountable, to take away IEBC from all these shenanigans, again, the cases will go back to the courts. Thank you.
Yeah, there's one body that I want to bring to your attention today. There's a body called the Commission of University Education. Alex Koseo, I don't know if you've ever heard of that body. So when candidates want to bring their credentials to IEBC, they actually go through the CUE. And the CUE examines these credentials, the academic credential, especially with the candidates who have credentials from outside the country. And that is what happened in Sakaja's case. So he went to Commission of University Education. They looked at his papers. They actually authenticized. They said this guy has graduated with a degree, and they said the team university is a recognized university in Uganda, and therefore it's also recognized in Kenya. And they wrote a letter and they stamped the letter. And so Sakaja went with that letter to the IEBC. So from where I stand, IEBC, by virtue of trusting CUE, went with that side of the story, and that's how Sakaja got himself cleared. So sometimes I think there's so much that IEBC assumes. This issue about education, I would have wished that IEBC would have treated it better, because see, there's a guy here. Let me show this. There's a guy here says that the CUE are the authority that verifies the certificate. That's exactly what I'm telling you. So,
but does it mean that Sakaja produced two sets of credentials? Because the other ones were not from that Ugandan.
Which is the other one?
See, the other one I believe was from Kenya, from Nairobi.
You see, and that is what we must follow, the chronology of all these things. At some times last week, Sakaja said, I will produce the documents that I've always presented when I've been vying. Didn't you hear that? Yeah, that is what we are asking. What did he present previously? And now he was busy searching for another university that we. So why was he taking it there this time around? And previously it had already been okayed.
I'm going to forward you, Alex. I'm going to forward you what he presented previously, which he wanted to be approved.
No, we have all those. There is a team that has been, there's a special WhatsApp group Nulingi about all the shenanigans Sakaja, and it's very funny to see all the chronology of how Sakaja and everything he has ever presented. 2013, when he became the TNA member of parliament, his credentials were totally different than 2017, and now they are totally different. So this CUE, whatever it is, it needs to be sued now, because there is evidence that it's playing politics. Because you get this kind of certification several times and you still pass people. So it seems it's culpable to many other aspirants or candidates. So it's fearing. So that's what I can say. But still, if CEU passes you, the problem is our judiciary. It cannot fast track.
Roberto?
I just wanted to ask, I don't know if there's any one of you who knows the role of, or who understands the role of the Kenya National Qualifications Authority.
I've never heard it before.
I think
What is
it is the one Richie had just asked us about. That is the same role.
No, Richie has talked about the commission of
Richie spoke of a different. I've never even heard of that one, Roba. I'm not privy of that, because so far what I've heard during all these shenanigans of qualification from Malala and others has been that body that Makiadi has said. That one is new to me.
there's a national qualifications authority. There are so many bodies in Kenya that you don't know where to start, but there is National Qualifications Authority.
Is that a government body? How it is a private thing? A private agency?
It is a government body. It's a government body. Let me try and find out. I thought maybe one of you was privy to that.
So whether it's a government body or not, what we know is that the IEBC decided to contract that one which Makiadi has said. So we should talk about that. And I don't know so much about it. Whoever that knows about it should preempt us about it. And because it looks like it's doing a very shoddy job. From 2013, 2017, 2022, now that the chicken have come home to roost, it looks like now we must go back to that institution, whatever it is, and investigate it, because a lot of inside job is being done to give us probably many of these leaders. Remember, whether they are on our side or not, Joho degree was always in question. Sonko degree was in question. All these degrees that have been questioned. We need to go back, because if a country keeps going this way, it will degenerate. Soon enough, you will have papers and you go out of the country. And honestly, you worked so hard, you paid for that education, but Kenyan degrees will be like paper tigers everywhere in the world. One of the reasons why Kenyans have been able to get jobs everywhere in the world. You go to Japan, Julius is there. You go to Belgium, you'll see somebody there. I'm sorry to say where people are, we shouldn't, because we have some hackers here. Across the board, the friends I've met here in Mutembei is because of our papers, our qualifications, and the paper. Kenyan paper. You take somebody, a nurse from Kenya, you put him here, and they start working. I tell you, they are always stellar and superb in their job. Our education is one of the best in the world. But at the rate we are going, the politicians are destroying the credibility of our education worldwide. Soon enough, it will be difficult for a Kenyan to get a job in the UN because of the political shenanigans we are doing. I'm telling you, that is what happened to other countries. But Kenyan education has always been respected. You go to UN, that is why we have even UN in Gigiri, because of our education. That is why you find most embassies of the world are located in Nairobi, because we can fluently speak English, even French, German, and other countries. Kenyan education is a hot cake in Africa. But the way we are going, you know, when Sonko last time presented such kind of papers, what we saw was Sonko ended up being in New York newspaper, whereby they said he has fake degree in New York Times.
I've just found out that the Kenya National Qualifications Authority was established in 2015, and it is to help coordinate and harmonize education, training, assessment, quality assurance of all qualifications awarded in the country, with the view of improving quality and international comparability. And it was formed through an act of parliament.
Something, you know something, Roberto. You know, all these issues about questionable qualifications, you realize that they are all most of them are just around politicians. If you remember the 2010 Constitution, you remember people like I remember when the demand for degrees was assimilated, was brought into contest for contestants for certain positions. You remember somebody like Ngilu, she didn't have a degree. You remember, she obtained it on while I think the same constitution gave the MPs time to implement, so that they can be ready with the required degrees when the time comes. So a number of I think those are the times when the Sakajas, the Sonkos, everybody started enrolling for degrees, especially the private ones, which they were never serious. When the years are over, they come and graduate. You
But
remember?
Ose, let me ask you, because I think you are aware that Parliament watered down the academic qualifications for people to be members of Parliament. I stand to be corrected on that.
No, they wanted to, but I don't think they have since that. You remember when
They watered
Tanga
it
were
down.
threatening?
It went
They
to
watered
court.
it down.
They watered it down. They went to court. You don't require a degree to be a member of parliament.
Exactly.
So
So
But
Sakaja could easily,
for governorship, they did not. It remained.
correct.
Yes.
So
For
the two
senator,
positions.
no, you can't. You don't need a degree to be a senator.
So the two positions, the governor and the president, you must have a degree.
And deputy.
Yeah, obviously the deputy, because you can take over as the president, so the qualifications still remain the same. But my issue is this: why is it that politicians who understand very well that for you to be a governor would not want to find the right papers, the right qualifications, so that msiende huko mwanze kusumbuana na IEBC? Because this drama that you are facing right now is because some politician somewhere feels like he cannot let go of the governorship because it is probably his best bet to eat. And now we have IEBC, instead of preparing for an election, it has a committee that is sitting down to investigate if these papers are authentic or they are fake. You know, authentic or, and then it takes a lot of time. People are spending money, people are spending a lot of time, and at the end of the day, you see the commission that I'm talking about here right now, the CUE that you heard me talk about. So it says this commission was a body, is a corporate that was established by an act of parliament, University Act number 42 of 2012, as the successor to the Commission of Higher Education, CHE, which was established under University Act blah blah 1985. So the commission was established to make better provisions for the advancement of quality education in Kenya, which entails regulating and accrediting universities and universities' academic programs, among other functions. That's the job of the CUE.
So what is worrying is what Alex is saying. You see, the Kenyan qualifications have been respected quite a lot, but now with this trend, with this trend, surely, where will things end up?
So my concern is this: as we talk about Sakaja's whatever qualification. So Sakaja, the videos are there, out there. People have seen the videos. Sakaja said he has never stepped out of Kenya for his education. He has never. Number two, he said with an interview, when they had an interview with Jeff Koinange, he said that he has studied actuarial science. So everybody knows that Sakaja is an actuarial scientist. Now,
and I thought that was in Nairobi University.
Yeah, that's Nairobi University.
So he didn't graduate or what? He didn't complete the whatever.
Everybody knows that Sakaja is an alumni of Nairobi University. See? So right now, the papers that are before the IBC, the papers that are bringing all this controversy, are papers from a university known as Team University. And that's why Kenyans, you know, these leaders are giving Kenyans a hard time, because it's a Kenyan who feels like, no, you know what? I don't think you deserve to run for this seat. And that's Kenya. 3 Kenyans went to petition the IEBC. Otherwise, the IEBC had already cleared him. And this is the same thing that goes with Malala. Malala still has a case to answer in the IEBC tribunal. I thought it was settled. No. It's still on issues with academic qualification. They petitioned. So we have the issue. We have the issue of Sakaja. We have
if you see the case of and that's why I'm blaming the judiciary. You see, let me start from Wanjigi. Wanjigi goes and presents his transcripts and says he's graduating in December. Now, Sakaja and his not Sakaja, this guy called Malala and his lawyers, you can go YouTube and see when its case was presented in, actually it was moved from Nairobi to Kakamega because he didn't want it even to be in Kakamega because it was an embarrassment to him. Now, the lawyer argues the cut date is tomorrow. We can't miss it. Well, we don't have the papers now. We don't want him to be blocked. So just accept the papers that are there, and we will do everything and work out and make sure that IEBC has all the papers. And he was accepted on the basis of that, not that he has all the papers. Go and look at that video. I wish Bernard was here and you see and you watch that video. He was accepted on the basis that what we have is here. Tomorrow is the cut date, and we can't miss the deadline. And the court cleared him. And that was the basis unto which he was accepted. Not that he has the qualification. Go watch that clip. So, and that is why still it's on the tribunal. So Malala does not have, he did not produce all the credentials. They were in question because first and foremost, he fears that, whatever, for Sakaja, it is different now that he went and brought different papers. For Malala, he insisted. And during that interview, he blundered on the interview. He said he graduated this date, but it was printed this day, and that day was on Saturday, and everything did not correlate with what he had said. And it worked against him. So that is why we are saying that the judiciary is collaborating with some of these institutions, and IEBC becomes what? It can't do nothing.
Osea maneno ndio hiyo. And also, you see these issues of candidates being cleared without the proper documentation, and the necessary prerequisites that they require to run for office. I even watched another clip today. There's also an issue with the Irungu. It's called Irungu Kangata or somebody. This guy that is running from Muranga.
Muranga is in Muranga, is it?
Yeah. So with the issue of Irungu Kangata, the first person that he presented as running mate, I think it's Dr. Somebody. She's a lecturer or somebody. I'm not sure.
She's a lecturer, and she did not resign in time.
Yeah. So she did not resign in time. So this guy, the IEBC, I was listening to his lawyer arguing. The IEBC requires that before you present your candidate, yourself and your candidate before the IEBC, you should have checked all these requirements that are supposed to be looked at. So this guy presents this paper. It is found that the running mate had not even resigned at the proper time. So I'm reading somewhere that he changed the running mate again.
He changed the running. What I'm wondering is there a problem with changing a running? I didn't know that.
You are supposed to do that. You are supposed to do that before you present yourself before the IEBC.
There is a timeline for everything. That is why the deputy, Mr. Jose, Dr. Jose, let me tell you, that is why there was time, and that is why we were waiting for both Raila and Ruto to unveil their running mate. It's a timetable with IEBC. So is with the governors. There is timeline and timetable for everything. Like tomorrow, we need to present all the nominated seats. By tomorrow, the next day after tomorrow, I think this week. Or if you are going to run, you will not be nominated anymore. That's shenanigan whereby we used to shortchange people. I get nominated, Makiadi runs for a certain seat in Murlemba Nation. When he loses, and they kick me off because they want to massage Makiadi. No, that is stopped. Now your name is gazetted. If you are going to be nominated, we already know from number 1 to number 30. That those who are number 1 to number 10 in ODM list, they are likely to be members of parliament, because we know that ODM is going to nominate at least 15 members of parliament, a few senators. So what we are saying is there is a timeline. So Irungu Kangata knew there was a timeline.
It's the same thing, Osea. Hold on, Osea. Let me give you an example here. Osea, you go to sit for an exam. The exam is 20 minutes away. You drive to the examination center. You sit down, you start doing your exam, you open your computer, you remember you've forgotten your glasses. Will you tell the examiner to stop the clock so that you can rush back to your house to get your glasses? It's done because you should have prepared yourself, knowing that do your checklist. You have your checklist in your hands. You need your glasses, you need your pen, you need your calculator, so that when you go to the examination room, you have all the necessary equipment that is required for you to do your exam. So the IBC says here that if you want to present yourself before me, you need to know that your candidate for deputy is clean, they have a degree, they have resigned if they were civil servants, they have resigned in the right time and all that. And yourself, you also you do your checklist. And then when you come to the IBC, now you come with the proper documentation. Irungu Kang'ata goes to the IBC with a deputy governor candidate that had not resigned in time. So what does he do? The IBC sends him back, tells him, you know what, your deputy governor did not resign on time. And what does he do? He decides to change after he has already presented his credentials. And that is why I'm saying, I think IBC is doing a disservice to us Kenyans. It has a lot of baggage that when we start discussing here, we will never ever finish.
Let me ask you, Rich.
Okay, finally,
does it mean that if Kang'ata does not get a running mate now, he's a disqualified candidate?
That's exactly what we are saying. That's exactly the point.
Where it is right now, Mr. Jose, it's not if. If our system was working, it's when is Kang'ata going to be disqualified? Because he knew all this. He's a candidate. He must, especially for a seat. Let's say you're a presidential candidate. By now, you presented 2-3 people for the seat of the running mate, and all of them are disqualified. Are you ready to lead that country? That's the question. Are you ready to lead that country if you are not that organized? So I think it's because IBC doesn't want backlash. They are holding their horses. But in countries like the UK and the US, it is automatic. The law is an automatic thing. You don't negotiate with the law. So what Makiadi is saying, we shouldn't be talking Kang'ata as a candidate anymore. He has disqualified himself because he did not do a thorough research on his running or a running mate. So Irungu Kang'ata should not be in the ballot box. Because remember, Jose, we are dealing with a timetable. They need to start printing ballot papers. You remember that? We are dealing with a timetable. And that schedule is very tight. We are not waiting for somebody to go pick up their running mate.
Now I see why Kang'ata was almost crying.
Alex, you talked about the problem being the judiciary and how they issue their judgments. You see, if the judgment was judgments are normally presented or given on the basis of fact and the rule of law. And yes, it's a fact that Malala was going to be time barred. However, the rule of law was not followed because he had not met the qualifications. Now here comes this is where I honestly believe that the EACC should have applied. They have failed us on that. They should have applied as an interested party in that matter so that they can appeal. So that they can appeal, so that we can have the correct papers being presented and the correct judgment of that case. Because clearly it shows that the judge who gave an okay for Malala to go and present those papers did not look at matters of law.
Roberto, I want you to think about the Miguna case. You know, he was clear to run as governor in Nairobi, and that time his dual citizenship had not been reinstated. Now, would you punish IBC for clearing him? And if you would, is it too late to find a case of liability against IBC?
Now I think this topic I don't think we'll finish. We'll finish. It is too complex, and we need IBC to come clear, because I think they have taken us in. Dragged us into the mud of and the shenanigans of these aspirants. So they owe it to Kenyans to explain their actions.
Andrew.
Yeah, I think this was says, you know, you are going around this way, round. There is one thing here. Look at Matiang'i. Matiang'i, they said, we need Oduma number. Where are our documents? Everything is there. You said, no, this is a bad name. This is the end of the age. Oh, what? All these things. Now you see, IBC, they don't have time to look at your credential, my friend. They don't have time.
I fully support.
So, yeah, for them, if this guy didn't go to court, he already could have gone. And which is it? They don't have money to go to court again for another case. Their budget is very strained. So what are you talking about? The essence is the Kenyan certificates, they are known. We don't stamp our certificate like other people. That's what Alex was talking about. Me, I've been somewhere when they are checking our things. They ask, why yours is not stamped? I don't know. But other people, India, where our people go to study, they have entire, it's like when you are our passport, that is they have certificates. Other countries, but ours no, only a copy which is stamped. So what does that tell you? You even if it is a Form 4 certificate, even a salt slip, which is original, it is never stamped, only a copy of it. So you can see. Doesn't matter, even the grade which is there. So you can see. That's where Alex is telling us that that's, you see, now, and the same honorable people, they are the ones who have proved that to that level. Now you understand what is honorable word. If you cannot keep that standard.
You know,
see,
the people
now,
who stopped the Oduma number, I really wonder whether they are Kenyans.
Because even your land is there, everything, how many houses you have, all your things are there in one place. We know who is. Now all those things of telling somebody has never gone outside, but he has been studying in Kenya, maybe online or satellite. Okay, which is good. But do you know what? Once you have tested money, it is like when you have a girlfriend and you are doing exam, you can't pass. So you cannot finish school. This is true. Alex will tell you. Once you have started seeing those letters, you put in the pocket, you read. Oh my God! I don't.
People who have wives and my friend, there are people who have wives and they pass exams.
Wewe msee, kuna mambo mengine umesahau, but you will agree with me. Once you have tested the money to go back to class, my friend, is like grabbing a mountain with a bicycle. It's very hard. So that's why I say, guys, finish school, get your papers ready, put them together. Like now, these things of certificate and other things, 6 months before, even you know you are going for such a job, and you know the law is very okay. It says for a CEO, like a governor, the president, there are things you cannot change, you cannot bend it. It says you must show that you are capable in that office. So now, if you go for the Senate, you go for others where they don't need a degree, why are you going for that? But the thing is, let him come, send him away. You are coming in a wrong office. Simple as that. So that's the answer.
Yeah, my issue is this. Because legislatures basically have the power to change what they don't feel is right for them, and that is why the parliament went to the extent of trying to water down the education bill. The education requirement for members of parliament to actually hold degrees, but the two offices, the president and the governors. The two offices require you to be a degree holder. Now, with this kind of mentality, and I'm saying this thing on one side of the political divide, because this is the same issue that is going with Malala. It's the same issue that is going on with the Sakaja. I am sure somebody in the next few days, maybe I might be predicting wrong, but the lady who is running for office in Kilifi County, Aisha Jumwa, she's also going to be a victim. She's also going to be a victim of the same issue. So I ask myself, Yeah, go ahead, Alex.
Makiadi, the problem is this. This is not an ODM. It's not a Jubilee. It's not a UDA. It is not. This is a pandemic that cuts across. At some point, we forgot the qualification and we were looking for popular candidates who will bring the votes. At some point, the sanity of the country was watered down. The parties watered it down. IEBC watered it down. The judiciary watered it down. Once the threshold has been put down, whether it's your family, it's discipline, whether it's immorality in a family between two people, whether it's a school, whether it's what, once you put yourself below the threshold, it is difficult now to enhance the hand of discipline again because you are a victim. Remember how we changed from ECK to IEBC? It's because we had completed, watered down every kind of threshold that was supposed to be a shoulder that was to help us. In that time, we could say it was the chapter 6 of our constitution of integrity, to a point that that commission was no longer a commission. We had to disband it and create a new commission, which is IEBC. Now, what has happened to IEBC between Chiloba and Chebukati, we have watered this institution to a point that even Chiloba himself, where he is, and Chebukati, where he is, they are still suspects. So they can't be monitors while they themselves are suspects and complicits of corruption. So I think at some point, I don't know if Baba takes, we again have to disband all our institutions and we start a new creation. The same way he said during the unveiling of Martha Karua, we are going to create a new Kenya because we don't have any option. Makiadi, we have no option. In fact, one thing I keep saying to my people who are listening to me, we have no option. Once Baba takes, if he wants to lead this country and we have peace forever going forth, we have to set up Truth, Justice and Reconciliation Committee so as we can forget the past, because everything that has ever been done in that country is skewed. Even Uhuru, who is our president, was a president twice, illegitimately. we don't even know where to start and where to end. We must set up independent Truth, Justice and Reconciliation Committee. We forget our past, our mistakes. We set forth new institutions, strong ones, that we can give flag bearers and monitors who can do a better job. But where we sit today, IEBC the way it is today, the judiciary and everything, I don't think if we start criticizing these candidates, they will go back and say, you have cleared us with all these fake certificates before. They've done it.
But Alex, that's what I was saying. You see, take the case of Miguna. Apparently, what was coming out is that by the time he was cleared, he was not a citizen, because apparently he did away with his Kenyan passport and acquired the Canadian one and became a Canadian. Now, of course, the new constitution allows now dual citizenship. He had not regularized. So then IBC cleared him. If he was to contest this time round, he can argue that, look, I'm the same people who cleared me the other time.
We have an ambassador. We took our case. We took our case to court. We have an ambassador to Japan or where, who was born in the US, who never lived in Kenya. It went to parliament. You remember that case?
I think it was to Australia.
Yeah, you remember that case?
Yeah,
we have Wajakoyo running for presidency. Apparently he's a dual citizen, and he even said, part of my family lives outside the country, but my other children live here. You have Wajakoya, who is a dual. I mean, when you listen to Okimbaka, the guy who died, he once said in parliament, we have a constitution where the bedroom is where we cook, the kitchen is where we sleep, the ceiling board is where the ceiling board is where we hide our purses. He said our constitution is like that. Our house is not in order. Wajakoyo has been cleared and he's a dual citizen. You all know that. He has openly said it. He said that he is planting marijuana in Oklahoma. As who? As a visitor? You can't be given a license to plant marijuana as a visitor in the US. So our constitution has a problem. So if we have to go back and redo our constitution, we must face off some things and be serious, because everything that is being done in that country, if the other side start hitting us politically, and we have to accept the truth, then the issues of Aisha Juma was with us for a very long time. What do we do with that? We keep playing safe politics because of numbers.
You know, this issue of judicial, the surgery that Kibaki tried, maybe you might need a second attempt to that thing.
Yoruba, you have something to say?
No. I'm trying to research on something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Andrew.
You know, if you look at our codes according to this Constitution of 2010, if you don't go to court, court will not come to you and come to court. See, they can't. You are the one to show up, even without money. That is the thing. Because it was believed you only have money is when you can go to court. Look at what Sonko did in Mombasa. 50 million. Who will contest against him? You see? But now once the court did a constitution of 2010, you can go there the way you are without anything. You only go your ID and register. It's something fee you can afford. And then you are advised which way, what to do, what you are required of, what you are supposed to present, so that it can, you get an advice and you go and draft up something, which is good, but the court will not come. Now, we are the watchmen of the, anything that happens around, we are not comfortable with, we are not happy with, go to court. Now, this is, you can't now go to court when other things are not okay. Like, for example, now we are talking about, when we are talking, leaders are talking about bottom up. Bottom up is in English term. Tell us in Swahili. Because you tell your mama in Nyamira, she doesn't know what you're talking about. And now you say it is to bring the up, the bottom people up, and then the managers are able up there to do something. Who are these managers? What are they doing? Who are they managing? And they don't know. See, now, what are you talking about? You see, you look at those two systems. The two systems, bottom up and up down. You will find what they are doing is up down, but they are claiming is bottom up. Now, look here. Bottom up, the people at the grass level, they, for example, in an organization or in a company, if it is housekeeping people, you sit with them, ask them, they will tell you the challenges they have in their department as housekeeping. You go to the other people, see and correct the information, and then go to the deciding board and see what then they are being taken care of. But the bottom down, who they are only there, one person overseeing everything. You are the clean housekeeping, you are in the front office, you are in the purchasing, procurement, you are the one, you are doing everything, you are the manager. That's why it's very difficult, they cannot explain. So the thing is, actually, the system, what we are doing as MIO, that is what is required. Our old man, when they have a place, ask the people, what are the challenges? Okay, what do you want? They will tell you how even to solve the problem. They don't want you to solve it. They will tell you, this is what we want, and this is the thing. Now pick it from there. Now this is the person we are giving you. Who will we will send? Who will act on our behalf? Then you go now there. Look how you can solve it. Now they are telling you bottom up. The managers are there. The managers, when the manager will only tell you do that. Don't look back. This is the thing. No question. You cannot even say why. No secret. That is all. Because why? We don't have enough people. Finish. You either come work or you don't get salary. That is why the manager, what he was talking about. But where the people is now, how can we get enough people? When people are sick, who can replace them? When people have some issues, when they are in training, who will be working? That is what we are talking about. Those are the two different things. So you see, so for the bottom up, let them explain to us in a language we can understand. Those are technical terms. Thank you.
Yeah, I would want us at least to move the debate forward. And
But I needed to comment on Madam's visit in Rift Valley.
okay, go ahead.
You see, sometimes when you listen to Martha Karua, you get the impression she was not just a lawyer, because she has really perfected this idea of selling whatever you want to sell. If you see the way Martha is marketing Baba, it's like she has just read a marketing book somehow. She knows how to bring out the strengths in a manner that even Baba himself sometimes has not been able to do. First of all, the communication is so simple and straight that you cannot miss to understand what she's saying. She puts KK this side and Azimio this side. And then the little differences are so highlighted in a manner that if you care to listen, where you are going to vote should not even be a question. Because it so happened that KK have got so many things against them that whoever is trying to market KK, if the truth be known, especially the route they have walked, it's so difficult. On the other side, selling Azimio is so easy. The benefits are so obvious, and you only need to be very, very difficult to convince to see where actually you are safe, as they say. Where are you exactly safe? Take the common example she gives that if you're sending two people to the duka, after some time you get to know mwenye atarudisha change. It should not be difficult. It should be very easy to see. Now remember this damn thing which the DP was trying to talk about in the interview. You know, that matter is in court and the figures are known. The total is actually 63 billion that the CS, the Rotich, is up against. And Aurora and Kimorer are just like a third of the total 63 billion. When he wants to come on TV to tell people that there was no budget, it's very, 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 very strange. And on top of that, as I did say here earlier, the president had appointed a committee to investigate the two dams scandal. And the reports were out. Why would they be investigated and money claimed to be lost if they were not budgeted? Maybe tomorrow when Ageo is having an interview with him and tries to put him to task, he'll say, in what context did I say that? Like he was trying to say, he was asked about the stadium. Then he's asking Ageo that, maybe, in what context? He's throwing the question back to Ageo that, in what context did I say that? Unless you are told me to prepare, I cannot answer that. I am not. Now, somehow you did realize how he avoided the question about NIS. I missed the end of it, but even that, I think he evaded everything about the NIS question. Well, that is the person who wants to be president. And as I always say, he keeps reminding us, Marai, it is on record. On record. Now, if I look at the record, I don't know. I don't want to go back there. There is nothing that can be appreciated about, maybe about the road, but with the scandals on the roads, it's just that I'm not aware of the extent. But all the others, talk about the electricity connection, the supply of these concrete poles to special contractors who are supposed to give feedback on connections that have been undertaken. I don't think he has any record. I think I'll stop there.
But Osea, my question to you is this: if you are the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya, because I looked at that interview, watched that interview, and there's something very interesting to note from the interview. How does he selectively disassociate himself with the failures of the government for the past 10 years? I think Joe Ageo was very clear to him. He asked him, how do you associate yourself with only the successes of this government, but when it comes to the corruption and the failures of this government, you want to stay on the side? And the way he tiptoed around that question, especially the question about corruption, and that is why I keep on asking here. You know, the English is beautiful. When you tell us that you are going to operationalize the judicial fund, it looks very good on pen and paper. But what is actually the meaning of operationalizing the judiciary fund? What is that? Does it mean that we do not have judges in this country that can handle cases? Of course, there is a deficit. And, you know, hiring judges is not like going to a marketplace and picking people to go and sit on the judicial bench. It takes a while. It takes a lot of vetting. It takes a lot of resources to do that. But then my question is this: if people compare what was there before the constitution, the 2010 constitution, and what we have right now, it is a progressive improvement. And actually, the judiciary is even doing better on the, in terms of its performance, in terms of exposing corruption and other stuff. It's a good direction that we are taking in our judiciary. But then if you lower all these issues to operationalizing a fund that no one knows its existence, and then when you're asked to explain what that means, you're saying that you will hire more magistrates. Okay, let's assume you hire more magistrates. Will you have cured the judiciary?
You see, the response he gave fits in very well with the other complaints, especially from the judiciary side. But now, when you look at Jubilee government, which he is part of, and he says that people have been pushing him to resign, and he says he stay put. You remember? He keeps reminding us that I'll stay put. Now, you stay put, but fortunately, is it fortunate or unfortunately? Remember, most of the bulk of his supporters are people who, even the scandals, it takes time for them to understand exactly what scandal is here or there. You remember when, for example, when Waiguru was being elected, and people thought that we could decampaign her by talking about the NYS scandals, then the people who elects her at the grassroots level themselves said, no, hata kama ni mwizi wetu. You remember, such kind of things. Now, the bulk of Ruto's euphoria now are on those people who don't want to take time to understand this, especially how is money looted from the government. So he believes, when he tells you about electricity, which you can see at your rural or wherever, you will not be knowing what is Eurobond all about. You see, all those other high cadre scandals, they will not feature for a common mwananchi, the one he calls ordinary. But if you were to put his record aside, assuming that he runs away from the scandals in the government, what about the scandals which are directly involved, he is involved in as a person? You know, the list, at one time I tried to list them down. If I would just remember, you remember the common Muteshi issue, the ADC lands, the Aurora and Kimore, where he's personally, forget about the fact that he's part of the government. Now, you remember the issue of
Jose,
Yes.
Jose,
Yeah.
Jose, I wanted to say this just before you continue. You know, William Ruto has this kind of belief that is in relation to the issue Makiadi is talking about, corruption. William Ruto has got this belief that it's only money that can fix things in this country. And when he tries to bring in to try and facilitate, operationalize the judicial fund.
Yeah.
Yes, in as much as funds, it is important for every independent institution to have its own budget. That is not where you can deal with corruption only. You can deal with corruption in the offices, in public offices. There you can, you know, the willpower of having charters, work charters in parastatals, in the office, public offices, government offices, on timelines on how to deliver services. These are simple things that you can do to prevent corruption. But you can see for him, it is all about money. And he has now turned it into an affair where the judiciary is where you can fight corruption. That is not the only place you can fight corruption. Clearly, it tells you that he has no willpower to deal with corruption, because he's narrowing it down to the judiciary, and judiciary only adjudicates. It is the last point where you need to deliver justice. But he's not talking about how to handle corruption from the onset, from the investigations, from the arrests. So he was simply, for me, he was running away from the issue. Because if he's to do that, it will touch on him and his cronies.
But you know what, Mr. Robert, unfortunately, Ruto is not a fool. And I think some of us water down Ruto without acknowledging that this guy is a smart thief. These are the so-called like Sakaja. And I told one of my friends that I fear Sakaja more than Sonko, because Sakaja has lied to us for a very long time. And actually nobody could believe, and even there are people who can't believe, who are in UDA, that Sakaja does not have a degree. When Ruto talks about the concept of operationalization, which is an abstract concept into measurable, you know, it's a measurable observation whereby you use data to see specific results in small numbers so that you don't allow them to be huge, so that you can get a big loss like billions that we have. The concept he's using is so good, and anybody who is educated and understands what it means will agree that that's the concept that we need. The only problem is, huwezi ambia mbweha achunge mbuzi. That is the problem I have with him. But we can't criticize the concept of operationalization. This is something even Raila himself have used before. Because even when you look at what Raila said before, let us sign contracts so that if your contract has to be extended, it will be based on the results. For example, teachers, for example, CEOs, for example, because let me read for you what it means. Through operationalization, you can systematically collect data on process, and these are a phenomena that you get directly and immediately. You understand that you're going to get a loss and you stop it. That is part of the #1 segment of operationalization. So Ruto knows how to joke with these things. The concept of operationalization is one of the best, and it is used in many, many countries. The question is he capable of doing that? Is a conniving figure. So we can't deny, Mgala muue, but mpe haki yake. What the concept is introducing should have and should be in all sectors and parastatal, because you find you can't go to a loss of that 63 billion if by the time you are getting 21 billion, the Italian farm was already closed. Do you understand? So it's measurable. Before you extend, you have to measure and come to concrete. Your trial balance must balance. You must bring your balance sheet. All these financial statements must come in before you are given more funding. And your contract can't be extended based on it's your performance that allows, for example, KenGen, the leaders of KenGen and KPLA, all these kind of generators you are seeing and so all these in a pasuka tunaziitaje, they could not have continued if we had operationalization or operationalization, whatever it is. Even the name is not coming out, because you could have come to a threshold whereby you measure through data. Is it working? And then you realize they are blowing up. You stop at that level. Then you go to a different level. That is the problem, that is using is a wrong person to talk about operationalization. So we must take on him that he can't. He is a thief. He cannot be trusted. But that concept is so good. Makiadi, you need to read more about it. Many countries, like here, that is how the mayors do. They can't get more funding without measuring through data and everything. Even the police in this country, they are not funded until it is whatever that name is. So what we are saying, yes, Ruto is playing with our minds, and we are allowing him. You can't criticize him on that. He will finish you. You can only say that vile Martha Karua anasema, ukituma unajua watoto wako. Unajua mwenye utaamini na mwenye hutaamini ukituma yeye kwa duka. That's all we can say. Beyond that, Ruto will kill us on that.
And Richard, you know, Ruto has always offered these interviews in the past from his residence, and sometimes I wonder the journalists who go there, because you can see how they are intimidated, how they are dictated to the line of questioning. So you might be tempted to think that next time somebody else is going there, they will do things differently. But all along, the DP has always gotten away with his way of doing things. Have you not realized? And given what happened today, I don't think he's going to entertain any other interview again at his residence. If you are Joe again, what would you have done?
No, you know, my issue is this. Sometimes I feel we are being let down by our journalists, because if you are a journalist, you're supposed to take control of the debate. It's an interview that you can slam the brakes when you think the person that you are interviewing is veering off the road, and bring him back to order. But when I don't know if it's intimidation, like you said, but most of the journalists, when they interview William Ruto, I have observed not only Joe Ageo, but even I think Linus Kaikai, or everybody comes out complaining, because if I ask you a question, Osea, and I feel like you're tiptoeing around the question that I've asked you, I'm supposed to repeat the same question until you give me an answer. But you see, if you let somebody speak the way they want, then it becomes a monologue. And that's no longer an interview. There is nobody that will gain from, having a conversation that is one way. And what we saw today, especially towards the end of that conversation, was a person who was not interested in any way in answering questions. And that's why I say here that journalists are supposed to ask the hard questions. The questions that we people ask, we normal citizens outside here ask. These are the questions that they're supposed to be asking these leaders. Today was an opportunity that Joe Ageo should have used to ask William Ruto. If William Ruto, you feel actually that you've not been given the functions of the deputy president like he always tells us, why are you still in this government? He gave an excuse that people wanted to throw me out, but I would. That's not an excuse, because actually what you're doing, if you're sitting in that office and your conscience is clear that you're not doing the functions that you're supposed to be doing, then it means you're a ghost worker. You are living on, you are eating taxpayers' money for nothing, for doing nothing. But Joe Ageo just let him pass like that. He said he was not given functions of a deputy president, and that's why he cannot be blamed for the second. What type of gibberish is that? I don't think it's fair to citizens, wananchi and other viewers, when we have somebody who just gives the answers that he feels like he can answer. He can decide what to tell you and then move on to the next question. When you ask him something else that he feels like he's not going to answer you, he's not going to answer you. He took Joe Ageo round and round. The issue of corruption, he was asked about corruption, he did not answer. He was asked the issue of stadiums and asked, why should we trust you as a president if at all you cannot keep promises like the one you kept, you said about stadiums? He said some stadiums are complete. And mark you, these stadiums that he is saying are complete were not done by the national government. Most of them were done by the county government. I was even expecting him to talk about Kakamega Stadium because he was there today, because that is the work of Oparanya as a governor. So it is a little bit unfair. Yes, Andrew, you have something to say?
Yeah, I wanted to say, look at this thing in a bigger way. If you look at the bottom up he's talking about, look what he did with the stadiums. That's were meant for our youth to be able to be involved in the activities and the growth to bring up the talents. Now, all our young people, even brothers, even RX, they want to go to Nairobi where RX stays so that they can hustle. Suppose they could have stayed in Nyamira. They come from Momo, they don't pay rent. They go there, they do something. They sell even the bananas or gazette and other things. They stay home as they develop, they build up their talents. And they make ready for any job or go to compete even in Kisumu or Nairobi. But they come all over to Nairobi and they stay in there. There is no job. They start now picking up. Now you tell us that now this is what it is. Now this is the thing. First of all, he could have started from that. Make the stadiums, make use of it. Then you tell us bottom up. That is the thing. Number two, remember even those people who went to check the Cameroon, they were speaking one language. He complained about it. He wanted some people who can speak a language he understand. As scientists, there is a language they understand. And that's it. He talked another language. He complained about that. And I think he watered that thing, which means the information was corrected, did not meet the criteria to answer the questions the people, Kenyans, wanted. Leave it to that way. So for that reason, we want to tell him the bottom up, make the people in the county level be able to manage themselves at the level they can, so that somebody at the end of the month, he has money, he can go to a restaurant, buy tea and a cake, like a manager who is in that hotel or in that company, same table, eating the same tea. But you cannot tell me somebody cannot come there to buy tea because he cannot afford. Look at the graph difference. Rich and the poor. And you tell us the bottom up? Bottom up means what?
If they were not speaking the same language, what is he saying indirectly?
Which means now you are trying to tell me the government officers as civil servant, should it be a certain language? So that you can be in that? Those are the questions Alex is asking. Should you be in that? You are a civil servant, you passed, you did survey from main campus, you have a certificate. They don't want to know whether you are from coast or from where. You go there and do the survey, check all those things, because you are expert. Now the language become a barrier now. Though I don't know whether this language is being taught in the curriculum of survey or whatever, I don't know.
I was trying to say it was a tribal group, eh?
Yeah.
So, Makedi, you asked a very good question about our journalist. However, Makedi, I want you to put yourself in the position of Joe Ageo. You understand who Joe Ageo is? He's one of the most ranking journalists in our country. And Joe Ageo doesn't do interviews easily. In fact, he mentors the upcoming journalist because where he has reached, he doesn't need to do interviews. I think he has reached his peak. And the only reason he is where he is I think he should have gotten even himself to go to private practice, so on and so forth. But he loves his job. And he realizes that the fourth estate is going to become bankrupt in the future because the nature of how they become commercialized. We have journalists who make stories and who do interviews based on the amount of money they receive behind. Now, but for Joe Argeo to accept to do that interview, it looks like there was an agreement between him and the deputy president. And it looks like there was no journalist agreeing to do even that interview because they understood the backlash they could have gotten. I'll take you back about 2 months ago. Miguna did an interview with this guy. What is his name? It was a primetime interview. What is his name? This guy.
What Jeff?
No, not Jeff. There is this Luo guy, and he's a very good journalist in KTN. And
Mijungu.
Yes, Ken Mijungu. That was a difficult interview. In fact, when that interview got finished, I was breathing as if I was sweating myself because I watched the whole interview. And at some point, I felt that I had blisters where I was sitting because the guy was very patient. He wanted to finish the interview because the arrogancy of Miguna, the arrogancy of Ruto, the arrogancy of our politicians like Jimmy Wanjigi. But when you see these people sit down and have an interview with Baba, you can feel the miasma. You can feel simple questions. What is your worth? Baba says it without, going into circles. You can feel the comfortability of this journalist. They want to interview somebody they can ask hard questions, get the best answers, and they don't, when you do an interview, you don't want to be intimidated until you feel like you're not a journalist anymore. Because at the end of the people are going to characterize you in many ways. People from different political aisle. And I think we have gotten to a point no journalist, true journalist, wants to interview William Samoei Ruto in that country. And you have to give Joe Argeo the benefit of doubt that he did the best. And what he did today, I haven't watched the whole. I've watched clips because I feel bad and I feel uncomfortable when I watch the mendacious nature of William Samoei Ruto and the dodgy way he does interviews. Remember last time he was asked, how much worthy are you? He refused to answer that question totally. And all these interviews you have seen. So it is not our journalist. It is the nature of how politicians have taken themselves to be larger than life in that country, that they are not humble enough to answer questions. Even Uhuru in his prime, whereby we did not like him. But when he interacted with journalists, you can watch Uhuru being interviewed with a journalist comfortably because he's not arrogant. But the person called William Samoei Ruto is the hardest. In fact, he's harder than Miguna, if you don't know. Harder than Matsanga, my friend. So we need to come up and acknowledge that some of these journalists, it's not that they are failing us. It is the political atmosphere of our country where arrogancy, when you have big pockets and big bellies in our country, nobody speaks to you. I saw an interview. I had to go back and watch an interview where Jimmy Wanjigi was being interviewed by one of our major TVs, where he lied blatantly without blinking that now he's doing his masters. Go back and watch that interview. Go watch when Sakaja is speaking to Ndambuki, telling him that he bought his first Mercedes, ABCD, and he graduated from ABCD, lying without blinking. You can't blame our journalists. It is the nature of the politics, the rotten politics of our country, that politicians are so rotten. Remember at one time, Jeff Koinange had to switch off Sonko because he couldn't interview anymore. Sonko had all these papers, title deeds, car titles, boasting in front of us. This one, I did this. He's telling us his story. He doesn't want to be interviewed. You remember that? Prime time. And Jeff had to cut it off because it's no longer journalism. That is the nature of our politicians. And that is what we are saying. Whether you are in UDA, whether you are here, we need to stop that arrogancy because it has ballooned to the level whereby the journalists are supposed to bring us information, truth, so that we can ourselves decide. But now it has reached a point whereby you are bought to interview me, and I will tell you all my lies until I'm caught, and I am not even ashamed to go back to the clips. Sakaja said he's graduated from Nairobi University, Actuarial Science, ABCD. He gave his story. Not once, not twice, several times. Sonko, the same thing. Ruto has said so many things openly, even in the podium. When he's being interviewed, you can't even have a reference to the same things. So at least we should thank our journalists that they are trying even when they know they are not going to get these answers. Did you expect Joe Ageo to get the answers from Ruto? That is the question I'm asking you, Makiadi. Did you expect Ruto to give answers? Or you expected him to give lies? When you watched that interview, did you expect Ruto to say the truth?
He really waded around the stadium thing. That's why I was saying that based on your level of understanding of issues, is I don't know if the supporters were watching whether they got an answer.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Kamau, najua umekaa hapo kando sana. We were wading into the debate where some of us watched the interview between Joe Ageo and William Ruto. I don't know if you had an opportunity, but karibu. Make your remarks.
Asante. As Alex says, interviewing these Kenyan politicians is one of the hardest things because they are all knowing. They know how to digress. They know how to run away from the truth, and therefore I saw it. But even if you watch how many times, Ruto will never be truthful. He even misquoted the Bible to make it even a worse thing. He misquoted the word of God. Whatever he said about the word of God is true, but the verses he actually quoted were wrong, and therefore it is one of the saddest thing. The saddest thing about this country is that our hearts are full of, should I say, they conceal evil. You can lie, you can cheat, you can imagine. After so many years of Sakaja telling us he has been doing actuarial science until we feared him, all of a sudden he surprises us with a degree from Uganda. And then he is asked, when did you do it? Did you attend physically? He says, no, it was virtual. And then we realize that that school don't even offer online classes. Started online classes when Corona came. So you ask yourself, why are we dishonest in this country? And that is why you see somebody is saved to the brink, ameokoka kuliko wokovu, and he's using that Christianity, Bwana asifiwe, as if it's a joke. You see somebody goes to a rally, says Bwana asifiwe tena, but after that rally, a land has disappeared. Some money from the dam has disappeared. Then you ask yourself, Bwana Richi, what kind of a society is this? I know you're not in Kenya, but wazungu hata kama wajaokoka, they don't grab toilets. They don't grab things like dams. They will let these things flow so that at the end of the day, their neighbors can grow. Because I'm looking at it in a bigger picture.
Who has
If
grabbed toilets, my friend? I haven't heard that.
no, I know somebody like Biwott grabbed a toilet in Nairobi.
Don't even go far. I think, Mr. Kamau, if you have been to Thika, because I know a lot of issues with Thika. You know
Yes.
Thika Arcade, right?
Yes, I know Thika Arcade, yes.
You know Thika Arcade used to be a public toilet, right?
Yes. Now you see.
Yeah. It was grabbed. It was grabbed.
And then there was if you are in Haile Selassie, there is a corner there where there was a petrol station of some kind before Biwott died. That was a public toilet, and people were used to wale wanaenda pande ya Mombasa Road walikuwa na Kobil, yes, ilikuwa
That
choo.
corner where there is mobile Kobil.
Yes.
That was a toilet. That one I agree.
That was a toilet. Ilikuwa ya public, watu kujisaidia wakienda Mombasa Road, wakienda Upper Hill. Now another Christian saved.
Kama, what about near Nyayo Stadium, that near the railway line, where there you have those washing, what have you?
Yes, even that one.
The one
Actually,
owned by your Kiambu
Governor Matangi.
The incoming.
The Matangi. I know those areas, and it is a railway. It's actually a place where railways. I mean, anyway, when you look at all this, it tells you we have a very bad. In fact, if we had followed the Chapter 6 codification of leadership in Kenya, I'll tell you, even Ruto himself could not have been the president, or he could not have been cleared. And not only Ruto, even there's some people in Azimio, you'll always find we are so dishonest. But as Mother says, you'll always find that in one camp, it is full of wash people who have made it without any good story. Because a story is made, we always get to glory with a story. If you don't have a story to tell, then how did you make this? Some of these people you see in Kenya, they have more money than people who have even discovered Google and discovered things like TikTok. But you ask them, so where did you get your money? Did you discover anything that is unique in the world that people use, like WhatsApp? No. Like the app you are using, this one, StreamYard. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. These are people who have become rich because of public resources. And we know them. And that is why one woman prayed and said, this group is Kenya Kwisha. Because they hired the pastor, but they were unable to hire the Holy Spirit. Because the Holy Spirit is very hard to kuhonga Roho Mtakatifu.
Wewe wacha.
Nakwambia ukweli, kuhaya pastor ni rahisi sana. Unampatia pesa ya kimwarari kidogo, unamwagea kidogo, lakini Roho Mtakatifu hiyo ni ngumu. So akawaambia nyinyi ni kuisha Kenya, and therefore people knew they have not been able to have a comeback after that. Wamekuwa wakitapatapa. In fact, their rally in Bungoma was so disorganized. They tried to put some tent near the dais so that people look many, and then they hurried up the issue because they knew people were going far. So the rally zilisha mapema when they were in Kakamega. Therefore, I want to tell you, dishonesty will not pay this country.
Even before you move there, Kamau.
Yes.
You know, we've been accused so many times, and I can see even there's one person who is accusing us here. He says that the problem with Azimio is we are all over the media, but we are never on the ground. So what is this they call ground? Because I've never understood what they mean by ground. Perhaps I'm the only person who does not understood what ground means.
I'm in the ground. I'm in Kiambu, and I'll tell you one thing that is happening on the ground. Yeah? RAILA is at almost 50-50. Like my family, we had 3 people who were adamant not to follow Raila Odinga, but they're listening to him now. In any case, I find like the whole family of mine that is, my dad had 3 wives. I'm from the second wife, about 16 people. They're in Azimio. Which ground are they talking about? And if that is what is happening all over Mount Kenya, then I can tell you, Baba influence is growing very fast. Number 3, the next point, where is the ground of Ruto? Because he is depending so much on us, Mount Kenya. And we are like liver. You cannot hold us in your hand. We are very slippery. Until the last day when we vote, that is when you understand you cannot make a government with the people who are very unpredictable. We do not talk. We do not get out there and shout for you. The people you see surrounding vehicles have been given 200 bob and mobilized. But at the end of the day, we shall make a decision in the second week of election, and we know that Mother influence and Gachagua influence, Mother will carry the day. That's a fact. People know it. It is in our hearts. And therefore, that ground he is talking about, I want to tell you about the ground. Out of the 6 or 7, 8 provinces, the former provinces, where Ruto is expecting to have votes, it's only in Rift Valley and Central Province. All other places, Raila is smashing him. And particularly because now Kalonzo has come full force. I don't think there's an election here. We need to swear Baba immediately. If he knows what I mean. There is no contest here. And I think even Ruto knows that. He knows he cannot manage Nairobi. He cannot beat Baba in Coast. He cannot beat Baba in Eastern, Northeastern. And he cannot beat Baba in Western, in Nyanza. He cannot beat Baba in some of the counties in Rift Valley. Trans Nzoia, for example. He cannot beat Baba. Narok, Kajiado. Okot is also a very serious place of Baba, and even Turkana. So it's almost 5 counties in his backyard. They are battleground. So hiyo maneno atuambia ground, they will be surprised. The Baba is at 64, 65 there. And because this guy is a non-starter and is actually the first time to become the presidential candidate, we don't know. Might even be defeated by Wajakoya, because Wajakoya is actually eating from the Hustlers Nation. Yeah, his message is new to the hustler. The hustler are happy to be told they can grow bangi in their backyard, in the houses. They feel that is the better. It is better story than bottom up. In fact, they like it. Majority are saying he's the 5th. So what are you talking about? That's the ground now. They have a new message. A person who is telling them, in your small room you can grow bangi, and in your small room you can lay snakes. People want that kind of story. So, Richie, as I finish, I want to say we are happy. So far, so good. Kenya is going to be in a better place. We believe that Raila knows the kind of desire people want. I think it will be so heavy for him, and I think he will do wonders in the first 2 years. Thank you, Bwana Richie.
Thank you, Kamau. There's something something interesting I noticed today. I realized that Mwangi wa Iria, I don't know if that clip has been doctored. Perhaps you guys will confirm.
Well, that is true. I said I did have a submission about it earlier.
So Mwangi wa Iria was welcomed, is it Martha Karua in Muranga?
So far, that is what I know.
Yeah, Mongo area, I think eventually, and he has always been attending even Uhuru rallies. Even in those Sagana 2, Sagana 3, he didn't want to appear like he's on that side, but he has always been with the Uhuru Kenyatta, and therefore the serious people from Mount Kenya in Azimio, it's only those who propagate hate, like the couriers of this country, the Dede Nyoros, the people who are, in history, there are people like that who always want to propagate hate so that we fear, and at the end of the day, we do not vote or something. But that is not working. It won't work. It won't work this time around. I think people have realized he make a two story, and therefore people are ready to change and vote for leadership that can really help them.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kamau. Veronica, ngoja kidogo to hold on a minute. Kings, najua uko kazini, sijui unataka kuongea 1 minute alafu nipatie Veronica.
Yes, thanks Richie. Enyewe kuna vitu zinanibamba sana and I really like how the UDA supporters are really, they feel like we can't beat them. And even yesterday we had some kind of Kenyan's barbecue here in Vancouver and I had to bet with someone from UDA camp, $500 of which that is an investment come 9th of August. So, you know, like when I was watching this interview where Ruto was interviewing Joe, not the other way, I mean Ruto was the one interviewing Joe, I came up with some good things. Number one, you find that when he was asked about how you'll deal with corruption, the guy was busy talking about independence of the judiciary. You just fail to understand. What are you going? Wajakoya is just sending a straight message to somebody who has not gone to school, the bottom people. Like, I will jail them. Tell people what you will do, not the independence of the judiciary. We know the judiciary is quite independent to some extent. But the moment where unatoka mahali, you just come to tell us that, oh, you know, the independence of the judiciary, I'll appoint so many judges. I don't know what he meant by that. I think he skipped that to answer the question. Number two, when you know, like you see him explaining how people have been asking, Ruto has been promising all these projects. Where will this money come? Where will this money come from? We know very well, like we, you know, in Kenya, if you expand the tax base by creating job opportunities, building all the things you want the country to produce, people will be paying taxes. How long will it take to be effective? Ama sisi tunaenda pale tunasema UDA, we don't know how we will, you know, people at the bottom, they really don't know how taxes are paid. So there are people who are quite illiterate about these taxes. Utapata mtu anakuandika and they will tell you this is your salary. At the end of it unapata shilingi 5 imetolewa, unaambiwa umelipa taxes. Wanaanza vita na wewe. You see, this thing ndo kila mtu ajue Ruto which kind of messages he's sending to us. Lazima tukuwe na civic education. Pia tujue, okay, tax base. By the time tunaona the effect of this tax base increment or expansion, it will be almost the end of his term. Hapo ndo sasa watu wataanza kulia, oh, tungekuwa tungejua. And I think when he's talking about tax base, here it's an inverted pyramid of scheme, because you feel like he's talking about the bottom up. Bottom up. You've seen those people who use some people's picture to earn money from donors. He will be like, oh, you know, people, and at the end of it, wale wenye wako kwa bottom, hakuna kitu watapata. This man is trying to sell an idea yenye enyewe yeye mwenyewe haezi ona hii kitu ikifanyika within the few minutes or the few years yenye anataka. Because I heard him saying the first year akiingia uongozini, jamaa ataenda appoint watu huku nini judiciary independence. It doesn't happen within a day. That thing is a process. That's my submission. Thank you, Richie.
I know you'd be brief enough to be gracious enough also to allow Veronica, because she came here earlier. Veronica, karibu. We'll come back to you, Kings, ukipata nafasi. Veronica, unmute Veronica, please. Unmute. Unanisikia Veronica? Unmute your mic. Bado hatukusikii. Try pressing once, just once. Uh-oh. Unfortunately, I can't unmute your mic from my side. I don't know. Ebu jaribu ku press once peke yake. Just press once. I can't Let me see. Okay, there you go.
You got me?
Try. Yeah, good. Karibu.
Asante. Thank you so much. I've been watching this show. I love this show. I'm in Kenya now, you know, like it's like almost like 3 a.m. in the morning. Thank you so much. I love this show. I love this program. I love it. A lot of learning and so much that we never even knew that's happening in the world, but in Kenya too. Thank you so much, Alex, Richie, Kuze, who is that? Kamau. I can't see everybody. Kings. Yeah, asante sana. So we all need to know that Ruto is a liar. Ruto is a thief. Ruto is a killer. He has killed many people. His hands are iko na damu za watu ameua. When I see him in church, I get chills.
Alleged.
He is. He is. No question about it. But we are all sinners. God will charge him. That's all I can say. But let's pray that he should never get any votes to be our president in Kenya. We pray for Kenya. We have children. We have grandchildren. We have friends who are poor. You walk out here in Kenya, you're like, what is this? You cry. We cry. All of you. You know how sad it is. Like we have a food on a plate, but somebody sleeps hungry. It's very sad. It's very sad. Somebody grabbing money, hiding it somewhere. How much can you eat? How much? You get a plate of food. How many plates can you eat? 1 little plate. Small. Ugali kidogo hivi utashiba. Mimi naongea from the perspective I'm a mother. Tumbo yangu yaani nasikia uchungu. Nalia. Nasikia vibaya. Nasikia vibaya. Mtu mwingine anachukua pesa. Anafurahia watu wake peke yake, anaenda kwake amejenga kila kitu, kuna mandege. He's so selfish. And where is he taking all this money? Everybody, all of them, all these politicians. Forget about Ruto. Everybody, all of them. All of them. All of them. God is watching them. Trust me. God is watching them. God is watching them. It is sad. It's very sad. It's very, very sad. Ask God, why couldn't you make me rich? I give everybody. That's what I ask myself. Very sad. I'm from Kisii. When I go to Kisii, I look at the streets in Kisii. I feel sad. I feel sad. And tomorrow I'm going there. I'm shaking, by the way, right now. It's very sad. Trajambili pale. It could be your mother who is selling vegetables. Trajambili. Could be your mother. I sold vegetables on the street. For God's sake. May God forgive them. That's all I can say. I don't have anything to say. That's it. Thank you.
Asante sana Veronica. Naona hapa hii politics ya Kisii, Alex, utatuelezea. Unataka kutumana. Nataka kutumana huko ndio tuletewe the real information yenye inaendelea kwa ground. Andrew, Alex. Unmute, Alex.
Unajua democracy it has different forms. And at some point in this country, we need something called also guided democracy. And I think Kamau has said it before, and even Stone PK. At some point, I think Kisii and Gusii region needed a guided democracy, because the kind of money that is being thrown, there is a word that is popular in our in our campaigns. People will listen to you when you are done, then they will tell you kitosere bon tosere, which means tusiage. And before tulikuwa tunasiaga motoriro, which means gorogoro. Nowadays you can't siaga mtu gorogoro. Siku hizi lazima upee mtu gunia mzima. Kisii huwezi pea mtu gorogoro aende nyumbani, lazima upee gunia mzima. And we have really messed up our politics in Kisii. In this country, a couple of years ago when I came, the politics was so bad until McCain brought up something called campaign finance bill, because the kind of money that was being poured into politics was so much that it meant that you were only able to become a leader if big companies were behind you. Pharmaceuticals, the lobbyists behind big companies like insurance. And that is why we were not able to pass an insurance bill at all in this country. There was no free healthcare because the insurance company will bankroll almost everybody. Remember, insurance cuts across. In your mortgage, you have insurance. In your car, you have insurance. In a building, you have insurance. Even a bank has to have also insurance against the money they have. So insurance grew so big to a point that they dictated the politics of this country. So it was called big money politics. And we are not careful. Some of the counties are going that way. Some counties are going that way. Mombasa is one of them. You see, the Mombasa, sometimes we refuse to listen to Black. Black is not that he is not in Azimio. Black is having fear that very soon, and I think Robe will tell you, that the Arabs have taken over because they have money. So you can't blame the locals. When you get somebody like Sonko coming, alafu anachagua mtu ya Mijikenda, because money dictates. From Joho, Omar Hassan, Suleiman, all these people are Arab because they have money. They can bankroll and get away. So I think the politics of Kisii imeharibika kwa sababu ya pesa. We have one guy who openly stole from Kenya Ports Authority, and he chest stamps. Anasema mimi ni gari ya piston 24. Hakuna mtu hapa anaweza peana pesa ninapeana. And it's called Manduku, Dr. Manduku. He was the former chair of Kenya Ports Authority. When he goes to Nyaribari Masaba, the guy anajipiga kifua anasema mimi ni piston 24. Anamaanisha if you give 1,000, the guy will give more than that. You remember during the funeral of the father of Maangi, when Osoro and Simbarati fought, Simbarati stood up and said, hii pesa mmepewa ni ndogo, wachana niwaambie, wacha kunipigia kelele, wacha nimalize maneno yangu, tukitoka hapo nitawapea elfu saa hii. He said it openly and everybody was there. Vijana, wacha kupiga kelele, hiyo pesa mmepewa ni ndogo, hiyo ni 200. Tukimaliza hapa panga laini huko, ndawapea elfu. And he did that. After that, they had a big rally in a place called Capital. And he gave everybody a t-shirt and money. Everybody left Ruto. Everybody left Maangi. Everybody left Osoro. And they had a big mega rally in town. When Simbarati comes to town, he has t-shirts, and the way he splashes money, my friend, even if you are a good leader, like Bernard hii upasta yake, nobody will listen to him. If you don't have money, you can't stand before people. So I think we have gone berserk in some places, and I'm glad some places still they are looking for leaders. Like Bomet, I was very happy that Toto could win, and that's why I celebrated Toto, whether she's in UDA or not. You know, because she won against somebody who basically did not do anything, and she came from nowhere. Not in Kisii, my friend. You must have big belly and big pockets. That is it.
Get Toto in Azimio. Get Toto in Azimio.
Eventually he will subscribe. You know, there are people who are there because of popularity and populist, but you listen to what they say. Listen even a speech during the women conference. You tend to like them. You know, there are people who are still with us. We still they are noisemakers. But the fact that Martha Karua told us that we have bad people here, we have good people here, but the majority of bad people are there. But you have also to be conscious that we have bad people here. So that kind of politics of money is playing out. So today you see the politics of Simba Arati and Ongwae, because Ongwae is loaded, Simba is loaded, Chris Obure is loaded, Manduku is loaded. We have people who are loaded, extremely loaded, to a point that we have to postpone the coming of Raila, because these are titans fighting. These are titans. And the politics again of vigilante comes in, you know, and that is what we fear talking about. Today in Kisii, we found crude weapons. You know, there was something that was good called sungu-sungu before. It helped, you know, sanitize Kisii, because some places like Suneka was completely, you couldn't not even go there. You couldn't even buy land and live there. But the so-called vigilante called sungu-sungu came, flushed out all the thieves and everything.
Chinkororo.
No, Chinkororo was for tribal. That one, I respect that, and that is a sacred thing that we should not talk. I'm beyond and above that, because that one, I will tell you the history of it so that you can understand. So politicians are using again these people. During market day, we had to make noise. Kisii has one of the biggest markets now. The remaining markets in Kenya and East Africa, apart from Kibuye, the next was is Darajambili. Unfortunately, we have market days twice a week, which is Monday and Thursday. And you realize during those days, politicians come. Onyonka is coming from Nyamataro. Another one is coming from Suneka. Another one is coming from Jogo. Another one is coming from Bobaracho. Another one is coming from Kilgoris. So, my friend, the traffic, I mean, you rather use border. Having a car in Kisii is a burden. So that kind of politics in tunasema, the politics of money has to be sanitized. It has gone beyond, and if we are not going to sanitize ourselves, the future leaders, we have one man called Mrefu, who has a degree, but he never went to class 7. We have one man in Kisii who is an NMCA. He has a degree, but he never went to class 8. The politics of money. That's how bad it is. Look, they are even, the Kisiis can't even say anything. He's the chief whip in our county assembly.
I don't know, Alex, when you say Kisii, are you talking about Kisii County, or Kisii the tribe?
You know, Nyamira is a sub-county. Let's be honest. Every year we return, this year we return 53 million to the national county. Every year we are returning money that we are not able to use. Every year. When Nyakarama was, anybody from Nyamira will tell you, when Nyakarama was the governor before he died, every year we were returning money to the national coffers because we couldn't budget it. What kind of, Nyamira is a sub-county of Kisii County. That is it.
Okay, thank you sana. Demba, habari yako? Karibu kwanza. Naona kila mtu amepeana submission hapa. I don't know if you want to say something before I drop and then come back. I've been here, I replaced nimeachia Bernard, nimeingia mapema ndio Bernard aende. Nimeona ni kama alikuwa amelemewa sana kwa studio. Nikasema acha niingie nimshikilie kwanza kabla ufike. So if you want to make any remarks and then I'll drop and come back in a few minutes. Karibu.
Yeah, let me make my remarks before you drop off. Mjambo nyote, nashukuru sana kuwaona. Kuzee whether the name Arias. Okay, let me make just two points. Save myself from the buffet here. The first is the idea that Ruto is trying to ring fence Western and is trying to control the emotions down in Western. When he went there to say that they'd come and said 95%, and he told them that 95% is too much, just bring 70%. He was actually mocking them. And it was a response to what Mdvd said the other day. Mdvd came blazing and said that in Ruto's Sugoi place, they'll be electing only UDA. And if you notice in all the Kenya Kwanza rallies, it is mostly yellow, UDA colors. And even today, when they went to Bukungu Stadium, you could see more yellow than green than Fort Kenya. It was generally a UDA event, but masquerading as a Western event. So the deputy president was trying to control those emotions by saying he was shifting the blame. Actually, he was taking the blame to the people. He was telling them, okay, these guys are making noise. They came and they gave me this, that they're going to deliver that. But according to me, I saw that that was so unrealistic. And if you must have noticed today, he alluded to the sentiment that has been used by Atuoli before, that kateni miti, huyu mtu atajinyonga. So today, for some strange reason, he referred to the idea that if we make it 95%, mtu akitendawili atajinyonga. So they are now trying to look at that sentiment to get it back to Azimio, but it is not working. It is not working because he has to control. I was able to see some of the videos. They have done a lot of photoshopping. They had a lot of transportation for people to get to that place. And I think in the general observation of what is taking place, there's a lot to be done in Kenya Kwanza than they are trying to give us as a perception to be. They are creating a perception that they are gaining ground, but in Western, there's a lot of issues happening. Mdvd is not happy. Mdvd is not happy that UDA is actually even fielding someone in his backyard, in Sabatia, in his constituency. So he's wondering, you give us 70%, but still you come and field people in our ground. What does that mean? It means you don't want to negotiate with us. You're not giving us an opportunity to even deliver. Because in the event that UDA gets more seats in Western, Mdvd will have no say in Kenya Kwanza. He will have nothing to say. And as it stands, he is working, is fighting against DAPK and UDA. Because our man, Wetangula, became bright. He realized that I don't want to be this 70% to be a burden to me. Let me work at fighting for my seat in the Senate. Now, whatever happens with the 70%, I will still be in the Senate anyhow. Because in the event there's no 70%, there will be nothing for Mdvd to ask for on the table. And that shows the frustration of Mdvd. Now, the second thing I want to say is I took a sneak peek at the interview that the deputy president held today, and Joe Ageyo was on him. He ran away from answering pertinent questions. At some point, he was like the interviewee becoming the interviewer. He was telling Joe Ageyo that, you know, you need to talk about this. We don't need to talk about this. You know, he was trying to push him to keep talking about certain things. Joe Ageyo asked him some questions that he didn't want to respond to. Question number one: why is it that you're complaining about the CSS getting involved right now? And in 2017, you are the person who said that wacha Matiang'i afanye kazi yake. His response was kinda interesting. That you need to contextualize that time. So, you know, he's trying to imagine that Kenyans are foolish. The context was an election, and the context was Matiang'i was involved, and the context was he was the one defending Matiang'i. So he says you need to contextualize, and he ran away from that question, and he ran away from answering several questions that were pertinent to us, and he tried to move to the so-called bottom up. And even Ageyo tried to put it to him that there are some things that you're talking about right now. On your side, when it was time for appointment, you didn't appoint that many people. What happened? He ran away. So we see someone who is deceitful and playing the conmanship game in trying to bundle the idea of numbers and telling us we have a plan, we have signed charters. Now, the deputy president is talking to us as if we live in Mars. We live in Kenya. MOU was signed in Kenya. MOU between Kibaki and Raila was signed in Kenya. It was never honored. So telling us we have signed, I have signed, that to us should not mean that he's going to do what he has said. How many marriages break and people have signed certificates and they have deposited? So when he comes and tells us that I have signed a charter with these people as if that is an assurance, then today, for some strange reason, the Kenya Kwanza guys were coming up with some interesting narrative they want to bring across. Because they have been criticized for the 70%, that you bring 70 for 40% of government. Now they are basically telling Azimio guys, can you make the agreement you have signed public? Now, they are trying to say that because theirs has become public and it has been, we have poked hole on it because they cannot even deliver the 70%. They are struggling with it. Now they are saying, okay, fine. Oparanya, tell us, what is it that you have signed? Whom are you signing with? Whom are you signing? In Kenya, you don't need to sign anything for you to have development in your area. You know, you can't sign charters with 47 counties. Are you going to disband 47 counties for you now to follow the charter? Every county has assured development fund in the constitution. You don't need to sign a charter with any president. You don't have, the women have signed a charter to be given sanitary towels. Do you need to sign a charter to give sanitary towels to women? So when you are coming to say that now we are signing charters with the 47 counties, I mean, put that, it is already constitutional. Every development fund is assured in the constitution. You don't need a president to sign charters with 47 counties. That is conmanship. And I think it was so clear today when it was being pushed. You have signed a actually, there's one thing that stood out today. At the charter signing, he told the women, Joe Ageyo asked him that, he told the women that within 100 days he will have met 50% of, I don't know, women, the 50% rule. Joe Ageyo asked him, how will you do that within 100 days? 2/3 was hard for the other cabinet. You know what the deputy president said? Within the 90 days, we are just going to put the framework. That can only be achieved within 12 months. So even before you get into government, that shifting has already taken place. He told them he signed 100 days. Right now, he's busy explaining the same thing he signed. He's saying, no, it can't within 90 days. And then when he's asked, okay, fine, how are you going to do it? Then he said, you know, Gladys Boss-Cholet has already put a bill in parliament. So this guy, even the charters he's signing, mean nothing to him. He's already jumped out of the charter he signed more than 2 days ago that says that within 100 days he'll have 50%. Now he's saying it is not within 100 days, it is within 12 months. So what is it that he signed with those women? This person cannot be trusted. This person shifts goalpost every time. And I think that interview was good for us because it exposed his conmanship and his deceitfulness. And I think it's time that we need to point that out, and Kenyans need to know him for who he is. I think for now, I'll stop there. The rest, I think, we'll cover as we move on. Back to him again.
Thank you, Ndemba. I think today the deputy president was just having a bad day because as he left the studios, this poll came out from the start. I think most of you have seen it, that says Raila Odinga would probably surpass the simple majority with 51.5%. That's the star. I don't know how reliable that poll is, but I think this was an additional blow to the fake interview, you know, the failure that he had for an interview today. So Ndemba would like to drop off for a few minutes and then I'll come back. All the people have spoken except PK. I think all of the other panelists have had a chance to speak something at least. So you can take over from there. I'll be back.
Yes, Roberto.
Yes. I just wanted to add salt to injury. That Msheru is giving them nightmares. You know, while he was being interviewed, Msheru was on the other side with KTN. And he says that with the Kalonzo coming in, their reliable sources have now put the polls at 64%. And he's not mincing his words. And he says this is reliable data that we have obtained. So I think the politics is going to be hot this coming reliable. After the botched interview, it's not going to be good tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. Mosheru was there, you know, adding salt to injury. He was being asked some questions, and the part that I personally think I found very interesting about Mosheru's responses, the 64% being one of them. There's another part that I found very interesting was the lady pushed him to say, okay, fine, the IBC says that you're supposed to provide them with networking and stuff. Mosheru said that CA provides the infrastructure. It is Safaricom and Telcom and those others that provides the networking. It is IBC that utilizes the tools. So Mosheru said, CA has provided the infrastructure. Safaricom has provided the network because CA does not provide network. Now it is up to IBC to utilize the infrastructure that has been provided. Then he said, I cannot be seen to go there and do stuff because the next thing you guys are going to say that I'm interfering. It is IBC to do its job. The policemen seconded to IBC report to IBC. The whichever IT officers from the ministry forwarded to IBC report to IBC. They don't report to Mosheru. So he told them that you guys, it is not me, it is them. Let them do their work. If it doesn't work, it's them to take responsibility. Then he said that we had formed inter joint committee for election preparedness. IBC pulled out because they said they're independent. And we have provided for them whatever infrastructure they needed. So they need to do their work. That response was very nice and interesting. Because number one, he has successfully said that there's no other part that is going to do other than provide the infrastructure. You need a road, there's a road. They needed schools, there's a school that have been given. Ministry of Education has provided schools. So what else do you need? Safaricom has provided, CA has provided the infrastructure. Safaricom is the networking. So what do you need is for you to go and plug. If you have been provided by, say, AT&T provides you with the internet in your house, it's up to you to plug in your phone and get the network. You can't blame AT&T that my network is not working. If your phone has issues, deal with your phone. So that is what Mosheru was saying. In my view, in my considered view, that was a fair enough response to what they have been propagating around, that the government is going to interfere with the working of the IEBC, which for me I found a good response. Yes, Adams, karibu.
Asante sana Pemba.
Watu wameongea wote. Sasa wewe toa maoni yako, then PK hajaongea, hold on. Wacha ni wewe Adams kaa hapo, naona unataka kuvuka line. PK tafadhali.
Unasikiza?
Okay, asante. Ningependa kuwasalimu nyinyi wote. Sitakaa sana hapa, nitaongea tu kidogo alafu maybe nitoke. Hii mjadala ya leo hata sijui kama nianze na hii mjadala ama niongee vitu zangu tu. Because it's talking about DP mocking Mdvd and Weta, and I wonder whether it's really mocking these guys or he's just used to mockery all the time. And especially if someone cannot respect the word of God and misquote the Bible, I consider that mocking the word, because he cares less about it. So if someone has lowered the bar to the level of not caring about what he is quoting, who is Mdvd and Weta? He can mock them, anytime he wants. If someone can capture the church and pay pastors, then that kind of a person has lowered the bar so low that I don't know whether it is him or ama sisi wa Kenya ndio tumefika level ingine ambaye sijui naweza nikasema nini. Most of us never liked Nyayo as much, but the kind of standards we have set in our country, nafikiri hata wakati wa Nyayo standards hazikuwa vile ziko sahi. I do not think during Nyayo's time, kama katiba ilikuwa inasema mtu lazima akuwe na degree, I don't think Nyayo would have tolerated that. I don't think so. There is a way that Nyayo, as much as people didn't like him, he tried to play by the rules, especially on sensitive issues that he never tried to break the law. Let me say that. Even if he broke the law, he was brilliant and bright enough to know how to go about it, not to obviously do things the way some of these politicians have done it. Kwa sababu niki-imagine there's a time, if I may just give some examples, there's a time, what is this guy? Miguna was debating one Margaret Wanjiru, I think Pastor Margaret, na akamuuliza, what thesis did you write when you are doing your degree? And unfortunately, hata Margaret hakujua thesis ni nini. Sasa unashindwa, kama Margaret hajui thesis ni nini, alifanya degree kweli? Then unaona interview ingine ya mtu kama Malala. All of us, ukiulizwa siku ile uliingia shule, siku ile ulimaliza shule, There are dates in anyone's calendar that you can never forget. Malala could not even recall when he graduated. Na Waswahili husema afadhali inyeshe tujue kuna kuvuja. And I think in Kenya we came to that barrier where kulinyesha, we elected people like Sonko, we elected people like baba yao, na tukaona kulikokuwa kunavuja. Because we saw the results. We saw what Sonko put Nairobi through. We saw what baba yao put Kiambu through. And with that experience, badala ya tuzibe zile tundu ambapo maybe kulikuwa kunavuja, sijui ni hii bar tumeiloa so much that kama ni high jump tulikuwa tumeweka, even that bar is not there anymore. Sijui watu wanapita chini na wanasema hiyo ndio mtindo ya kuruka high jump, ama hiyo bar imekuwa lowered, hakuna haja ya kukimbia unaruka, unakuja tu unavuka na unasema umeruka. Because I don't know whether it is the judiciary system whereby people incriminate themselves by their own words. Lakini kwa sababu lazima mtu akuwe proven guilty, inakuwa I do not understand. Mimi nishamsikiza Aisha Jumwa siku nyingi, na hata akiongea sijasikia ameongea siku hata moja ameongea sentensi ya kizungu imeisha. If there is a clip anywhere where Aisha Jumwa has spoken a complete English sentence, I would like someone to send it to me. Na leo hii Aisha Jumwa ako na degree na anasimama governor wa Kilifi as we speak. Leo hii Sakaja has already incriminated himself with interviews. Na bado amepitishwa, ingawaje kuna petition inaendelea. But why should people petition when things are so obvious? Sielewi kabisa. I don't know. I remember a case like in the US when Obama was running for president. There was one candidate, I'm not very sure, but I think the name was John Edwards or somebody like that, who happened to have had a fling with one of his election handlers or something. And the guy hakupelekwa kotini, alijiuzuru tu akatoka. And that gave Obama a lifeline or a free pass, because he was the only potential candidate who would have eaten into Obama's votes. Lakini ukiangalia the way we like copy pasting the Western world, and more so the American system, in everything that we do back home, we do not copy paste some of these things, whereby kuna rumors, kuna proof, kuna nini za candidate ambaye ana seek higher office. Watu wanajua kuna room kama 350, kuna watoto wamezaliwa kando, but those things don't matter to us. There are so many things that implicate them ambazo hata hatujali kabisa, lakini ikikuja kustandardize mambo ya pesa, ndio wanajua kupitisha salaries, ndio zi align na inflation, zi align na world standards. You find that our MPs are some of the highest paid in the world. But when it comes to those little things that would bar them from running for office, they are ignored. And I don't know whether it is them to blame or it is us who elect them. Sijui, I don't know, I'm just wondering. And thinking how we could go about some of those things. I don't get it. I watched Kalonzo, as much as I don't like talking about Kalonzo because I might be biased, but what played out between Wavinya and Weta today was not a very good show for somebody who is expected to be leading, to be a top tier leader in Azimio. When he was not there and Mother hosted some Ukambani leaders elsewhere, that kind of rivalry, or it did not play out to an extent whereby our presidential candidate had to cut off his speech. I think it is an embarrassment to Kalonzo, because I think he's the one who allowed it to play out by favoring one candidate, and it was not a good show today. And as much as we want the Ukambani votes, as much as he's bringing in numbers, I think there's a way we need to change the approach of handling Kalonzo and how he should be included in the Azimio team. And I don't know. I heard Alex talk about the issues in Kisii, and I'm wondering if Alex is complaining about people like Ongwae, could it be that we have other Ongwaes in the region, and could our own Kalonzo be one of the culprits? I can't stop wondering and thinking, apart from Mutua, who jumped over on the other side. It's just unbelievable how some of these things are playing out, because you wonder whether it is sabotage or whether somebody is playing for the other team and masquerading as belonging to Azimio. All these questions I keep on asking myself, and I completely have no answers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, PK, for raising that. I just want to make a comment. There are some areas. Coalition building and coalition making, coalition parties is the hardest thing to manage. And remember, all politicians do have interests. Now, there are some areas that you want to look out. You want to look out at Machakos, because we have Weta, and then we have the lady Wavinya Ndeti. You want to look at Kisii, because you have Simba Arati, you have all those friendly parties. You want to look at there's a place, Kajiado. Kajiado, there are those two governors, the current governor and the other one in Jubilee, the one who moved to in ODM. And also you want to look at Homa Bay. Homa Bay, there's a strong competition between Kidero, who is independent though, he's not in Azimio, and Wanga, but he's supporting Baba. Then you want to look at Siaya. Siaya, there's Orengo, and then there's the other guy who are both in Azimio. So that is likely to be
Gumbo. Nicholas Gumbo.
Yeah, Gumbo. There's Gumbo and there's Orengo. So you're likely to see that, and those are the dynamics of managing a coalition party. What they are trying to work out is, and I think that is what they say, that they are allowing that competition to move on up to mid-July. Then by mid-July, the polls probably will have indicated who is looking like he's ahead. Now, the other person, I mean, if they so wish, will be requested to step down for the other one. Are they going to step down? That will be a choice of the party and the individual. But those are the dynamics of managing a coalition party. So you're likely to see that it is also, you know, it's the same scenario that you're seeing in Kenya Kwanza. Kenya Kwanza, the reality is the signs do not look so well for them. So what are they left with? They are left with each party struggling to get members, you know, because Ruto signed with Kenya Kwanza, assuming in the event that one of the other partners raises more MPs than UDA. Do you think he'll have any say? He will have no say. So it means, therefore, theirs is more open. He also has to work at bringing people on the table to make sure he's a senior partner. So if he doesn't bring as many, and that's what you're seeing in Western, where ANC is trying to bring people. Ford Kenya is trying to bring people. In Central, Jibebe and all those others are trying to bring people too. Because if they don't have any, their signing charter will remain just a signed document. You see, so it will not add up to anything. Azimio Party, on the other hand, is a party. So that means whether you pull MPs or not, you're still going to benefit from whatever Azimio gets because you are members of Azimio. So if you step down, you still benefit from whatever Azimio government is going to get. And that's why nobody is being given any percentage. Western was given positions, but was not given any percentage to bring because the Azimio government will cover all the people who are in Azimio. So yes, it is the dynamics of managing a coalition party. And in my view,
Can I say, before you conclude,
in my view, if it's clearly an Azimio zone, there's nothing wrong in those because the presidency is assured. Those other people can fight for whatever it is they want to fight for to the end, which in my view, is okay. If it is not an Azimio zone, then you have to make your calculation. For example, Central, they have chosen to allow Jubilee, which is an Azimio partner, to push Jubilee and NARC Kenya to push for their people. So ODM is not fielding in some places in Central for that reason. In other places where it's not an Azimio zone, you have to negotiate. But Azimio zone like Eastern Machakos is basically an Azimio zone. So you have to, if they want to go for it, I mean, let them go for it. There are three parties. There's Kivutha, there's Ngilu, there's Wiper, and then there's Waita. So you see, all those people want MPs, and I think it's not a bad thing. Yes, PK, before I bring Robert.
I understand all those dynamics of managing a coalition, but it is not lost on me that Kalonzo is a seasoned politician, and compared to a new party like DAP in Western, how come such a party and the people who are playing the role in managing DAP are able to sort out amicably between ODM or between Azimio and DAP, and we've not had this kind of wrangles, although there are some areas maybe in Kisii or some other place. Why is it just Kisii and Ukambani? That is why I suspect there is infiltration of a hand that is not seen. It is not just about having the best candidate, but I think there is a hand from the enemy side that we cannot see, that is penetrating this area. That is my fear.
I mean, it's politics, and you're right. Anything can be happening, but you see, in politics, you don't move by giving your enemy too much credit. That is not what you do in politics. If you keep giving your enemy too much credit, then you are admitting that your enemy has an upper hand over you. Even if you can be so much aware that yes, it's politics and it's possible that you do have it's politics. It's politics, and what you're saying, you're right. It's possible, but what is more important right now is gather all, scatter none. So even if you see that this is the perception, you don't want to create a situation where you are losing some of those people and their supporters because of the so-called, you're calling each other, this one is a mole, this one is a mole. And that could be even a term of the enemy. When you start even suspecting your own people, then of course that becomes, the perception out there becomes more hurting than what you'd have gained by managing it. So management, in my view, includes not always highlighting that this person could be working with this person. If that is true, you will deal with that forward. But for now, you want to always push with the idea that there's political competition. You are in the same front. You are fighting the same thing. Politics is about balancing. You know, you don't want to start saying, you know, we suspect Kalonzo. You know, definitely you are going to send so many of his voters and others away. You don't want to say, oh, we suspect Ongwae could be working with the Ruto. You are sending most of the voters that you need from Ongwae side. You need everyone. Gather all, scatter none. So once you do that, you say, okay, we're having this political competition. Everybody is interested in power. How do we manage it for the better good of everyone on the flock? That is always the conversation you are having in managing a coalition. Let me hear Roberto, and then I come to Adams. Oh, and I see Alex also has addition. Roberto, you had an addition, I go to Alex.
I just want to add that, you know, sometimes we should never sugarcoat. And let's face it, I come from Nyamira County, and I have no doubt, and I think Alex will concur with me, money plays a very big role in Kisii politics. Unlike Western, the reason why for what PK was wondering, Western, the money, yes, in every election we know money plays a role, but it does not influence the masses. But when it comes to Kisii, I have no doubt, Pesa, with money you can do anything. You can turn them in, out. There is that love for money in Kisii that is just too high. And then another thing you mentioned, Mr. PK, is that Kalonzo, I think Kalonzo needs to handle himself. I don't want to dwell on him so much, but now that he is in the thick of things in Azimio, he needs just to handle himself and maybe cautioned that it is no longer about Wiper, because the last few meetings that he has been having, he has been you know, trying to use slogans that are attached to Wiper. In essence, trying to show that it's a Wiper thing. And that is not good. He should be directing his energies in Azimio. That's my take. Back to you, Alex.
Yes, Alex.
Yeah, you know, Themba, Baba alisema, and I think when you do the matrix without even sugarcoating the way Ruto has organized himself, if you are not careful, when it will come to parties, now single parties, I'm afraid that because in the making of Azimio, ODM compromised a lot in Nairobi, in Western, in other areas. Being the largest party, in building Jubilee to counter UDA, we compromised in Nairobi and other areas. Now, in bringing Kalonzo again, in Nairobi, we made concession in some areas. So the number of seats as MPs, we sure bet that we needed for ODM to become the biggest party in parliament has come down. When you look at UDA, with all honesty, you find that UDA, if we are not careful, is going to be the biggest party. Stop about Azimio, and when you are accessing now money from the national coffers from the party, UDA may turn out to be the biggest party in Kenya. And we have an outgoing governor who is not in the competition, unlike what you are explaining, bankrolling a UDA mall, who himself built a UDA mall. It's not like Kidero versus Gladys Wanga. It's not like Gumbo versus Orengo. We have Ongwae creating a UDA candidate and running against Simbarati because he doesn't like him by all necessary means. And what he has done, everybody who won the nomination of ODM, he's against them. And therefore, he is funding directly the people from Kenya Kwanza. So we have a situation whereby Baba anaenda kuwa a captain ambayo ni mabusu, the way he explained. And we are saying the situation of 2017 is going to repeat itself if these wrangles are coming on. And we must stop Ongwae as soon as possible. The coalition making is not massaging the ego of Ongwae. If Ongwae is expelled from ODM as soon as possible, by 1 month we'll leverage and all these things will be forgotten and we will have one army, and that is it. Because what he's doing and what he has done already has caused a lot of problems. If you watch the clips the last 3 days, even Mbadi was sent to Kisii. They could not sit down with Simbarati and come up, even with the presser, to just show people that, well, Baba is coming, let us put our issues on the side, and Azimio is coming. They both refused even to shake hands and even be in one presser. And we are afraid of that. And if it's true that that caused the postponement, which I have not seen, somebody said here that the meeting for Kisii today has been postponed. As far as I know, it's still continuing. You're going to find a situation like last time, whereby, remember when they were in Kisii Sports Ground Center and Ongeri was coming in, Janet Ongwae was coming in, they were stoned openly. They were stoned openly because people are sick and tired of that. So it is not a competition between people who are on the candidates. It's a competition between somebody who don't want to get out of leadership and wants to become a supremo by all necessary means against a popular candidate who even us, we were not supporting him. But you know what? That's democracy. If people chose him, that's democracy. And if that's your party, like ODM is my party, I have no issue with that. I have to go with that, what popular vote says. So I think we must, it's not about coalition building. It's about some people being in Azimio during the day, and basically they are working for UDA at night. That's not coalition building.
Okay, thank you. Fair enough. Sitaki kuongeza kwa hayo. Adams, karibu.
Thank you so much, Mr. Themba, and good evening to all of you.
Ongea kwa sauti.
Oh, can you hear me? Is that far enough?
Ongea kama mtu amekula. Acha kuongea ni kama una struggle mahali umelishwa na
I don't want to go there. All right, let me come in and say something now. I've heard the way Alex just spoke, even though I have my opinions reserved about that, about two issues just spoke about. Number one, about the sacrifices that he's saying that ODM as a party made for Jubilee in terms of members of National Assembly. That he's saying that there's some areas that ODM sacrificed for Jubilee. You know, and he mentioned Nairobi. You know, when you look at Nairobi demographically, those areas that were zoned and reserved for Jubilee, those areas are traditional Jubilee. They're not ODM zones. ODM just took its side. Those areas are for those people. So I think these people they were just trying to avoid unnecessary competition, which would break up votes. Like if you go to a place like Dagoretti, there is Dagoretti North and South. North is traditionally ODM, South normally go with them ever since the time of Beth Mugo and the rest. Westland is ODM traditionally. So I think, you know, it was not a big deal. I think in Nairobi it's just fair. Maybe Western, and Western is just partially because of the DAPK, the emergence of DAPK. Otherwise, everything remains intact. And also, when it comes to, I'm not from the Gusii region, but I heard him talking about money and the votes. I don't know whether it really means that in the Gusii region, people cannot really decide, like they can be bought. I know a lot of money makes a lot of impact. That's a fact. What I mean, country or nationally. But people normally eat the money, they take the money, but when it comes to the ballot, when their final decision is being made, they always speak otherwise. So, but if they mean that in Gusii land, they are given money and they speak according to, when they vote according to that money, then that's a special case. Okay. Now, let me embark to the discussion here. I'm just gonna be brief a little bit about the issue of Mr. Ruto saying that Mdvd Weta wanted to asked for 95% delivery, and he decided to lower it. I think it's mockery, yes, as many of you have said, it's mockery. But then I think, in my opinion, these guys were bought. I think Ruto paid them handsomely, and they were paid to play a specific goal. So this goal that they were paid to play, they played it, but it was being played in favor of Ruto, and it went on successfully. So it is a game of use and dump. So they've been used. Not just used, but they've been used according to the way they were supposed to be used. So it is successful. So this guy is so done with them. Their work is over, like they're done. Maybe he wanted to raid their region, he wanted to neutralize them, he wanted to portray a scenario or a picture that ODM is unwanted in their regions where these people are coming from. So by and large, I think they were bought to play a specific role, and that role have been played successfully. So it is a plus to Ruto because he achieved whatever he wanted to achieve. But to these two people, since they are ignorant quacks, they were so much blind that they could not even see. Mdvd, of all the people, I don't even want to say anything about Mdvd. I don't know. This guy is something else. So I think it was a use and dump politics. It played out successfully, and Ruto is clapping and laughing all the way. Martha Karua today in Eldoret, that heroic welcome. I was sitting down and trying to think. Now, Martha Karua is the deputy presidential running mate for Azimio, Raila Odinga, and he goes to the backyard of their main competitor, and he gets welcomed, or he gets that kind of reception. So I was also thinking that what about Rigathi Gachagua making inroad into the backyard of Raila Odinga? Even though it is very hard to determine where really the backyard of Raila Odinga is, but let's say maybe we can take Lunyanza, or maybe we can take the traditional Langata and Kibra. I'm wondering if Rigathi Gachagua can make a triumphant entry and receive such a heroic welcome, or such a heroic reception. And I answer myself, no, it is impossible. He can't get it. He can't really get it, because once he can't get it, and we'll just come here and say, give Rigathi the mic, because it shall have messed up so many things. So I think we are doing well, and I also saw some polls. I didn't take so much time, but I saw some polls playing somewhere. And the issue, when I go back to the issue of Kisii, I think, you see, let me tell you, whatever Ongwae is doing in Kisii is being done in most of these counties by all outgoing governors. They want to do it in such a manner that even though they are outgoing, but they want to leave their people. They want to plant their people. And that is why you'll see some of these counties of rebellion. People are rebelling so much with the choices, even though you find somebody is an ODM candidate, but people rebel because you find like an outgoing governor is going, yes, but maybe they embezzled or they messed up the county so much. So for a governor to mess up a county, there must be some people whom he or she was using during his tenure. So they are going out, but they want to make sure these people maintain the status quo, and people are rebelling. So that is the exact thing that Ongwae is doing. So those who won nomination for ODM are not from the inner circle of Ongwae's administrative, cycle within that administration of Ongwae. So he wants his people. So his people were kind of beaten, but he wants to bring them back through a back door. So it is a politics of selfishness. It happens a lot. It happens a lot, even in some of the counties where some of us come from. You find that the governor is outgoing, but those whom he or she used to embezzle the county's funds are remaining behind, and is supporting them so much financially so that they may remain back. So in as much as he'll be out, these people are still in here, like they're the small system, there, so that he can come back and do his weird stuff. So it is just it's a battle of supremacy. So that is, and these people are doing it so selfishly, like they don't care whether they are ruining the party. They do it for themselves, not for the people. So that's what I see is happening there right now. Otherwise, I see the polls. So I saw some polls there. Our ratings are good, and I think all is well. Let me stop there for now. I don't have much today. Yes, Mr. PK, you have a question for me?
Why are you giving PK the nini? Mbona umekuwa sasa wewe ndio unapeana nafasi?
Because the floor is mine. I just used some.
You finish.
I've used 80% of my time.
Stop changing the rules. You finish. You allow the moderator to bring in the other person. But anyway, PK Sema.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on something that Adam touched on about Karua and the reception in Eldoret. I think we are looking at a very extraordinary politician in Mother Karua, because ordinarily, most politicians, when they are given that kind of arousing welcome, and when they make points and the crowd goes wild, and they would want to soak it in. And but you realize, Mother Karua, there's a way she dispels all that and kind of makes it look like it's not about her. It's not about me. She even today she had even to interrupt the crowd so that they stop they stop the chants and the praise and all that. Our ordinary politicians would just ride in that wave and kind of get carried away. But Mother Karua is very, I think she's just an exceptional politician. I don't see any other politician in Kenya today who would be able to kind of put aside that kind of welcome or love, if I may call it. Thank you.
Okay, just to add on what you said, Martha's reception in Rift Valley, for me, I read something else. I wished that we could have such kind of political tolerance across the country, where we can have even anybody, the deputy president going to Nyanza, and they sell their manifesto, they sell whatever. I mean, we need to have such kind of level of political tolerance where it's okay. I mean, we need to differ in our political views, but we don't necessarily have to fight. As opposed to what Adams is saying, I would wish to see different people, Rigathi going to Luo Nyanza, because even one thing that they have done for the many campaigns they have had, the deputy president has gone only to Migori in Luo Nyanza, and he went there, I think it was only for once. After that, he's not been to Luo Nyanza, yet he's going to be the president of Kenya and every part of Kenya. So I would want a situation where all politicians and political leaders who are hoping to be leaders in Kenya to have that sense of freedom and have sense of confidence that we can go to any part of the country to sell our view and our agenda. Let Gachagua, let anybody go to any part of the country. Let's have them going to Nyanza, going to Siaya. Let's have them going to all those places. Let's have the reception. And if it can start with what happened with Martha Karua today, and for me, I pick a positive trajectory. While the reception was so good for Martha, while it was very encouraging for me, I read a very good direction that our politics should be taking. Let's not have some politicians avoiding certain places of the country. Raila and his troops have made enough visits in central Kenya. Karua has made several in every county they have gone to. We are being told that we are being told, Adams, I've seen your hand, Roger. We are being told that the deputy president is signing charters with the people of Kenya with the 47 county, but we haven't seen him visiting Siaya County. We haven't seen him visiting Kisumu County. We haven't seen him, the only place he went to was Migori. I haven't seen him in Homa Bay, So there are those places that he hasn't gone to. He has carefully, tactfully avoided those counties, yet he wants to be the president of Kenya. In the top of his leadership, we haven't seen anybody from Nyanza, anybody, not even one person, who has occupied a major seat on the table in his campaign. There's nobody from Kisii area, yet there are many Kisii supporting. There's nobody from Luo Nyanza who can fit on the top of the table in a Senate, and they were never there even 2013. He never chose anybody from Luo Nyanza or Kisi to be in his cabinet when he was choosing. So there's that sense that apart from the places he feels he has votes reach, according to him, he's not looking at the other side. But the point I'm trying to make on what Adam said, I'm just trying to say that let's have that kind of politics where someone can go anywhere, whether popular or not. Those who are not liking whatever the person is selling do not go. But those who like can come in, let them share, let them talk, then they leave. Then during the voting day, like Martha said, I'm not coming to grab your vote from your pocket. I'm just coming to sell my ideas. If you don't like, fine. If you like, vote me, vote our candidate in on a particular day. So that's a good thing. The second thing that Adam said that I want to give a response to was to self-preservation of the leaders who are outgoing. That is politics that is likely to occur, where people want to, power is sweet. And there's a sense in which you want to preserve yourself. So self-preservation tactics is seen across board. And even Ruto, there are places he's going to plant his own people, so that, and that is what caused the Jubilee trouble that we're having right now, because Ruto was struggling for self-preservation. Then, of course, what happened is so he's having his people across board, and that's the nature of politics. I don't think, personally, I don't think is a good thing. You need to choose what you want. I want to disagree with Alex, although he's not here. You need to choose what you want in politics, because sometimes you can say that let's dismiss Ongwae, let's send him away. What is the repercussion of that particular act you are going to make right now, perception-wise? Perception-wise, what is the repercussion? Because right now, anybody, even the other day, they said that Kirwa was a nobody in Kenya Kwanza, but he was the vice chairman of UDA. By the fact that he was able to move over, the perception created is huge. If you create a perception, like for example, what will it change? Even if you send Ongwae away right now, assuming it's true, he's a mole for UDA. Assuming it's true, if you send him away, what will you have done to yourself? You will have actually lost twice, because now he's going to still do what he's doing right now, and it will cost you the perception that you guys are losing supporters. So sometimes you learn to manage. They say that you can choose to lose the battle, but win the war. What is the war here? The war is we want everybody in Azimio to be there, and we want to win the bigger seat. So whether you're going to manage that later or not, right now, that is the thing you want to do. So when you're saying that we have to send Ongwae away, he's a mole and stuff like that, what's going to happen? The bigger picture. So politics sometimes require, there's a give and take. What do you want? You can't get everything. You have to reach a point where now you're losing some, you win some. And you want to look, don't chase, like they say, don't chase the squirrel and you lose sight of the antelope. Sometimes you're too focused on the squirrel. You're too focused what PK is bringing. Why is Kalonzo not managing? Kalonzo is a politician. Kalonzo wants to, the idea that we had with Kalonzo on was no political party goes to any political competition just to be a flower girl. And Kalonzo, there's Kambani supremacy. So they are supposed to work it hard. That's the nature of politics. So you can't say that Kalonzo should talk to his people. There's no way he's going to talk to Weta. Weta has a party. The party needs members. So there has to be that sense. NAC of Charity Ngilu wants MPs. And also Kivuda wants something. So there are those areas that we have to agree that we are going to have to do with. Look at the bigger picture. If you start getting uncomfortable about it, then probably it's going to be tougher as we move towards the close end, because it's going to be more tougher as we move towards the last days. And all these political parties, they need members, all of them. Let me bring in Adams, then PK, then Roberto.
Yeah, you brought a very important thing there, the politics of tolerance. Very important, key. But let me tell you, I understand where you're coming from. You are right. But the reasons as to why you find somebody like Martha Karua and Raila Odinga can go anywhere across board the country, anywhere, the villages and the shopping centers, anywhere in the country, regardless, is because of their public utterances. They've never uttered words, certain words, that did not augur well with the people. No, their utterances are always level. Level, like it cuts across. It doesn't hurt people. Maybe if it hurts certain people, but it hurts them factually. Now, when you come to somebody like Rigathi Gachagua, he came on a national TV more than once and said that he will not forgive Uhuru Kenyatta. Why? Because Uhuru Kenyatta took development. It was a propaganda anyway. It was a total lie. That Uhuru Kenyatta took development of central Kenya to Nyanza. So he hate him for that. What was he trying to say? He's trying to say that he hate the people of Nyanza. He hate those people because those people received development which is not meant to them. That the development, the few roads, actually there are no new roads in Nyanza. Just a few flyovers in Kisumu City, and they pay taxes. But because of a handshake, some things were being revived in Kisumu, blah blah. We all know it. This Rigathi Gachagua man feels so bad, and he comes to the podium and say it in political rallies, and he comes to the TV and say that he hates Uhuru for doing that. Now the question is, if such a man go today or tomorrow and stands in the middle of Homabay town, or Yugis town, or Migori town, or Rongo, wherever, what are you going to tell the people? Already they know who you are. So himself, regarding himself, is guilty. Is as guilty as charged. He knows. So they go to the podium and practice the politics of tolerance, yet they're the same people who bring in the politics of intolerance. So Rigathi is the problem, not even the people. And traditionally, the people of Nyanza, especially the Luos, are known to be non-nonsense tolerators. Luo people will not tolerate you. If they like you, they like you. If you say nonsense to them, they don't care whether you come with guns. They will tell you off. They will just boo you. So they know these things. Another thing, if you see the way Ruto and Rigathi are avoiding Nyanza, and you just said it clearly, I can't put it any better, Mr. Themba, that in their negotiation table, up there, top screen, there's no Kisi, there are no Luos. The meaning, they've really segregated them. Why? That one tells you that they really don't care, but they have nothing. How many trips do Ruto make into central province, the traditional central, Mount Kenya? And yet he says that is his home bedroom, like that is his basic, the major vote bank. But he keep going there. If that is his major vote bank, he's supposed to go to areas like Nyanza and the rest of the places and up to the border of Kuria and Tanzania and seek for votes there. But you don't do that. Why? Because of the things they have done to these people. So the politics of intolerance, my point is, it is the same people who are politicians who are the perpetrators of the same politics of intolerance. But then they come and blame the people. Finally, about Ongwae issue, Alex said it and I passed it. If you want to expel Governor Ongwae from party, that is very dangerous. But there's a way it can be done. They just simply need to mute. The ODM need to mute his microphone. Just let him stay there, but make him inactive. How do we make him inactive? When major political rallies are organized, he'll definitely attend, but no chance. Or he just greet people. Just mute him. He's just there, but he become inactive. You keep him within, then you mute him, but don't just send him away. That's my sense for now. Thank you.
Now there's something I think Makiadi might be aware of this. If you go to a battle, and in the midst of the battle you have a bullet lodged somewhere in your body, somewhere where if you remove it, it is fatal. What do you normally do? Maybe Makiadi can guide, and then maybe I make my point.
No, I have had people. Actually, I know of a person who Basically, they told him, if you remove this bullet from your head, you'll definitely die. So the doctors just advised him to let it stay there and monitor him from there.
Exactly. So sometimes, yes, it is bad in your body, but removing it is fatal. So you choose your battles wisely. Yes, PK.
Yeah, Adam has preempted what I wanted to say, most of what I wanted to say, but what I can add is that I understand where you are coming from, Themba, when you say that you'd love to see more of what Mother was doing, many politicians going all over the place. But the way you have generalized it, I feel like you are denying Mother the much deserved credit, because it is not about Kenyans and where politicians go. Kenyans in general are very tolerant and peaceful people. I think it is more about the personality of Mother and her character that is attracting and making her to be acceptable countrywide. It is not about other politicians, and it is the personality of Mother. So if you generalize it, I feel like the worthiness of her credit is kind of being overshadowed. Mother is standing out. And if there's something I must agree with what our DP has been telling us a lot of times, is that wajinga waliisha Kenya. Kenyans are not stupid. That is one statement I completely agree with the DP 100%, because Kenyans have eyes, Kenyans have ears, Kenyans are seeing and they are watching, and they have seen Mother and they see what she's made of. That is why they are able to embrace her, because the kind of embrace she's getting is abnormal. It's not just it is something that explains and describes her personal character. That is what I can say. It is not. Most of these other politicians have been there, very seasoned politicians. They cannot pull the kind of crowds Mother Karua is pulling at the moment. And they cannot go to some places. And it's not that Kenyans are violent and all that. It is their own character and what they say and how they portray and behave themselves, and and how they carry themselves.
Thank you, PK. Roberto, what did you want to say before I bring Julia?
I just wanted to be brief. Martha is somebody who is she's well to do upstairs, and from what I've seen, Martha, she does her research before she goes for any rally, and I bet she must be a very good a person who likes reading books, because there's a technique that Martha uses of disarming her crowd, and that technique is normally used even in disarming narcissistic people. And the one thing you need to do is to prepare. You prepare the crowd, and one thing she has done before she comes to the Azimio message, she always goes down to a level of the MCA and explains what governance is all about. That way, she has already prepared the crowd. She has disarmed the crowd, which wanted to be probably wanted to be aggressive on her, and they are already thinking about. Wait a minute, we are looking at governance here, and we are starting with an MCA. By the time she gets to the Azimio message and finishes with telling the people why she is with Baba and what Baba intends to do for them. They are already wametengezwa vizuri, wamekuwa prepared kabisa. There, that way she's able to deliver her message and it ends up resonating very well. And also, in addition, she doesn't get carried away by the crowds. In fact, for the first time today in Eldoret, I had her say, niendelee ama nisiendelee, you know, because people were demanding more of what she had given them. Alikuwa amewatengeza vizuri, they were jelly, now she was out delivering the message. And when she wanted to cut short and end her message, the people were now demanding more. So she's very tactful in her campaigns, and she measures her words very nicely. So that one, in essence, disarms the aggressors. So let's give her credit, and we need to see more of her. In fact, there was a panelist who came in and was saying that he's worried that Martha will soon start pulling crowds more than Baba. That is not a problem. Baba has never been intimidated by such things. In fact, Baba is loving it because, you know, he feels like he's safe. It's not like when Kalonzo is campaigning elsewhere, Baba might start feeling a bit jittery. But Martha is doing a great job. I think people should encourage and give her the credit where it's due. Thank you.
I see where you guys are coming from. I am in no way wait, Alex. I'm in no way suggesting that you take the heat out of Martha's the shine out of Martha's party. I'm just looking at it also. I agree with all of you on Martha's especially PK and Roberto on Martha's approach. There's a clip that I saw today, and I liked what Martha said. She said that if you go to a place, people will shout. But why are you in politics if you fear people shouting at you? And she said that when people shout, I tell them, okay, when you're done, now listen to me. I will give you my agenda. You listen to me. If you like it, fine. If you don't, that's fine. Now that's the approach she's using. On what Roberta said, I mean, if Martha pulls crowds better than you, what's wrong? I mean, that's what you need. You need the crowd and you need the votes. I think that is not even, that is Raila's strength. I mean, if the captain has prepared a team that can pull crowds better than them, it means that they know how to prepare leaders who can actually stand and bring people. So I think that's an addition to the strength that we are having. So I agree with both of you in terms of Martha's approach. And yes, it was a good ticket. And many across have said that. I listened to Inoro TV, and our friend Sabina Chege was there with the lady from the senator Nakuru County. And she was raising some things that the other lady could not respond to. And you see, as a characteristic with them, they start going to non-issues. So I would urge those who can understand Kikuyu to look at Inoro TV, Sabina, and that lady's, what's her name? Susan Kihika. Yeah, Kihika's debate. If you understand Kikuyu, you can listen to them and get some pointers. Yes, Alex, what is it before I bring Julia?
Yeah, Themba, I like what you're proposing about tolerance. But when you've been labeling people for the many months, years, wale watu wa kurusha mawe, wale watu wa kung'oa reli, and then you want to address the same people. And then you again tell us, wajinga walikusha Kenya. Sasa, tutabaki wajinga hao tunakuangalia na umetuambia sisi ni watu wa kung'oa reli. You know, Themba, even tolerance has a limit. Tolerance is not limitless. You have to remember that. Passion can come to an end where you're so passionate until you demand that the right things must be done passionately again, not tolerantly. Do you get it? And I fear the most tolerant people in Kenya today as we speak are Kikuyus. They have listened to this man label their son, abuse their son over and over and over. You know, anytime he abuses Matiang'i, I get so mad, and I can't imagine how Julia, if even listens to that guy anymore, because how do you come from your house to go watch William Samoei Ruto speak in a podium when you can't even listen to him on your TV set? That's a simple question. You can't tolerate his image on your TV set because of the things he says. So tolerance is not something you force. Mother Karua, for credit, has never abused anybody. Mother Karua is short and precise. She's consistent. And lastly, she's ideologically honest, and that has been her weakness, but today has become her strength. So Kenyans are now looking at somebody who is speaking about ideas which they are resonating with. Corona really helped us so that we can think beyond the politics of being lied to. When we did not have jobs, when we did not have food, when we did not have housing and all these things, we started thinking about really the things that matter in this country. So I think post-corona, people are looking and saying, we need leaders who can provide jobs. And that is what Mother has always been talking about. So ukikuja huko anze kusema, oh, we need to change uniform ya polisi kutoka blue kwa sababu iko, who can listen to that nonsense? I can't tolerate that. Themba, let's talk about tolerance, but again also realize that tolerance needs sanity. There is no tolerance I can give Gachagua, for heaven's sake. Thank you.
Alex, you have brought something, an angle of it that I really want us to study some communities. I mean, it's important you have mentioned that. We need to look at these three communities. We need to look at Kikuyus, we need to look at Coast people, and we need to look at the Luya community. The Kikuyus, for some strange reason, they have abused, insulted their leader. You know, you have. It's one thing to differ with a leader, but when you insult and abuse, and even Moses Kuria said that we have abused and insulted our leaders. That is something I think we will need to look at and see how do you survive after that. You know, in Nyanza, people have differed with Raila, but you can hardly hear them insulting Raila the way you guys have insulted Uhuru. You know, you have left Uhuru bare and naked. Then you go to Coast. Coast have insulted all their leaders. They have even those people who appeared to have been somewhere. You even started insulting, even, you know, you exposed them so badly. You even start calling them, you know, wananyanganywa the railway thing, the inaenda, Ruto comes and then start making you insult each other. They insult each other so badly. Divide and rule. Divide them and rule them. So come to Central, divide them and rule them. Go to Western, divide them and rule them. You know, the Western have successfully been divided completely, and now they are being ruled, and Mdvd is starting to complain. And the same thing in Central. You guys have been divided, and now you're being ruled by someone who is actually even recommending that which party now will be ruling you. I mean, I'm yet to understand how low people can get. The insults that you gave Uhuru, he has not even been given by anybody else in any other place. There are other people in other places, but they haven't done that the way you guys have done it. I think that is a strange occurrence that we'll want to study and understand. In Nyanza, there are people, especially Luo Nyanza, who have differed with Raila. There are people like Akinowalo, but you haven't seen them in any podium insulting Raila in Nyanza. They cannot dare do that. They can differ with him, but they cannot do that. They cannot insult him the way you guys have done. Kisi is also a little tolerant. They differed with Matiang'i and all, but you can hardly hear them insulting, getting that. So I think, Alex, you are bringing something very interesting, the political dynamics that is forming right now. How is it that the deputy president was able to successfully make you fight so hard and bruise each other in a very tough way, that you even your leader, you can differ with them, but you have gone a step further. That is something I think we'll need to understand maybe as we move by, and how much division was created to the extent that now you don't even have the little respect for someone you voted for overwhelmingly thrice actually. You voted for him 2013, you voted for him 2017 twice, and you can now result to giving him so much mad. That is something we will need to. Karibu Julia.
Asante Themba, hello Themba, Makiadi, Roberto. Roberto, someone said you changed your name, that you stole somebody's name, so you need to do something about that. PK, Adams, Alex. Alex, I can't listen to Ruto. Ata Gachagua, ata siwezi kabisa. Me, I don't listen to those things.
Okay, but yeah, continue listening to me. I know I piss you off, but continue listening to me.
You, I do, because you inform me a lot. But today, I only listened today to that interview at Ruto because I wanted to know. I heard you people saying, I didn't want to be so uninformed to know what he was saying. But seriously, mimi sisikizi ya watu. Me, I'm not going to listen to them. Na Themba, hao wenye wote wametukana. What's that? Karibu 10.
That is for Alex. Can you see that?
Imelog.
Alex, have you seen that?
Which one is that?
That is the latest post by Simba Arati.
Oh, okay. Karibu Baba.
Yes.
Oh, okay, good. I like that. We don't want to cancel that meeting, Themba.
Continue, Julia.
So, mimi sikizi ya watu Themba, and it's going to take me, I'm going to try and forgive them, but I'm not going to forget their insults against the president of the Republic of Kenya, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. So I don't think I will ever forget that. Those people are so nasty. I think they belong to jail. I want to talk about, I had to watch that interview, Ruto, because I think it was trending, and he didn't want to respond to anything. That man is a fraud. I'm telling you, he's a fraud. He even set his own questions. He was answering his own questions. And at the end, he was being asked about integrity and corruption. He couldn't respond to that. He was trying to say that he will empower the judiciary. And then he was asked, in 2017, you insulted the same judiciary. You said that ati watu sita wanakaa kwa room wanabadilisha uchaguzi. He changed. He said something, but he didn't really defend himself. Then he was asked, would you jail Gachagua? He said yes. You know, he was asked several times, would you jail Gachagua? I wonder why Joe didn't ask him, would you accept to be jailed? I mean, I think I would have done that. Then, but I'm telling you, I would have gone there just to allow him to kick me out. I would have asked him, you have Muteshi case. Now, I would have asked him that. I wonder why Joe didn't ask him that, because I would have gone there if I were Joe. So this guy lacks integrity, and Kenyans obviously cannot trust him. And that is why he cannot go to the presidential debate, because he can't face the press, he can't face Kenyans. Hata jibu haya maswali Themba, hawezi. He's a fraud. He's just a fraud. It is a shame that Kenyans, we have a fraud for a presidential candidate. Ni aibu sana. I hope this one will never happen to this dear country of us again. Now, Raila and Kalonzo storms Machakos, that was good. I like that. Then I am also seeing that somewhere Ruto was bragging about 95%. You know, Ruto is just, he's so disrespectful. He was disrespecting Mdvd and Wetangula in their own home. And I mean, just making fun of them, that is really, I don't know what's wrong with the Tangra and Mdvd. I think something very wrong with them. Then I want to talk about what you've said about Karua. That really pleased me, Mr. Themba, and the panelists. That really pleased me. I want to interpret that kind of differently from, I appreciate, Themba, your notion that we should now begin to welcome all politicians, irrespective of whether we differ with them politically. Really, that is the direction we should take as a country. That is what we should do. But I think why they received him overwhelmingly, you see, Eldoret and that part of Rift Valley first has many Kikuyus and people from Mount Kenya region. That is one. You know, those people, I think at one point they feel insecure and unsafe, and they want somebody that they trust that can defend them. I think they are connecting her to 2017 when she stood her ground and she stood there for Kibaki. So they see her as their heroine. On the other side, we have the cosmopolitan politicians, the Luyas, the Luos, and all the others, and all those who are supporting Azimio. They were expressing their faith in her because she's seen as a fighter, even as a fighter against corruption. So they are seeing that they can also trust her for this country. That is why they came out. They are seeing her as a hero. So their coming out was so natural. They didn't have to be hired. When I saw her, I remember the picture. I remember how Kenneth Matiba was received when he came back from England, when he went for treatment. Because Kenneth Matiba, Jaramogi Odinga, and Rubia, those are the people who had been seen as the heroes of this country for fighting for multipartyism. And if you then remember how those people would be received by crowd, that's how they would be received. Because they would be seen as people who are liberating this country. So that is a heroic thing they showed Mother. That's what I see. Now, going back to what Alex has said, now, Mother is going to get that reception, I think, almost in every part of this country. Because even the Kalenjins, even if they support Ruto because he's a tribesman, deep inside their heart, I'm sure they totally believe that Mother and Baba are the right people to rule this country. They believe that. And they can tell you openly that we are only voting for this person because he's a tribesman. I'm sure they can say that. So people are seeing a change of regime of two people they believe are principled. So I think Baba and Mother will get this kind of reception now going forward in every part of this country. Question is, somebody asked why Rigathi and Ruto cannot go to Nyanza province. Now, before 2022, or in most of our elections apart from 2002, politicians have walked around dividing this country. At one point, it was 41 against 1. You people, you can remember that. And these same politicians have used nasty words against communities, shamelessly. And one of the people who have done that very well is William Samuel Ruto. And now that Shagwa is doing it so well by even claiming that the president transferred development projects to Luo Nyanza. And I asked myself, Luo Nyanza, people from Luo Nyanza, are they not Kenyans? Don't they deserve these projects? You know, that man, I think something is very wrong with his thinking capacity, because you cannot even specify and say that the president transferred development projects to this part of the country, as if those are not Kenyans. So these the Gachagwas and the Luo and the Rutos, those people who are in UDA and KKA, have not changed from where we are coming from at Kabilahi. However, Azimio is making a difference. Baba and Mother are giving us a new picture that now we are Kenyans. We are not looking at each other as like this tribe. That is what is happening now. So I don't believe Gachagua can receive that reception, Mr. Themba. He's not gonna do that. Even Ruto not gonna receive that. Anybody in that camp gonna receive that kind of reception. And even one of these fine days, the people of Mount Kenya themselves will reject them. One of these fine days, they will be rejected even in Mount Kenya region, because those kind of statements don't go. You know, the things we say, we can't erase them. We can't erase them. However, that's what Alex is trying to say. We can't erase them. However much you try to forget, you cannot. If you keep on calling somebody mtu akitendawili. Now, look, even if we want to really, encourage this kind of freedom, see, Ruto walks around with people like Kuria, who, one of the things he can stand somewhere in a podium where Ruto is talk about the uncircumcised people. Look at that, those kind of people. How do you expect the same people to be forgiven? However much we want tolerance, how will people tolerate these kind of characters? Kuria is one person who stands in a podium and insults the president's parents. How do those people who are pro Kenyatta, how do you expect them to tolerate somebody like Kuria? Now, Ruto has some of these some of his nasty friends like these Cosmos in the US who can go to YouTube and say nasty things against the first family. How do you expect still people to write the KKA camp? It is going to be very hard, Mr. Themba. So unless people take the attitude of Mother Karua, that is the only time people in this country will tolerate them and listen to them. So, but me, overall, I'm very happy. I'm very pleased with Mother. I'm also pleased with Baba. I like the way he has let Mother do the campaign alone. I like that kind of teamwork because now I think they're achieving a lot. On the notion that Mother is becoming more popular, I don't think so. Because when I see Mother speaking in the podium, she always brings back the crowd to the attention of Baba. She always talks about Baba. You know, she says, Serikali ya Baba. She will always do that. And I love that. She's not taking the praise. I mean, she's not exalting herself because the crowd is shouting. So she always brings them back and tells them, Serikali ya Baba itafanya, Serikali ya Baba itafanya. And I like that kind of humility. So she's not really taking over Baba's popularity. Rather, she's popularizing Baba. And I think now the crowd, especially in Mount Kenya, are seeing her standing the way she stood for Mwai Kibaki. That they really appreciate her for that. They cannot forget that. So if she's gonna stand like that for Baba, that's the kind of a running mate we want. Who can stand for Baba, who can support him, who can back him, who can campaign for him, who can even defend him when people start attacking him. That's the kind of a running mate we want. So that's my take, Mr. Demba. People are not going to forget those nasty things. And it's a high time politicians stop saying Kabila hii, Kabila hii haijafanywa hivi, Kabila hii haihitaji hii, Kabila. People should never, if anybody is watching here, don't say those things because you never know, you might become a politician and people will remind you when you are on Tembe, you say Kabila hii haitakini kufanywa hii, it should not be given this because these things will not go. Everything we say is going to be in the cloud. And Ruto is getting an painful experience when he's being reminded all the nasty things he has said. So that's my take on Mother. I'm very pleased. I think we are getting somewhere. I saw those opinion polls. Adams, I saw something like 44. I don't know whether it's 44, 38, 44 for Baba, and 38, I think it was on the Stars newspaper, and 38 for, I think, Ruto. And still I expect us to go to 50 plus, even to 60. Asante Demba.
Thank you so much, Julia, for that. And indeed, what you have said, they have refused to post. They posted when Ruto was ahead in their social media handles. But this one that has come out, they have refused to post in their social media handles. And I don't know why. Now, the other thing that you have brought up that I think I like the direction. I think Adams had alluded to it. When you talk about development, I know Alex, I think, is the one who said that development comes to your place, and you're saying it's Luo Nyanza. You know, I think that's a kind of a debate that we want to stop, and I agree with all of you. But I would want to see a tolerant Kenya. I mean, that for me is a bigger picture. That anybody can campaign anywhere. Where if we don't agree with you, we don't turn up to your we don't come. I mean, I'm looking forward to a time when we will see a politician saying that we are coming to this place, and then that day nobody comes for that particular meeting, and they have to end up doing a town hall meeting instead of doing this big thing, so that it's it is up to us to choose where we go. We stop making it look like because they are here we have to turn out, so we have to go shouting them. But I agree with you. That is where we are coming from. But I would want to see us as a society. We accommodate everybody. who is a Kenyan, disagree with them, but allow them to express their rights. That is where, in my view, maybe someday we will get there. Today, as opposed to other days, I think we have always stayed here long. I want us to start taking our finishing remarks because most of us have already spoken. Allow me to acknowledge those people who joined us. Joy Njoki anasema baba na mama tosha. King Julia Arikikuyu is voting for Martha Gashagwa because they are their tribe. Yeah, right now that one is most likely, I mean, ethnic organization, political organization, that one cannot end. Simba Omar Themba, mungeleta mgombea mmoja hapa kwa wiki. Wagombeaji wako kwa ground wanatafuta kura. Kura haipatikani hapa kwa interviews. Kevin Okango, sasa hivi wanaenda kuongea na wapiga kura. So they might not have a lot of time to come here. Moto News, Sante, M. Giagi, Kevin Okongo, King, Panda, Romeo David, Meshak Metiba, All Blacks, Chachi La Hoya, and all the others. Thank you so much for turning up to Mutembei TV. As always, we really appreciate your comments and you taking time to come here. And we really appreciate. Someone says Star newspaper is pro Ruto camp. Yes, it has been the propaganda mouthpiece for Ruto. We hope that they keep doing it. And if they say that, we really like it. Now, kindly remember to subscribe to Mutembei TV because that is where we do it and where we meet here every day. Kindly try and subscribe so that you get the information. And there are many other news items that are posted on Mutembei TV. So try and go through them too. I loved what I saw today in Ukambani, Eldoret, and transportation of people in Kakamega. Yes, Danny Darius. So we saw that. Quite informative conversation, Clinton Mandela. Thank you so much for the feedback. We believe that when you come here, you get informed, you get information, you get news, you get different dimensions and of course perspectives of what is happening. You learn. We are here to learn and to sharpen each other. Like we always say, iron sharpens iron. Your perspective, my perspective makes a better Kenya. There's a place where we are doing civic education, and you're getting informed so that by the time you're getting to the ballot box, you have an informed choice to make. The ballot is yours, the box, you are the one who is going to vote. Don't sell your conscience. So as you subscribe to Mutembei TV, also subscribe to my daughter and I channel. That is Themba Ondiege. They are not Themba and Lulu. Themba and Lulu Show. I was told to change it by D and Lulu Show. Iko pale kwa YouTube. As you subscribe to Mutembei, also it takes just a second to look for that and to subscribe to that too. So kindly subscribe to that too, and I really appreciate. You're on our way to 1,000. If you can subscribe, if you haven't, come on, subscribe. No worry, no worries, don't worry. But I will keep saying it every single day because my daughter is telling me, "Daddy, Daddy, talk about our show." So yeah, I'm here talking about it. Now, I want to give you time to take your closing remarks, and I'll start with Makiadi, 2 minutes, Roberto, 2 minutes, PK, 2 minutes, Adams, 2 minutes, then Julia, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Themba. Mine will be 1. I think it's a good thing that we are seeing the revolutionary politics that Martha Karua is bringing on the political scene. Most of the people that follow politics for a long time were actually disgusted by the kind of politics that we were seeing in the likes of Mama Miradi, whereby politics was actually being sexualized. I think it was a bit demeaning for people who value women, our sisters, our mothers, our daughters. And so when UDA lowered the standard or the bar for female politicians, it was a bit sad. So Martha Karua brings in a different perspective of a woman, people who actually respect women for who they are, seeing a person who they would have loved their daughters, sisters, mothers to emulate. And that is, I think, the big reason why you're seeing a shift in the political field, because Martha Karua brings in something that UDA does not have at all. The Kenya Kwanza coalition does not have at all. And the wave that you see, people might say this is just something that is normal in the political scene. I think the wave that you see is something that is natural, it's organic. People are loving her. People are loving the way she's articulating issues, the way she's selling her idea, the way she's selling the manifesto of Azimio, how submissive she is to Baba, and the assurance that at least we will have a Kenya that everybody will be accountable for what they do. That is the message that Kenyans want to hear moving forward. Leave alone what Kenya Kwanza has promised about the bottom up and all these other hula baloo they've been telling us for all that long. We want to have a country whereby that if and when you steal something, when you take resources that belong to Mwananchi, you'll be accountable for each and every coin or penny that you spend on your side. So I think Martha Karua is a storm, and as soon as soon as Kenya Kwanza agrees or come to the fact that this is something that is not real, the better for them, because this election is almost gone. It's almost a done deal. What we're waiting for is just, to coronate, if I may use that word, the coming leadership. Number two, as so much bashing towards IEBC, sometimes I pity IEBC because most of us here know that our leaders have tried to, tiptoe around the issue of integrity. And the reason why I say this is because I'm very, very saddened by the Sakaja incident. I think Sakaja and other leaders should come out and clear. Kama hauna degree, sema hauna degree, utafutiwe kiti kama ni MCA, ama chairman wa kanisa, ama chairman wa Katodip, uende ukafanye kazi huko. But trying to force yourself to the electorate, knowing that you are not qualified for that job, is not only is not. I'm trying to find a word without insulting somebody, but I think it's uncouth. And I think the likes of Sakaja should just let this thing go, because they have done enough damage to their reputation. People who looked upon them, the young men and women of the country who looked upon them for guidance and as role models, have lost faith in them. And so he's still young. If he wants to be a governor, him and the rest, the Malalas of this world, if they want to be governors, let them go back to school, get the right paper, and then come back and seek office. Otherwise, if they continue pushing this narrative, they will lose credibility. And if at all the IEBC lets them run and they win, they'll have totally lost credibility and the confidence that the young people of the country of Kenya had in them. Thank you.
Roberto?
Yeah, thank you very much. I wanted to touch on a similar thing to Makiadia, and it was all about corruption. And Kibaki used to say, don't tell us what the government should do for you, but what you can do for this country. And we owe it to this country. Our leaders owe it to this country that we try to inculcate a corruption-free kind of politics and governance. And for Sakaja, it is a shame that that he does not see the presentation of papers which are not valid as corruption. I don't know what he sees in an attempt to hoodwink the Nairobians. However, I appreciate the fellows who have petitioned against it, and his lawyer has asked for up to midday today through the IBC, is it the resolution board, so that he can prove that his papers are clean. So let's hope that that will come out in the open, so that we need to clean up and fix this country. It's very important that we fix this country. Secondly, I'm a bit, I'm starting to get happy with the IBC. Chebukati has managed to answer some of the queries that Raila was worried about. And he has confirmed that we will only have a digital register. There will be no more rulers and big papers looking for names there. It will be a digital register in every single polling station and every stream. So that is a step forward. Let him try to clean it up. At least we get some confidence, though we don't trust him at all. But that is a step in the right direction. Lastly, I hope the Kisii visit by Raila will take place today. When that is one area that we need to clean up, along with some in Ukambani, so that at least we can have one voice. We don't want being played around. We need to. It's less than 60 days. We need to get serious. And now the only message that is remaining should be come out to vote and not wrangles. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Roberto. PK.
Thank you. I think what I can say is very brief. Most of the time, we normally describe Azimio and Kenya Kwanza as being different, like day and night. And I think Mother is one person who personifies that kind of difference, because she brings in some breath of fresh air. The kind of extreme we see in Kenya Kwanza, she gives us the opposite in a nice way. All the negatives that we have in Kenya Kwanza, she brings love, she brings tolerance, she is submissive, hana matusi, she does not mock even our competitors. She's very accommodating, and she magnifies everything that is positive in Baba, and she never takes credit for that. I think that is something that is making people and Kenyans in general accept her, and she gives the whole ticket a new meaning, and it's a good thing for Azimio. It's something that I can say has sold and given Azimio a lot of mileage. As for the other side that Makiadi mentioned about IEBC, I think the bar in Kenya has been brought so low, especially when you have people who have hijacked what I can call the seat of morality, which is like the church or the religion. Unfortunately, most of our religious leaders are captive. They've been bought. And if someone can hijack that seat of morality, if I may call it that, then we can expect anything. That is why the likes of Sakaja and the rest are able to do anything they want and they wish, because they think they can get away with it. Going back to Mother Karua, I think there's something else that she mentioned and hammered home very well when she was in Eldoret. She said that there can only be one governor at a time in any county. There can only be one president in a country at any given time. And if you are chosen a deputy, you should not feel like you are a mini president or there are two presidents at a given time. And she promised Kenyans that whatever wrangles we've seen in the past, that will be a thing of the past in the next administration, which is something that I think Kenyans are yearning for and looking so much forward to, because all these shenanigans we've seen between the president and the deputy, Kenyans are tired. Kenyans want to move ahead and have freedom to do business, to take care of their families, without thinking about politics. Thank you.
Alex, wacha uchokozi.
Yani you kick me off, unaniacha background. You know I'm very resilient.
I didn't kick you out.
I don't know then. I don't know how I got out. Maybe it was my network. Pole though.
Okay. Adams.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was known civil rights and human rights activist. World over, he was known for that. He once had a dream which is very famous, that one day he looked upon a society where one day his 4 little daughters will not be judged by their color, but by the content of their character. I'm trying to paraphrase this in reference to Martha Karua. Our politics has been for a long time perceived women as nobodies. Like when a woman gets into political space, they've always been seen like either sexual objects, like women are being misused so much that for them to rise into political positions, they have to be sexualized politically. But Martha Karua has brought it in such a manner that women are not going to be judged are not going to be judged that way, but they are going to be judged by the content of their character. And that is how Martha is being judged right now and is telling the world, the nation, that is how women are supposed to be judged. And the message is sinking home so well. So it is in this regard that I echo Martha Karua in whatever she's doing, that she meant well. Not just because she belonged to Azimio, but I look at her as a representative of that girl in the village, that girl who has a dream but cannot achieve it just because of her gender. Her being there as the deputy president is a big, big milestone to so many girls. And as a matter of fact, when you check with the Kenyan National Bureau of Statistics, KNBS, the population of women is higher than men, but they've been segregated for so long. So I echo Martha Karua and I applaud her so much in whatever she's doing. And whatever she's doing, even though she belongs to Azimio, is a good thing even to the other people who belong to the other side of the political divide. Number 2, Deputy President Ruto, a man who is mannerless in character and behavior. Today's interview, I watched it on NTV with Joage. I didn't want to talk about it, but just to echo a little bit. The guy can be defined the way he is. His lies are pathological. He's a pathological liar. He couldn't respond to anything. Hence, instead, he was just setting up his questions and answering his question. He's a man who lives in his head with this big ego and fallacy. It wasn't here nor there. All the questions that he was asked, which were for the benefit of the common man, he did not answer any of them. He was even asked why he selectively decided to take credit on the positive things that the Jubilee administration did, especially in the first term, and disassociate himself from the bad things or from the failures. He deliberately refused to answer that question. I was getting so mad. But moving forward, our Kenyan media also are supposed to learn and make a round-table judgment that there are certain interviews which are so much lucrative, like the one for the deputy president, which are supposed to be made at the studio. Going to the residence of Ruto makes journalists fear him. The Joe Gay we know was not for himself. He was kind of like, he was not really coming out the way he normally comes out when he's in the studio, simply because he was being hosted by that guy. So he was kind of trying to avoid certain things. But the Ruto as the deputy president, pathological liar. He said like 20% of the truth. 80 were outright lies. Finally, I want to make a simple prediction for tomorrow, or is it today? The rally of Azimio going down in Kisii. I foresee a scenario whereby some leaders or certain individuals are going to be booed by a section of the crowd. Depending, or this is because of what is going on in the mountain. You know, in Nyanza, when you're in Nyanza, the larger Nyanza region, they refer to Kisii region as the mountain. So following what's going on in the Nyanza mountain, the Gusii Mountains, a section of politicians, one or two, will be booed today with a section of people. We will see a war of might. Some people will brush their shoulders somewhere there. Otherwise, I wish you all the best. Thank you so much for the show today. God bless and have a wonderful night. Thank you.
Yes, Julia.
Thank you, Demba. I want to refer first something that Roberto has said. I think, Demba, you may answer me because you have an opportunity to speak, or Alex, that the voters register will be digital. Does that mean that people are going to identify themselves with their biometrics? That's a question I would like to answer or to ask. Maybe you'll give Roberto to answer me. Then I want to refer to the conversation of Joe and the deputy president today, or maybe yesterday, according to Kenya, that he said the conversation this time is about the economy. I agree with him that the economy is one of the key points of the conversation in this year's politics or this year's election. But before we discuss about the economy, we got to discuss about the integrity. We cannot trust our economy in the hands of looters, people who we suspect are going to loot our treasury. If you look at the KKA members or the politicians in KKA, I want still to agree with Sifuna, like it's a like a charge sheet. Now, Makedi is talking about politicians here who do not have academic papers and have to go to Uganda to get the academic papers. One of them is Sakaja. Really, I'm trying to connect how you can study in Nairobi University and get your degree from a university in Uganda. Now, there are people like Aisha Juma. I mean, we are even questioning the DP's PhD degree. I mean, we have questions and questions on end. When the DP was speaking today about corruption, he was asked whether he would jail his own deputy. He would allow his deputy to be jailed, and he said yes, which means he agreed that his deputy or his running mate is also a suspect. So KKA is just a charge sheet of suspects. He's not suspects for corruption. He's suspects for cheating about academic credentials. I mean, you can find them in each and every court going through answering to a charge. So I'm asking myself, if we are going to talk about the economy of this country, how can we entrust ourselves or our economy or our treasury in the hands of people we suspect are looters? So fellow Kenyans, I think Mother Karua and Baba have brought a new conversation, and they are saying one of the most important things in this country is integrity. And if you look at Mother Karua and Baba, I think and I believe we cannot pin them down and questions of integrity. We can trust them dawn for this country. So Mother Karua and Baba are bringing a new lease of life to this country, that we shall begin by talking about your integrity before we give you any responsibility in this country. I think Kenya is waking up to a new dawn, that we must do the right thing, all of us, including our politicians. We cannot go around cheating ourselves. We are going to improve our lives when we cannot be trusted with the same lives. So, fellow Kenyans, I want to leave you with the words of Paul in the book of Philippians chapter 4. And this is what Paul told the Philippians in chapter 4, verse 8. And finally, I want to put Kenyans here. Finally, Kenyans, whatever is true, whatever is noble, whatever is right, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is admirable, if there is anything excellent and praiseworthy, think about these things. Do the right thing. Get your papers right if you want to be a governor. Do the right thing. Don't go to our parliament to steal from us CDF money. Don't go to our counties to steal from us. Do the right thing. We can no longer take corrupt leaders. We will not do it, we shall not do it, and we shall not take it again, because with the era of Baba and Mother, this must come to an end. Kwa hivyo nawaomba nyote mliodanganyika mukaungana na hii kampu ya udaku. Udaku and KKA is a fraud. Is not a real thing. To not help you anything. Nawaomba mvuke sakafu. Come to the right side of integrity ya Baba na Mama. Asante Themba.
Yes, Alex.
Thank you very much, my fellow panelists. I think over the few months, you are a great family. And every day we meet here, you're becoming more than a family, brothers and sisters, because I think the cause that is before us, I think is too huge for us. And it has made us rub shoulders, but at the same time, be able to look beyond our differences, which are so much. So today I want to make one of the most passionate and most intimate finishing submission. I will start that even a clock that doesn't work twice a day, it is right. There's a clock called Moses Kuria that doesn't work, but there is a day it was right. That clock called Moses Kuria was sober, and he had one of the most cogent, persuasive, ever sober conversation about Mount Kenya. And that clock on that day said two things that I think are right and we must take very serious. This is what he said. The only de-risking factor that Mount Kenya has is Martha Karua. The only safe pair of hands that Mount Kenya has is Martha Karua. Raila is a risk to us. Ruto is a risk to us. And by that, they went on and anointed Martha Karua as their spokesperson. Little did they know what they were doing, but they gave us Martha Karua without their knowledge. So today, as we speak, and what you saw in Eldoret, Martha Karua is a safe hands for those who have been enslaved by William Ruto in his backyard in Eldoret. The only de-risking factor in Kenya now is Martha Karua, because you saw people coming out without fear in that rally just to show us their solidarity with Martha Karua. At some point, I was shocked when Martha Karua said, "Where are the single mothers?" And then she alluded, she is also a single mother. One thing that made me proud is that she acknowledged her status, which was good. So when Moses Kuria made those predictions, little did he know that the train that he set forth has no brakes, and where he sits, he wishes he was on our side. But his pride and the price that he was paid cannot make him come next to us. So what we have, Themba, today is a woman who is the safest pair of hands we've ever had. I feel comfortable with Martha Karua. I don't care about her tribe. I know for sure Martha Karua will deliver. And I'm telling and urging all Kenyans, for the sake of the posterity of our nation, we must, by all necessary means, put this government to work, because it is the only safe pair of hands. The only de-risking factor we have from William Samoei Ruto and all his engagements and all his mendaciousness and all his cabals is Martha Karua. So we thank God for Martha Karua. In Makueni, this is what she said when she finished her speech. God give us the humility and convictions to do what is right. I am asking Kenyans to have the conviction and the courage to do what is right, because the only right thing in this election is to completely get William Samoei Ruto out of the office of the presidency. Thank God for the de-risking factor and the safe pair of hands called Martha Wangari Karua. Thank you.
Indeed, there was a question that, thank you, Alex. There's a question that Roberto had, Julia had asked. Roberto, you have the answer? I think when I heard from the IBC, they said there will be digital, but they'll also have a hard copy at the polling station.
Yeah, but what will be used will be the digital, unless by slightest chance that your name is not appearing in the digital register.
What about?
No, it will be a backup. You know, like it's not that your name is not appearing in the digital. In the event that the machine fails or something, they will be having that. The reason they're having the physical is for you to go there and confirm. So people will 7 days to the election. They are cleaning up the register right now, I think up to 16th of this month. Then they'll share it in their website and they share it with the stakeholders. Then after that, of course, they'll have been done with these issues of, the people who are vying and all. Then they said that 7 days to the election date, they'll have the digital. But they're saying right now, you'll be able to go online and confirm if your name is there and stuff. But the polling center, they'll be having that whatever physical. So you can still go there anytime. The thing is, we need to encourage our voters to continuously and consistently confirm if they are voters, especially after 16th, after they have posted the thing in their website, the register in their website, and they have shared it with all the stakeholders. And you need to visit the polling center where you are going to be voting to make sure that you are a voter. That is what they're saying. So in our own small parts, we can continuously create the awareness that after 16th, when the register has been posted, we continuously, he said also that there's that number that they gave. You need to continuously keep sending your names to see if you are a voter.
So they'll still have the physical, because sometimes, for you to do that, I think most of you have voted in Kenya in the recent past. If you have, you identify yourself with your fingerprint, but some people's fingerprints don't work. I don't know, something has happened to their fingers. I mean, because of their physical work. So they end up having to identify themselves on the manual register. So I think there's something like that happens.
Yes, and some people may not have fingerprints. So
Yeah.
what they are saying is there'll be both, and the most important thing is for people to go and confirm that they are actually registered voters. So as we finish, I want to allow Makiadi to read for us the Constitution, and then I will read the agenda one, and then of course we can pray. Makiadi.
Okay. So the Constitution, today we are reading Article 76, and it talks about, we're still reading Chapter 6 on integrity, leadership and integrity. So Article 76 talks about financial probity of state officers. One, it says a gift or a donation to a state officer on a public or official occasion is a gift or a donation to the republic and shall be delivered to the state unless exempted under an act of parliament. Number two, a state officer shall not A, maintain a bank account outside Kenya except in accordance with an act of parliament, or B, seek or accept a personal loan or benefit in circumstances that compromise the integrity of the state officer.
So that's where we called out the deputy president for receiving land, 2,500 acres of land, as a gift, and he's a public officer.
And also the issue that we keep hearing here of Pandora's offshore accounts. It says maintain a bank account outside Kenya except in accordance with an act of parliament.
Yeah, accordance with an act of parliament. Azimio zetu, joint agenda, azimio la ugatuzi, the 10-point agenda, azimio la ugatizi, azimio la jitihada, azimio la kinamama, azimio la ukulima, azimio la viwanda, azimio la wananchi, azimio la uwajibikaji, waste not a single child, maji kwa kila boma. Now we're going to look at the azimio, azimio ya kwanza, azimio la ugatuzi. Now this is what the deputy president today tried to say, that they have signed a charter. You know, he kept on referring to Azimio went and, plagiarize their document as we are going to sign a charter with the 47 county. Now this is the Azimio la ugatuzi that is in agenda 1 of the Azimio manifesto. This includes increasing devolved resources and advancing one county, one product program. So each county will be having one product, one product per county. Devolution has the potential of transforming each county through the exploitation of their respective resources for both domestic and external markets. One county, one product is premised on manufacturing and value addition as the engine for wealth creation and employment to achieve double-digit economic growth rate. The national government will provide material and technical support to each county government for vibrant industrialization to foster growth of manufacturing. The Azimio commitment will be to undertake specific measures to improve the investment climate. So in each county, there'll be a product that will be identified per county. An example is Kitui County that has already started producing some of the made in Kitui products. Makueni County has milk processing plant, and all the counties that whatever it is that the county has, it will be the correct environment will be correct measures, and environment will be created to have those industries, thriving and making them vibrant, so that they can be able to employ people within that particular county, and also have goods for internal and external, marketing. So one county, one product. If a county has more products, the better. But one county, one product, which will, spur its economic growth and wealth creation in the county. So that is Azimio la Ugatuzi. Tomorrow we look at Azimio la Jitihada. So Azimio la Ugatuzi. Now, Themba mango plant in Ukambani. Yes, there'll be mango plants in Ukambani. There's lots of fruits. There were fruits, Yata Plateau. There was a place where they used to plant lots of fruits. And I grew up knowing that there were some farms down there that were being run by Zit Mulinge and Paul Ngei. They were fruit farmers in Ukambani. So we want such thriving companies that can be able to process the mango and have, have the product that has already been processed exported. So those are the wealth creation in counties. So that is Azimio la Ugatuzi. Now I want us to go straight into
a suggestion. Can we give this more time? Like we post the politics towards the end, maybe the last 30 minutes or the last hour, and then we exhaust this, like, because even the participants in the chat can give comments. Like you've talked about one county, one product. Probably we could just look at PC and see what can be done in PC, what can be done. I mean, that's my suggestion. That we exhaust.
Awesome.
Yes,
awesome. I think you're raising very important feedback. Yes, so that we can understand this document slowly. Let's accommodate it. Let's understand it. So we'll give that consideration starting tomorrow. Robert Azimio, stanza 1. Adam, stanza 2. Julia, stanza 3.
Has Makiad done the
Constitution? Yes.
Sorry, I was away briefly, but let me start now. Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu. Nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda. Asante.
Na tujenge taifa letu, ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima, tungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani.
Thank you. And I was trying to look for, hold on right there. I was trying to look for something else here. Did I get it? Let me see if I got it. Yes. I got the Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki na Kati anthem. Mungu tuomba ulinde Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Ewe Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. That's Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki na Kati anthem.
Themba, I think that the East African Community National Anthem has got 3 stanzas too, with the chorus.
Yeah, it does.
We can always alternate. Maybe one day we do our Kenyan national anthem, the following day we do that East African anthem. my thoughts.
Yeah, that's okay. Richi Makiadi, leo naona Dani Darius anauliza ulikuwa na wimbo gani? Nasikia kuna kipindi kilifutwa kwa sababu
Sasa niliwaambia hapa Julia, unakumbuka nikisema hapa tutatwangwa na watu wa copyright. Sasa show yetu mzima almost 10 hours imefutiliwa mbali na YouTube kwa sababu ya copyright.
What happened?
Yeah, they flagged it out because of some portion that had a song. So
We sang a song. Okay.
Yeah.
Sasa unajua wanataka tuimbe tu lakini ukisipige muziki copyright.
You can sing with your sing. But
you know the copyright law says that you are not supposed to get any monetary compensation or benefit from a song without the consent of the owner. So if you play a song and, for example, the show is supposed to earn you monetary benefit, then you are actually going against the copyright law. That's what happened.
What about the songs played in church? I mean, and those, okay, they don't play. I think they sing.
Yeah, singing is different.
Unaona kama saizi in some cases where there are music copyright, you know, you are supposed to pay licenses for the music that you play in every place. So if you have hata kwa nyumba yako kama uko na TV, uko na radio, you are supposed to have a license. Because any music
it's like this. Julia, you can play any song even on this show, but before you move on, you have to put a disclaimer that you have no rights on this song. You have to put that once you put disclaimer, the YouTube can't take it down. So what we did in that 10-hour show, Themba sang Buri there, I mean Makiadi, he did not put a disclaimer. That's why it went down. If you put a disclaimer, you can play any song.
No, you see, Adams, you are getting it wrong. There's a show that was brought down because we played a YouTube, whatever. We played just a YouTube clip.
Videos, somebody's video clip.
So there are videos that we can't even play. Whether you see, the thing is, this show is going to have some monetary value to the person. So whether you put a disclaimer or not, kuna monetary value. It's not for entertainment purpose alone. So even if you put a disclaimer, the owner of the channel is already having some monetary benefits from this show.
Yeah, and the other thing Adams is forgetting, you are looking at it from the US part of the law. This thing is played internationally. Anybody can flag this video from anywhere in the world. If anybody complains from Tanzania, from Kenya, it will still be flagged. So that's what happened.
So we are going to be giving you the songs, but we are not going to be playing them. So that's how it is. So we are not going to play.
I've also seen a situation whereby an artist from Kenya came live, and that was on Facebook. He was singing his own composition, his own songs. It was flagged by YouTube and it was taken out. Later on, he went to complain. So they didn't even know that this guy is the owner of the song. Because they don't know.
If you sing it and they flag it, so you can only say that
No, I just want to give you breaking news. Maybe some of you have heard this. The IEBC Dispute Resolution Board has given Nairobi Senator Johnson Sakaja until noon today to file evidence that he is actually a degree holder from a recognized university in Kenya. So the Dispute Resolution Committee will hear all matters pertaining to Sakaja's gubernatorial candidacy on Wednesday, 15th June at 2 p.m.
But I have a question in regard to that thing, Makiadi. I thought he went and procured or whatever, came with a degree from Uganda. Must it be from Kenya? Does it mean that if I come with a US degree?
No, it's not the issue of Kenya.
No, it is not. It is not like Adams. It is not whether it is from Uganda or not. It is even from that Uganda university. He is not in the graduation list.
So it is all fraudulent. The thing is just a mess.
I think
and the university may not be credited. Did you know that?
Yeah, that's what I
Did you
know.
know that there's some? Let me tell you something. Something happened to some teachers in Kenya. These teachers, P1 teachers, they went and studied a degree in education in KU and wherever. When this parallel degree came up, when they graduated, they went to the TSC. TSC said, no, you didn't graduate. You had a C. You cannot go to the university with a C without bridging and do a degree. You needed either a diploma or a C+ or bridge or do some bridging. So all their degrees were disqualified after paying money to study for 4 years. There are lots of irregularities that have happened in Kenya. So Themba, I think after Mother and Baba takes over, we'll see some governors losing their seats. We'll see so much drama.
Yeah, and also there's a group of people who studied law at Moi University. I think I can't remember the years. There's a span of years. All those degrees were taken to be null and void because they say Moi was not actually accredited to teach law.
And Moi also had the issue of degrees in engineering. Some people graduated from their engineering, their degrees were disqualified. So it's not just been Kenya. It's a university, that university in Uganda accredited.
I know one of the guys who did a degree in law at Moi and was disqualified. The one you're saying, I know one of them is from my village. So sad though.
So muombe Sakaja sana kama mnampenda.
No.
Kuna jamaa Makiedu, nakumbuka jamaa alikuja hapa akajipa. I think hata Julia nakumbuka huyo jamaa.
My friend. Themba, you said that's your friend.
It was your friend.
Yeah, he's my friend. I mean, it's not his papers that are in question. It is the person alikuwa anatetea ndio papers. Yeye alikuja akasema ati I want to confirm that Sakaja graduated. Now, how do you confirm and the person was 2 years behind you? You cannot confirm. Sakaja kwani hana classmates waligraduate na yeye na wakuja waseme niligraduate na Sakaja? Nobody is
But you see, Kenyans are very smart kwa sababu wamedig ile kitabu ya graduation, wameipata ya 2016. Kwa hiyo faculty, hiyo section ya business, hakuna jina ya Sakaja. Hakuna.
There were only 5. In fact,
there were only
five.
But you know, the thing is, I think these people are also so, I don't know what's wrong with them. This thing is criminal in nature. Even today, after that noon, you are talking about Makedi. Maybe if God forbid he's taken off the register, he's not going to run. They're just going to leave him like that. But this guy is supposed to be taken to court and answer even after being here. That is criminal.
He should be sued at jail.
But the problem is, he'll be left alone like that.
Now you see, Adams, that now it is not IBC's work. IBC kazi yake, you know, you have now other people who should follow now the other one. So IBC kazi yake ni umekuja na document yako, is it genuine or not? Wanasema si genuine. Their work is to register those who are running. Sasa kama kuna sasa complaint ya nini, hiyo sasa kuna mtu mwingine anafaa, kwa sababu nani si yako kwa koti, anaitwaje? Sudi. So the other person should also now go and if in case those papers were the ones, if there was a requirement for someone to submit a degree and Sakaja produced the same degrees, akakuwa senator, then he should reimburse the country because he was paid for money that he shouldn't have gotten when he had fraudulent papers. So one thing. So let me say something though. Something that really makes me wonder is Sakaja had ambitions that someday he will want to be the governor of Nairobi. I think he didn't just wake up and decide that I want to be the governor of Nairobi. And he was aware that the Constitution 2010 was passed in 2010. That is almost 12 years after that Constitution has passed. He had all the time to acquire a degree, register. This time when he was a senator, he could have even have gone back to a UON and finish his degree. You see, he behaved as though he did not have an ambition to ever become a governor. He should have just been a little, and this is not the first time we're having this drama with a politician. There was a drama with Margaret Wanjiru. Margaret Wanjiru, when they were vying with, when they are contesting with the Kidero the first time,
ODM could not pick her up because of the issue of the degree, because she was calling herself Dr. Margaret Wanjiru, but there was no history of how she moved to become a doctor. So ODM did not risk with her. So for many politicians, that should have been a telltale sign. So for someone who is young as Sakaja, waiting until this time for him to now start saying, I mean, going to even, get a degree from a university that people cannot tell where it is. I think for me, other than just Sakaja, and even him having seen the issues of Sudi have been on the media all this time. So you should have been, as a wise politician, known that I need to go back, figure out how do I formalize my education so that there is a storyline.
Have you realized that that team of Ruto, Deputy President himself, Ruto, is so much qualified academically and educated, but the people who are surrounding him down here are people with questionable academic credentials. Is it a way of Ruto himself trying to de-weapon them, just to keep them somewhere there, not to rise?
What do you mean he's so much qualified? What do you mean he's so much qualified? I really doubt his PhD. I'm not sure whether he acquired a master's degree.
By the way, are you aware that Musheru made a very interesting remark that Ruto was so idle that he had time to do a PhD while other people were working. Ruto's PhD it's in doubt. It's only that people don't want to fight him.
Yes, you need to do a PhD, Roberto. Yeah. You need to do all that stuff. I mean, I really doubt that PhD. I'm telling you, I doubt it.
Yeah, the only thing that is giving him peace is that people don't want to look like it's witch hunting. It's cheap, but it's in doubt.
So the case of Sudi, what is Sudi fighting? Is he fighting KCPE or KCSE? I'm mixed. What is he fighting?
No, you see, the thing is with academic papers is either you have them or you don't. So when you have to go to court to start fighting whether you had it or not, then there's a problem. So I think what someone said here, I think PK said that our politics needs a little bit of cleanup. All those people who acquired, I mean, it is a simple mathematics. If you know that I'm looking forward to a certain position, and the basic requirement is this one, you don't have to keep going through all these dramas. You know, you are going, and you know, when you are at a certain position, going to be a governor, you don't need to go to start paying people to give you. People go to school. I mean, there are so many opportunities and time for someone to. You are never too old or too busy to go to school. You can always find a way of putting some work into it and get your degree. And there is some kind of there has to be a story that people can tell. Now, when people have to dig up, and in interviews, Sakaja has been very evasive on the question of how he went to school. He says that I was in the University of Nairobi, I was admitted to do architecture, then I decided to do actuarial science, so I'm a scientist. Then I was working at Pricewaterhouse, and then I worked as an audit clerk. Then he's asked, what was the work of an audit clerk? He could not explain the work of an audit clerk. When did Sakaja start being a driver to one Mukisa Kitui? I think he was a driver to Mukisa Kitui, and he bought, I think, a Mercedes Benz when he was still a student. So when you start having that politics and then you get that money, then it was that time when TNA came in, they put up together Monyango Law and Lesuda. And before long, the president needed a campaign tool, and they got the vehicle. Now he forgot that he was supposed to be at the university to finish his degree, which I think was an abomination. How do you inspire even younger generation that when you are in a trajectory to get a degree, you need to finish it, then other things come? I think this should be a lesson to many young people. Even if you are making money, you get an opportunity to start making money. If you have an ambition to be in certain positions, because if you don't have an ambition to be a politician, that's okay. Because probably for you, it's okay, make money, and then don't aspire to go to positions that will require a degree. just go to places where your abilities, whether you have a degree or not, is okay. But if you are going to go to a position that you need a degree, then don't even present yourself in the first place, because all you're going to face is an embarrassment. Now he has to try confirming that actually people were first of all asking, when did he graduate from the University of Nairobi? So University of Nairobi comes out and says that he's still a student because he hasn't graduated. Now the next thing we go, then he was asked, which documents did you produce to IBC? He says, I produced the documents I produced in 2017. Now that's fair enough. If it was a fraudulent document, then it is a fraudulent document now. So therefore, it means you have been fraudulently holding an office. You cannot claim, therefore, to say that you are integrity, chapter 6 of the Constitution, leadership and integrity, you fail. So I think what we need to be highlighting, and I hope that this becomes a lesson, and even as it is being, taken through and prosecuted, it becomes a lesson to many other leaders. But I'm just wondering, first someone wrote it so well and said that he must have been so silly to imagine that will pass. He might not appear the way Nyambane refused to appear. IBC gave Nyambane time to come and confirm that he actually graduated. Nyambane, yes, has finished coursework, but he has not graduated. He was supposed to be having a degree, and it is at the time that you graduate that you have a degree. So if you haven't been conferred the degree yet, you don't still have it. If something happens to him, God forbid, and he dies today, he will not die a graduate. He hasn't graduated. He will be given graduation posthumous. Yeah, posthumous. It's given posthumous. So if you are awarded posthumous, you have not graduated yet. I think those are some of the simple, things that we need to appreciate. So I'm hoping that this issue, lays and other politicians start learning. Don't pursue positions that have certain requirements that you don't have. Unless you want
it's going to be more drama tomorrow. Let's wait. Makiadi, keep texting us.
I wanted to mention that Ruto did defended this thesis on, which was a very interesting thesis. It was on influence of anthropogenic activities on land use, stroke cover changes, and environmental quality of Saiwa wetland watershed in Western Kenya. Interestingly, it was about land use. So you can see the affinity of this man for land. He's interesting.
Anyway, so Makiadi, you have the song?
Ninaona vigumu kupoteza show hii masaa yote. I'm feeling a little bit jittery.
No, don't play the song. Don't play the song. Just read it and then you give the translation.
Okay, sasa basi. Okay. Leo kwa sababu nyinyi mmeongea mambo ya Sakaja sana hapa, sitawachapia, nitawakariria kibao kimoja hapa kimeumbwa na mwanadada anajulikana kama Mbilia Bell tena. Kibao chenyewe kinajulikana kama Esio Wapi. Na the phrase Esio Wapi, it's a Lingala phrase that is equivalent to how does it concern you. Kwa Kiswahili ni kama kumaanisha kwa Kiswahili pilipili usioila inakuashia nini, kwa sababu nyinyi mnaongea maneno ya Sakaja hapa. So stanza ya kwanza inasema kwamba tika ngai na vanda na ngai, tika ngai na benda nzoto, ubandiko penza na basango bipai biso likambo ongai na nani Alafu manake ni kwamba tika ngai na vanda na ngai, yani let me be on my own, wachana na mimi. Tika ngai na benda nzoto, let me break the relationship. Obandi kupanza na basango bipai biso likambo ongai na nanie, before you start spreading news of our issues. Kwa hivyo huyu mwanadada anataka kumaliza ule uhusiano pale kabla ya huyu mwenzake kuendeleza propaganda juu yao. Alafu pale ikifika kwa chorus pale inaimba Esio wapi, Esio wapi, Esio wapi, Esio wapi. Yani where does it hurt you? Where exactly does it hurt you? Where does it hurt you? Esio wapi, Esio wapi, inakuhusu nini? Inakuumiza wapi wewe? Julia, mambo ya Sakaja inakuumiza wapi? SU wapi? Inakuhusu na nini wewe?
Inamuumiza pahali kwa sababu yeye ni taxpayer.
I'm waiting. You know, that is going to be interesting tomorrow, Makiadi. Make sure you text me. You tell me
when I wake up, I'm going to sleep. When I wake up, I'll read the news.
Me too. Okay. When I wake up, I look at my YouTube to see what happened to Sakaja.
Yeah. Wamesema anafaa submit by midday today, yeah?
Saa sita mchana kamili.
And we are already at around 7 in Kenya. We are almost there, Demba.
But let me ask you, Julia.
Mm-hmm.
If you submitted the documents and they accepted, now you are being told come and confirm that you have genuine. What else are you supposed to submit?
Yeah, I really wonder what he's supposed to submit.
I think the whole thing is just complicated.
You see,
he will be dismissed.
No, what I suspect he's going to do is he's just going to bring certified copies from a commission of oaths and leave it there and wait for the next thing to happen. He's not going to bring anything different.
Let me just get you a script of what is written here. It says, this is the Daily Nation that I'm reading. Nairobi Senator John Sakaja, who is facing 4 petitions to bar him out from the city's gubernatorial race, has been allowed to file evidence in all 4 of them by noon today. The IEBC Dispute Resolution Committee, chaired by Mr. Titus Tiego, granted a plea by Mr. Sakaja's lawyer, Mr. Edwin Kamodho, to give more time to respond to the petition. So he's supposed to file evidence that he's a degree holder by noon today. 4 petitions.
His goose is cooked.
Wow, this is really.
His goose is cooked.
You see,
but do you know what's going to happen?
Mm-hmm.
If they're going to dismiss him most likely, and then they're going to politicize everything. Wait and see.
Okay, they are going to politicize, but it's going to open a can of worms.
But you see, whether you are politicizing or not, you either have a degree or you don't. So whether you politicize it, whether you change it,
I agree with you. I agree with you, Demba. Either toa karatasi kama una, that's it. It's as simple as that.
And I like Nyambane. I like Nyambane for that. Nyambane disappeared. He didn't want drama. Yeah, that's it.
But
and
you see, Adams, the thing is, it is not Azimio asking him to give his degree.
Yes.
It is not Azimio that satisfies who is going to run or not.
Correct.
It is the IBC. So if you have a degree, you bring it. If we have to question it, then it is not there. How come we are not questioning other degrees?
Somebody
Everybody even remembers their admission number. If you give your admission number, Mr. Adams, we can go to university and say this was Adams. We can type it and your name pops up.
Actually, you see some of the
Sudi alikuwa na index number. Alafu kuna mtu pia anasema hapo Kikwitu Ventures anasema thanks to Robert Alai. Yeah, it's true. You know, IEBC knew these things and they kept quiet. But Robert Alai went loggerheads with Sakaja and these guys, and he's the one who broke the news.
No, I'm very happy that that this thing is for Nairobi County, because you see, it has nothing tribal about it. You know, had it been in one of the rural counties, it would have caused a lot of friction. Nairobi people, people learned a lesson with Sonko, and I don't think Nairobians want this kind of drama. They need a manager, a serious person.
And this thing, Roberto, is going to open a can of worms for other politicians. We will hear more cases.
What I would say on my final statement today, ile kitu itazaliwa tutanyonyesha. Wacha kaende.
He might as well go to court and appeal in the high
court.
No,
you see, what are you appealing? Are you appealing that you don't have a degree? My friend, you know, there are things you can go and appeal. If you don't have a degree, you don't have.
Demba, he knows he don't have it. Listen, he knows he don't have it, okay? So he's just trying to look for loopholes to get this thing fraudulent. He knows he don't have it. If he had it, he just produce it and the game
but
ends
you see,
there.
because if he goes
but
to
he
court,
don't have it, that's why he's going to court.
If he goes to court, it will be worse, because now he'll be already be taken in for forgery. Because how did you acquire the papers that you brought? Now that one is taking yourself deeper.
they know how to play with the corridor of
No,
law.
there's a guy, Panda says he will file a case in the High Court of Kenya and stop the IEBC from continuing with the process. Let me tell you, Panda, this is the same thing that will happen to Sakaja. If he goes to the High Court will still, even if the High Court tells the IEBC to continue with the process, IEBC still has the mandate, the constitutional mandate to look at his papers and to see if he is qualified to run, just like it happened with the Sonko's case.
Yes.
Yeah.
And make a decision.
Exactly. If IEBC will not allow him to run, then he's not going to run. He'll still be referred to the district.
The court cannot stop IEBC from doing its job.
Doing its mandate. That's what we're saying.
It's independent.
Haya, wacha tungoje tutaona itakuwa namna gani basi.
Tuonane kesho. Majaliwa.
Tuonane kesho. We are looking at
God bless you. See you.
Bye.